As long as you wish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean O'Hara. As Long as You Wish by John O'Keefe. Began reading. The patient sat stiffly in the leather chair on the other side of the desk. Nervously, he pressed a coin into the palm of one hand. Just start anywhere, I said, and tell me about it. As before, without waiting for an answer, he continued, the coin clutched tightly in one hand. I'm Charles J. Fisher, professor of philosophy at Reiser College. He looked at me quickly. Or, at least I was until recently. For a second, his face was boyish. Professor of philosophy, that is. I smiled and found that I was staring at the coin in his hand. He gave it to me. On one side I read the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." The patient watched me with an expressionless face. I turned over the coin. It was engraved with the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." "That's not the problem," he said. "Not my problem. I had the coin made when I was an undergraduate. I enjoyed reading one side, turning it over, reading the other side, and so on. A fiendish enjoyment, like boys planning where to put the tipped-over outhouse." I looked at the patient. He was 38, single, medium build, and had an MA and PhD from an Eastern university. I knew this and more from the folder on my desk. 8 months ago, he continued, I read about the sphere found on Paney Island. He stopped, looking at me questioningly. Yes, I know, I said. I opened my desk drawer, took out a clipping from the newspaper, and handed it to him. That's it. I read the clipping before putting it back in the drawer. Manila, September 24th, INS. Archaeologists from the University of California have discovered an earth fault of recent quake, a sphere of 2 feet in diameter of an unidentifiable material. Dr. Carl Schwartz, head of the group, said the sphere was returned to the university for study. He declined to answer questions on the cultural origin of the sphere. There wasn't any more in the newspaper about it, he said. I have a friend in California who got me the photographs. He looked at me intently. You won't believe any of this. He pressed a coin into the palm of his hand. You won't be able to. The photographs, he continued as if lecturing, were of characters projected by the sphere when placed before focused light. The sphere was transparent, you see, embedded with dark microscopic specks. By moving the sphere a certain distance each time, there was a total projection of 360 different characters in 18 different orderings. Or 19 different orderings if you count one that was a list of all the characters. I made a mental note of the numbers. I felt they were significant. As I said, he continued, I obtained photographs of the characters. Very strange shapes, totally unlike the characters of Oriental languages. But yet that was the closest way to describe them. He jerked forward in his chair. Except, of course, ostensively. Later, I said. I want to get through the preliminaries first. There would be time later to see the photographs. The characters projected by the sphere, he said, weren't like the characters of any known language. He paused dramatically. There was reason to believe they had origin in an unknown culture. A culture more scientifically advanced than our own. And the reason for the supposition, I asked? The material. The material of the sphere. It could only be roughly classified as spheroplastic, totally unknown, amazing imperviousness, a synthetic material, hardly the product of a former culture. From Mars? I said, smiling. There were all kinds of conjectures, but, of course, the important thing was to see if the projections of characters was a message. The message, if any, would mean more than any conjecture. You translated it? He polished the coin on his jacket. You won't dare believe it, he said sharply. He cleared his throat and stiffened into a more rigid posture. It wasn't exactly translation. You see, to us, none of the characters had designation. They were just characters. So it was a problem of decoding, I asked. As it turned out, no. Decoding is dependent on knowledge of language characteristics. Characteristics of known languages. Decoding was tried, but without success. No, what we had to find was a key to the language. You mean like the rune stones? More or less. In principle, we needed a picture of a cow and a sign of meaning indicating one of the characters. For me, there is no possibility of finding similarities between the characters and characters of other languages. That would require tremendous linguistic knowledge and library facilities. Nor could I use a decoding approach. That would require special knowledge of techniques and access to electronic computers and other mechanical aids. No, I had to work on the assumption that the key to the sphere was implicit in the sphere. You hope to find the key to the language in the language itself? Exactly. You know, of course, some languages do have an implicit key. For example, hieroglyphics are picture language. The word for cow is a picture of a cow. He looked at the toes of his shoes. You won't be able to believe it. It's impossible to believe. I use the word impossible in its logical sense. In most languages, he continued, looking up from his shoes, the sound of some words themselves indicate the meaning of the word. Onomatopoeic words, like bow wow, buzz. And the key to the unknown language, I asked. How did you find it? I watched him push the coin against the back of his arm, then lift it and read backwards letter pressed into his skin. He looked up at me and smiled. I built models of the characters, big material ones exactly proportionate to the ones projected. Then, quite by accident, I viewed one of them through a glass globe the size of the original sphere. What do you think I saw? What? I noticed he had a boyish look again. A distortion of the model. But that's not what's important. The distortions, on study, gave specific visual entities. Like when looking at one of those trick pictures and suddenly seeing the line in the grass. The lines outlining the line are there all the time. Only the observer has to view them as the outline of a line. It was the same with the models of the characters, except the shapes that appeared were not lines and other recognizable things. But they did suggest. He pressed a coin against his forehead, closed his eyes, and appeared to be thinking deeply. Yes, impossible to believe. No one can believe it. In addition to the visual response, the distortions gave me definite feelings. Not mixtures of feelings, but one definite emotional experience. How do you mean? One character, when viewed through the globe, gave me a visual image and, at the same time, a strong feeling of light hilarity. I take it then that these distortions seem to connote meanings rather than denote them. You might say that their meaning was conveyed through a gestalt experience on the part of the observer. Yes, each character gave a definite gestalt, but the gestalt was the same for each observer. Or, at least for 35 observers, there was an 80% correlation. I whistled softly. And the translation? Doctor, what would you say if I told you the translation was unbelievable? That it couldn't be seriously entertained by any man? What if I said that it would take the sanity of any man who believed it? I would say it might well be incorrect. He took some papers from his pocket and laughed excitedly, slumping down into the chair. This is the complete translation in idiomatic English. I'm going to let you read it, but first I want you to consider a few things. He hid the papers behind the back of his chair. His face became even more boyish, almost as if he were deciding where to put the tipped-over outhouse. Consider first, Doctor, that there are a total projection of 360 different characters, the same number as the number of degrees in a circle. Consider also that there are 18 different orderings of the characters, or 19 counting the alphabetical list. The square root of 360 would lie between 18 and 19. Yes, I said. I remember there was something significant about the numbers, but I wasn't sure that it was this. Consider also, he continued, that the communication was through the medium of a sphere. Moreover, keep in mind that physics accepts the path of a beam of light as its definition of a straight line. Yet the path is a curve. If extended sufficiently, it would be a circle, the section of a sphere. All right, I said. By now the patient was pounding the coin against the sole of one shoe. And, he said, keep in mind that in some sense time can be thought of as another dimension. He suddenly thrust the papers at me and sat back in the chair. I picked up the translation and began reading. The patient sat stiffly in the leather chair on the other side of the desk. Nervously, he pressed a coin into the palm of one hand. Just start anywhere, I said, and tell me about it. As before? Without waiting for an answer, he continued, the coin clutched tightly in one hand. I'm Charles J. Fisher, professor of philosophy at Reiser College. He looked at me quickly. Or, at least I was until recently. For a second his face was boyish. Professor of philosophy, that is. I smiled and found that I was staring at the coin in his hand. He gave it to me. On one side I read the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." The patient watched me with an expressionless face. End of As Long as You Wish by John O'Keefe.
The Coming of the Ice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giles Baker. The Coming of the Ice by G. Peyton Wertenbaker. It's strange to be alone, and so cold, to be the last man on earth. The snow drives silently about me, ceaselessly, drearily, and I am isolated in this tiny, white, indistinguishable corner of a blurred world, surely the loneliest creature in the universe. How many thousands of years is it since I last knew the true companionship? For a long time I've been lonely, but there were people, creatures of flesh and blood. Now they are gone. Now I have not even the stars to keep me company, for they are all lost in an infinity of snow and twilight here below. If only I could know how long it has been since first I was imprisoned upon the earth. It cannot matter now, and yet some strange dissatisfaction, some faint instinct asks over and over in my throbbing ears, "What year? What year?" It was in the year 1930 that the great thing began in my life. There was then a very great man who performed operations on his fellows to compose their vitals. We called such men surgeons. John Grandon wore the title Sir before his name, in indication of nobility by birth, according to the prevailing standards in England. But surgery was only a hobby of Sir John's, if I must be precise, for while he had achieved an enormous reputation as a surgeon, he always felt that his real work lay in the experimental end of his profession. He was, in a way, a dreamer, but a dreamer who could make his dreams come true. I was a very close friend of Sir John's. In fact, we shared the same apartments in London. I've never forgotten that day when he first mentioned to me his momentous discovery. I had just come in from a long sleigh ride in the country with Alice. I was seated drowsily in the window seat, writing idly in my mind a description of the wind and the snow and the grey twilight of the evening. It's strange, is it not, that my tale should begin and end with the snow and the twilight. Sir John opened suddenly a door at one end of the room and came hurrying across to another door. He looked at me, grinning, rather like a triumphant maniac. "It's coming!" he cried without pausing. "I've almost got it!" I smiled at him. He looked very ludicrous at that moment. "What have you got?" I asked. "Good Lord, man, the secret, the secret!" And then he was gone again, the door closing upon his victorious cry, "The secret!" I was, of course, amused, but I was also very much interested. I knew Sir John well enough to realize that, however amazing his appearance might be, there would be nothing absurd about his secret, whatever it was. But it was useless to speculate. I could only hope for enlightenment at dinner. So I immersed myself in one of the surgeon's volumes from his fine library of imagination, and waited. I think the book was one of Mr. H.G. Wells, probably The Sleeper Awakes, or some other of his brilliant fantasies and predictions, for I was in a mood conducive to belief in almost anything when, later, we sat down together across the table. I only wish I could give some idea of the atmosphere that permeated our apartments. The reality it lent to whatever was vast and amazing and strange. You could then, whoever you are, understand a little the ease with which I accepted Sir John's new discovery. He began to explain it to me at once, as though he could keep it to himself no longer. "Did you think I'd gone mad, Dennell?" he asked. "I quite wonder that I haven't. Why, I have been studying for many years, for most of my life, on this problem, and suddenly I've solved it. Or rather, I'm afraid I've solved another one much greater." "Tell me about it, but for God's sake, don't be technical." "Right," he said. Then he paused. "Dennell, it's magnificent. It will change everything that's in the world." His eyes held mine suddenly with the fatality of a hypnotist's. "Dennell, it's the secret of eternal life," he said. "Good Lord, Sir John," I cried, half inclined to laugh. "I mean it," he said. You know I've spent most of my life studying the processes of birth, trying to find out precisely what went on in the whole history of conception. You have found out? No, that's just what amuses me. I've discovered something else without knowing yet what causes either process. I don't want to be technical, and I know very little of what actually takes place myself, but I can try to give you some idea of it. It's thousands, perhaps millions of years since Sir John explained to me. What little I understood at the time I may have forgotten, yet I try to reproduce what I can of his theory. In my study of the processes of birth, he began, I discovered the rudiments of an action which takes place in the bodies of both men and women. There are certain properties in the foods we eat that remain in the body for the reproduction of life, two distinct essences, so to speak, of which one is retained by the woman, another by the man. It is the union of these two properties that, of course, creates the child. Now, I made a slight mistake one day in experimenting with a guinea pig, and I rearranged certain organs which I need not describe, so that I thought I had completely messed up the poor creature's abdomen. It lived, however, and I laid it aside. It was some years later that I happened to notice it again. It had not given birth to any young, but I was amazed to note that it had apparently grown no older. It seemed precisely in the same state of growth in which I had left it. From that I built up. I re-examined the guinea pig and observed it carefully. I need not detail my studies, but in the end I found that my mistake had in reality been a momentous discovery. I found that I had only to close certain organs, to rearrange certain ducts, and to open certain dormant organs, and, mirabile dictu, the whole process of reproduction was changed. You have heard, of course, that our bodies are continually changing, hour by hour, minute by minute, so that every few years we have been literally reborn. Some such principle as this seems to operate in reproduction, except that instead of the old body being replaced by the new, and in its form, approximately, the new body is created apart from it. It is the creation of children that causes us to die, it would seem, because if this activity is, so to speak, dammed up or turned aside into new channels, the reproduction operates on the old body, renewing it continually. It's very obscure and very absurd, is it not? But the most absurd part of it is that it's true. Whatever the true explanation may be, the fact remains that the operation can be done, that it actually prolongs life indefinitely, and that I alone know the secret. Sir John told me a great deal more, but after all, I think it amounted to little more than this. It would be impossible for me to express the great hold this discovery took upon my mind the moment he recounted it. From the very first, under the spell of his personality, I believed, and I knew he was speaking the truth, and it opened up before me new vistas. I began to see myself become suddenly eternal, never again to know the fear of death. I could see myself storing up, century after century, an amplitude of wisdom and experience that would make me truly a god. "Sir John," I cried long before he was finished, "you must perform the operation on me." "But, Dennell, you're too hasty. You must not put yourself so rashly into my hands." "You have perfected the operation, haven't you?" "That's true," he said. "You must try it out on somebody, must you not?" "Yes, of course, and yet somehow, Dennell, I'm afraid. I can't help feeling that man is not yet prepared for such a vast thing. There are sacrifices. One must give up all love and all sensual pleasure. This operation not only takes away the mere fact of reproduction, but it deprives one of all the things that go with sex, all love, all sense of beauty, all feeling for poetry and the arts. It leaves only the few emotions, selfish emotions that are necessary to self-preservation. Do you not see? One becomes an intellect, nothing more, a cold apotheosis of reason, and I, for one, cannot face such a thing calmly. But, Sir John, like many fears, it's largely horrible in the foresight. After you've changed your nature, you cannot regret it. What you are would be as horrible an idea to you afterwards as the thought of what you will be seems now. True, I know, but it's hard to face, nevertheless. I'm not afraid to face it." "You don't understand, Dennell. I am afraid. And I wonder whether you or I or any of us on this earth are ready for such a step. After all, to make a race deathless, one should be sure it's a perfect race." "Sir John," I said, "it's not you who have to face this, nor anyone else in the world till you're ready. But I'm firmly resolved, and I demand it of you as my friend." Well, we argued much further, but in the end I won. Sir John promised to perform the operation 3 days later. But do you perceive now what I had forgotten during all that discussion? The one thing I had thought I could never forget so long as I lived, not even for an instant. It was my love for Alice. I had forgotten that. I cannot write here all the infinity of emotions I experienced later, when, with Alice in my arms, it suddenly came upon me what I had done. Ages ago, I have forgotten how to feel. I could name now 1,000 feelings I used to have, but I can no longer even understand them, for only the heart can understand the heart, and the intellect only the intellect. With Alice in my arms, I told the whole story. It was she who, with her quick instinct, grasped what I had never noticed. "But Carl," she cried, "don't you see? It will mean that we can never be married." And for the first time I understood. If only I could recapture some conception of that love. I have always known, since the last shred of comprehension slipped from me, that I lost something very wonderful when I lost love. But what does it matter? I lost Alice too, and I could not have known love again without her. We were very sad and very tragic that night. For hours and hours we argued the question over, but I felt somewhat that I was inextricably caught in my fate, that I could not retreat now from my resolve. I was perhaps very schoolboyish, but I felt it would be cowardice to back out now. But it was Alice again who perceived a final aspect of the matter. "Carl," she said to me, her lips very close to mine, "it need not come between our love. After all, ours would be a poor sort of love if it were not more of the mind than of the flesh. We shall remain lovers, but we shall forget mere carnal desire. I shall submit to that operation too." And I could not shake her from her resolve. I would speak of danger that I could not let her face, but after the fashion of women she disarmed me with the accusation that I didn't love her, that I did not want her love, that I was trying to escape from love. What answer had I for that, but that I loved her and would do anything in the world not to lose her? I've wondered sometimes since whether we might have known the love of the mind. Is love something entirely of the flesh? Something created by an ironic God merely to propagate his race? Or can there be love without emotion, love without passion, love between two cold intellects? I don't know. I did not ask then. I accepted anything that would make our way more easy. There's no need to draw out the tale. Already my hand wavers, and my time grows short. Soon there will be no more of me, no more of my tale, no more of mankind. There will be only the snow and the ice and the cold. 3 days later I entered John's hospital with Alice on my arm. All my affairs, and they were few enough, were in order. I had insisted that Alice wait until I had come safely through the operation before she submitted to it. I had been carefully starved for 2 days, and I was lost in an unreal world of white walls and white clothes and white lights, drunk with my dreams of the future. When I was wheeled into the operating room on the long, hard table, for a moment it shone with brilliant distinctness, a neat, methodical white chamber, tall and more or less circular. Then I was beneath the glare of soft white lights, and the room faded into a misty vagueness, from which little steel rays flashed and quivered from silvery cold instruments. For a moment our hands, Sir John's and mine, gripped, and we were saying goodbye, for a little while, in the way men say these things. Then I felt the warm touch of Alice's lips upon mine, and I felt sudden painful things I can't describe, that I could not have described then. For a moment I felt that I must rise and cry out that I could not do it, but the feeling passed, and I was passive. Something was pressed about my mouth and nose, something with an ethereal smell. Staring eyes swam about me from behind their white masks. I struggled instinctively, but in vain. I was held securely. Infinitesimal points of light began to wave back and forth on a pitch-black background. A great hollow buzzing echoed in my head. My head seemed suddenly to have become all throat, a great cavernous, empty throat in which sounds and lights were mingled together in a swift rhythm approaching, receding eternally. Then I think there were dreams, but I've forgotten them. I began to emerge from the effects of the ether. Everything was dim, but I could perceive Alice beside me and Sir John. "Bravely done," Sir John was saying, and Alice, too, was saying something, but I cannot remember what. For a long while we talked, I speaking the nonsense of those who were coming out from under the ether, they teasing me a little solemnly. But after a while I became aware of the fact that they were about to leave. Suddenly, God knows why, I knew that they must not leave. Something cried in the back of my head that they must stay. One cannot explain these things, except by after events. I began to press them to remain, but they smiled and said they must get their dinner. I commanded them not to go, but they spoke kindly and said they would be back before long. I think I even wept a little like a child, but Sir John said something to the nurse, who began to reason with me firmly, and then they were gone, and somehow I was asleep. When I awoke again, my head was fairly clear, but there was an abominable reek of ether all about me. The moment I opened my eyes, I felt that something had happened. I asked for Sir John and for Alice. I saw a swift, curious look that I could not interpret come over the face of the nurse, and then she was calm again, her countenance impassive. She reassured me in quick, meaningless phrases and told me to sleep. But I could not sleep. I was absolutely sure that something had happened to them, to my friend and to the woman I loved. Yet all my insistence profited me nothing, for the nurses were a silent lot. Finally, I think they must have given me a sleeping potion of some sort, for I fell asleep again. For 2 endless, chaotic days I saw nothing of either of them, Alice or Sir John. I became more and more agitated, the nurse more and more taciturn. She would only say that they had gone away for a day or 2. And then, on the 3rd day, I found out. They thought I was asleep. The night nurse had just come in to relieve the other. "Has he been asking about them again?" she asked. "Yes, poor fellow. I've hardly managed to keep him quiet. We will have to keep it from him until he's recovered fully." There was a long pause, and I could hardly control my laboured breathing. "How sudden was it?" one of them said. "To be killed like that?" I heard no more, for I leapt suddenly up in bed, crying out, "Quick, for God's sake, tell me what has happened." I jumped to the floor and seized one of them by the collar. She was horrified. I shook her with superhuman strength. "Tell me," I shouted, "tell me, or I'll—" She told me. What else could she do? "They were killed in an accident," she gasped. "In a taxi, a collision, the Strand." And at that moment a crowd of nurses and attendants arrived, called by the other frantic woman, and they put me to bed again. I have no memory of the next few days. I was in delirium, and I was never told what I said during my ravings, nor can I express the feelings I was saturated with when at last I regained my mind again. Between my old emotions and any attempt to put them into words, or even to remember them, lies always that insurmountable wall of my change. I can't understand what I must have felt. I cannot express it. I only know that for weeks I was sunk in a misery beyond any misery I had ever imagined before. The only 2 friends I had on earth were gone to me. I was left alone. And for the first time I began to see before me all these endless years that would be the same, dull, lonely. Yet I recovered. I could feel each day the growth of a strange new vigour in my limbs, a vast force that was something tangibly expressive to eternal life. Slowly my anguish began to die. After a week more, I began to understand how my emotions were leaving me, how love and beauty and everything of which poetry was made, how all this was going. I couldn't bear the thought at first. I would look at the golden sunlight and the blue shadow of the wind, and I would say, "God, how beautiful!" and the words would echo meaninglessly in my ears. Or I would remember Alice's face, that face I had once loved so inextinguishably, and I would weep and clutch my forehead and clench my fists, crying, "Oh God, how can I live without her?" Yet there would be a little strange fancy in my head at the same moment saying, "Who is this Alice? You know no such person." And truly I would wonder whether she had ever existed. So, slowly, the old emotions were shed away from me, and I began to joy in a corresponding growth of my mental perceptions. I began to toy idly with mathematical formulae I had forgotten years ago, in the same fashion that a poet toys with a word and its shades of meaning. I would look at everything with new, seeing eyes, new perception, and I would understand things I had never understood before, because formerly my emotions had always occupied me more than my thoughts. And so the weeks went by, until one day I was well. What, after all, is the use of this chronicle? Surely there will never be men to read it. I have heard them say that the snow will never go. I will be buried. It will be buried with me, and it will be the end of us both. Yet somehow it eases my weary soul a little to write. Need I say that I lived, thereafter, many thousands of years until this day? I cannot detail that life. It's a long round of new, fantastic impressions, coming dreamlike one after another, melting into each other. In looking back, as in looking back upon dreams, I seem to recall only a few isolated periods clearly, and it seems that my imagination must have filled in the swift movement between episodes. I think now, of necessity, in terms of centuries and millenniums rather than days and months. The snow blows terribly about my little fire, and I know it will soon gather courage to quench us both. Years passed, at first with a sort of clear wonder. I watched things that took place everywhere in the world. I studied. The other students were much amazed to see me, a man of 30-odd, coming back to college. "But Judas Dennell, you've already got your PhD. What more do you want?" So they would all ask me, and I would reply, "I want an MD, and an FRCS." I didn't tell them that I wanted degrees in law, too, and in biology, and chemistry, in architecture and engineering, in psychology and philosophy. Even so, I believe they thought me mad. But poor fools, I would think. They can hardly realize that I have all of eternity before me to study. I went to school for many decades. I would pass from university to university, leisurely gathering all the fruits of every subject I took up, revelling in study as no student revelled ever before. There was no need of hurry in my life, no fear of death too soon. There was a magnificence of vigour in my body, and a magnificence of vision and clarity in my brain. I felt myself a superman. I had only to go on storing up wisdom until the day should come when all knowledge of the world was mine, and then I could command the world. I had no need for hurry. O vast life! How I gloried in my eternity! and how little good it has ever done me, by the irony of God. For several centuries, changing my name and passing from place to place, I continued my studies. I had no consciousness of monotony, for to the intellect, monotony cannot exist. It was one of those emotions I had left behind. One day, however, in the year 2132, a great discovery was made by a man called Zarentzov. It had to do with the curvature of space, quite changing the conceptions that we had all followed since Einstein. I had long ago mastered the last detail of Einstein's theory, as had in time the rest of the world. I threw myself immediately into the study of this new epoch-making conception. To my amazement, it all seemed to me curiously dim and elusive. I could not quite grasp what Zarentzov was trying to formulate. "Why," I cried, "the thing is a monstrous fraud." I went to the professor of physics in the university I then attended, and I told him it was a fraud, a huge book of mere nonsense. He looked at me rather pityingly. "I'm afraid, Modevsky," he said, addressing me by the name I was at the time using, "I am afraid you do not understand it, that is all. When your mind has broadened, you should apply yourself more carefully to your physics." But that angered me, for I had mastered my physics before he was ever born. I challenged him to explain the theory, and he did. He put it, obviously, in the clearest language he could. Yet I understood nothing. I stared at him dumbly until he shook his head impatiently, saying that it was useless, that if I could not grasp it, I would simply have to keep on studying. I was stunned. I wandered away in a daze. For do you see what happened? During all those years I had studied ceaselessly, and my mind had been clear and quick as the day I first had left the hospital. But all the time I had been able to only remain what I was, an extraordinary, intelligent man of the 20th century, and the rest of the race had been progressing. It had been swiftly gathering knowledge and power and ability all that time, faster and faster, while I had been only remaining still. And now here was Zarentzov and the teachers of the universities, and probably 100 intelligent men who had all outstripped me. I was being left behind. And that is what happened. I need not dilate further upon it. By the end of that century, I had been left behind by all the students of the world, and I never did understand Zarentzov. Other men came with other theories, and these theories were accepted by the world, but I could not understand them. My intellectual life was at an end. I had nothing more to understand. I knew everything I was capable of knowing, and thenceforth I could only play wearily with the old ideas. Many things happened in the world. A time came when the East and West, two mighty unified hemispheres, rose up in arms, the civil war of a planet. I recall only chaotic visions of fire and thunder and hell. It was all incomprehensible to me, like a bizarre dream. Things happened. People rushed about, but I never knew what they were doing. I lurked during all that time in a tiny, shuddering hole in the city of Yokohama, and by miracle I survived. And the East won. But it seems to have mattered little who did win, for all the world had become, in all except its few remaining prejudices, a single race, and nothing was changed when it was all rebuilt again under a single government. I saw the first of the strange creatures who appeared among us in the year 6371, men who were later known to be from the planet Venus. But they were repulsed, for they were savages compared with the Earthmen, although they were about equal to the people of my own century, 1900. Those of them who did not perish of the cold after the intense warmth of their world, and those who were not killed by our hands, those few returned silently home again. And I've always regretted that I had not the courage to go with them. I watched a time when the world reached perfection in mechanics, when men could accomplish anything with a touch of the finger. Strange men, these creatures of the 100th century, men with huge brains and tiny shriveled bodies, atrophied limbs and slow, ponderous movements on their little conveyances. It was I with my ancient compunctions who shuddered when at last they put to death all the perverts, the criminals, and the insane, ridding the world of the scum for which they had no more need. It was then that I was forced to produce my tattered old papers proving my identity and my story. They knew it was true in some strange fashion of theirs, and thereafter I was kept on exhibition as an archaic survival. I saw the world made immortal through the new invention of a man called Cathol, who used somewhat the same method legend decreed had been used upon me. I observed the end of speech, of all perceptions except one, when men learned to communicate directly by thought, and to receive directly into the brain all the myriad vibrations of the universe. All these things I saw, and more, until that time when there was no more discovery, but a perfect world in which there was no need for anything but memory. Men ceased to count time at last. Several hundred years after the 154th dynasty from the last war, or as we would have counted in my time, about 200,000 AD, official records of time were no longer kept carefully. They fell into disuse. Men began to forget years, to forget time at all. Of what significance was time when one was immortal? After long, uncounted centuries, a time came when the days grew noticeably colder. Slowly, the winters became longer, and the summers diminished to but a month or two. Fierce storms raged endlessly in winter, and in summer sometimes there was severe frost. Sometimes there was only frost. In the high places, and in the north, and in the sub-equatorial south, the snow came and would not go. Men died by the thousands in the higher latitudes. New York became, after a while, the furthest habitable city north, an Arctic city where warmth seldom penetrated. And great fields of ice began to make their way southward, grinding before them the brittle remains of civilizations, covering over relentlessly all of man's proud work. Snow appeared in Florida and Italy one summer. In the end, snow was there always. Men left New York, Chicago, Paris, Yokohama, and everywhere they travelled by the millions southward, perishing as they went, pursued by the snow and the cold, and that inevitable field of ice. They were feeble creatures when the cold first came upon them, but I speak in terms of thousands of years, and they turned every weapon of science to the recovery of their physical power, for they foresaw that the only chance for survival lay in a hard, strong body. As for me, at last I had found a use for my few powers, for my physique was the finest in that world. It was but little comfort, however, for we were all united in our awful fear of that cold and that grinding field of ice. All the great cities were deserted. We would catch silent, fearful glimpses of them as we sped on in our mechanics over the snow. Great, hungry, haggard skeletons of cities, shrouded in banks of snow, snow that the wind rustled through desolate streets where the cream of human life had once passed in calm security. Yet still the ice pursued. For men had forgotten about that last ice age, when they ceased to reckon time, when they lost sight of the future and steeped themselves in memories. They had not remembered that a time must come when ice would lie white and smooth over all the earth, when the sun would shine bleakly between unending intervals of dim twilight, snow and sleet. Slowly, the ice pursued us down the earth, until all the feeble remains of civilization were gathered in Egypt and India and South America. The deserts flowered again, but the frost would come always to bite the tiny crops, for still the ice came. All the world now, but for a narrow strip around the equator, was one great, silent, desolate vista of stark ice plains, ice that brooded above the hidden ruins of cities that had endured for hundreds of thousands of years. It was terrible to imagine the awful solitude and the endless twilight that lay on these places, and the grim snow, sailing in silence over all. It surrounded us on all sides, until life remained only in a few scattered clearings all about that equator of the globe, with an eternal fire going to hold away the hungry ice. Perpetual winter reigned now, and we were becoming terror-stricken beasts that preyed on each other for a life already doomed. Ah, but I, the archaic survival, I had my revenge then, with my great physique and strong jaws. God, let me think of something else. Those men who lived upon each other. It was horrible, and I was one. So, inevitably, the ice closed in. One day, the men of our tiny clearing were but a score. We huddled about our dying fire of bones and stray logs. We said nothing. We just sat in deep, wordless, thoughtless silence. We were the last outpost of mankind. I think suddenly something very noble must have transformed these creatures to a semblance of what they had been of old, and I saw in their eyes the question they sent from one another, and in every eye I saw the answer was yes. With one accord, they rose before my eyes, and, ignoring me as a baser creature, they stripped away their load of tattered rags, and one by one they stalked with their tiny shriveled limbs into the shivering gale of swirling, gusting snow, and disappeared. And I was alone. So am I alone now. I have written this last fantastic history of myself and of mankind upon a substance that will, I know, outlast even the snow and the ice, as it has outlasted mankind that made it. It's the only thing with which I have never parted, for it's not irony that I should be the historian of this race. I, a savage, an archaic survival. Why do I write? God knows, but some instinct prompts me, although there will be never men to read. I have been sitting here, waiting, and I have thought often of Sir John and Alice, whom I loved. Can it be that I'm feeling again, after all these ages, some tiny portion of that emotion, that great passion I once knew? I see her face before me, the face I've lost from my thoughts for eons, and something is in it that stirs my blood again. Her eyes are half closed and deep. Her lips are parted as though I could crush them with an infinity of wonder and discovery. Oh God, is it love again? Love that I thought was lost. They have often smiled upon me when I spoke of God, and muttered about my foolish, primitive superstitions, but they are gone, and I am left who believe in God, and surely there's purpose in it. I am cold, I've written. I am frozen. My breath freezes as it mingles with the air, and I can hardly move my numbed fingers. The ice is closing over me, and I cannot break it any longer. The storm cries weirdly all about me in the twilight, and I know this is the end of the world. And I, the last man, I'm cold, cold. But is it you, Alice? Is it you?
End of The Coming of the Ice by G. Peyton Wertenbaker. Recording by Giles Baker.
All by Raymond Z. Gallun. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Gregg, Margarite. The Eternal Wall by Raymond Z. Gallun. A scream of brakes, the splash into icy waters, a long descent into alkaline depths. It was death. But Ned Vince lived again, 1,000,000 years later. "See you in half an hour, Betty," said Ned Vince over the party telephone. "We'll be out at the Silver Basket before 10:30. Ned Vince was eager for the company of the girl he loved. That was why he was in a hurry to get to the neighboring town of Hurley, where she lived. His old car rattled and roared as he swung it recklessly around Pit Bend. There was where death tapped him on the shoulder. Another car leaped suddenly into view, its lights glaring blindingly past a high, up-jutting mass of Jurassic rock at the turn of the road. Dazzled and befuddled by his own rash speed, Ned Vince had only swift young reflexes to rely on to avoid a fearful telescoping collision. He flicked his wheel smoothly to the right, but the County Highway Commission hadn't yet tarred the traffic-loosened gravel at the bend. Ned could scarcely have chosen a worse place to start sliding and spinning. His car hit the white-painted wooden rail sideways, crashed through, tumbled down a steep slope, struck a huge boulder, bounced up a little, and arced outward, falling as gracefully as a swan diver toward the inky waters of the pit 50 feet beneath. Ned Vince was still dimly conscious when that black, quiet pool geysered around him in a mighty splash. He had only a dazzling welt on his forehead and a gag of terror in his throat. Movement was slower now, as he began to sink, trapped inside his wrecked car. Nothing that he could imagine could mean doom more certainly than this. The pit was a tremendously deep pocket in the ground, spring-fed. The edges of that almost bottomless pool were caked with a rim of white, for the water, on which dead birds so often floated, was surcharged with alkali. As that heavy nitronious liquid rushed up through the openings and cracks beneath his feet, Ned Vince knew that his friends and family would never see his body again. Lost beyond recovery in this abyss. The car was deeply submerged. The light had blinked out on the dash panel, leaving Ned in absolute darkness. A flood rushed in at the shattered window. He clawed at the door, trying to open it, but it was jammed in the crash-bent frame, and he couldn't fight against the force of that incoming water. The welt left by the blow he had received on his forehead put a thickening mist over his brain so that he could not think clearly. Presently, when he could no longer hold his breath, bitter liquid was sucked into his lungs. His last thoughts were those of a drowning man. The machine shop he and his dad had had in Harwich. Betty Moore with the smiling Irish eyes, like in the song. Betty and he had planned to go to the State University this fall. They'd planned to be married sometime. Goodbye, Betty. The ripples that had ruffled the surface waters in the pit quieted again to glassy smoothness. The eternal stars shone calmly. The geologic Dakota hills, which might have seen the dinosaurs, still bulked along the highway. Time, the brother of death and the father of change, seemed to wait. "Kali! Tick, 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 tick! Kali!" The excited cry, which no human throat could quite have duplicated accurately, arose thinly from the depths of a powder-dry gulch, water-scarred from an inconceivable antiquity. The noonday sun was red and huge. The air was tenuous, dehydrated, chill. "Kali! Tick, 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 tick!" At first there was only one voice uttering those weird, triumphant sounds. Then other vocal organs took up that trilling wail and those short, sharp chuckles of eagerness. Other questioning, wondering notes mixed with the cadence. Lacking qualities identifiable as human, the disturbance was still like the babble of a group of workmen who have discovered something remarkable. The desolate expanse around the gulch was all but without motion. The icy breeze tore tiny puffs of dust from grotesque, angling drifts of soil, nearly waterless for eons. Patches of drab lichen grew here and there on the up-jutting rocks, but in the desert itself no other life was visible. Even the hills had sagged away, flattened by incalculable ages of erosion. At a mile distance a crumbling heap of rubble arose. Once it had been a building. A gigantic, jagged mass of detritus slanted upward from its crest, red debris that had once been steel. A launching catapult for the last spaceships built by the gods in Exodus. Perhaps it was 500,000 years ago? Man was gone from the earth. Glacial ages, war, decadence, disease, and a final scattering of those ultimate superhumans to newer worlds in other solar systems had done that. Kali! The sounds were not human. They were more like the chatter and wail of small desert animals. But there was a seeming paradox here in the depths of the gulch, too. The glint of metal, sharp and burnished. The flat, streamlined bulk of a flying machine, shiny and new. The bell-like muzzle of a strange excavator apparatus, which seemed to depend on a blast of atoms to clear away rock and soil. Thus the gulch had been cleared of the accumulated rubbish of antiquity. Man, it seemed, had a successor as ruler of the earth. Lloyd Chuck had flown his geological expedition out from the far lowlands to the east, out from the city of Kar-Ra, and he was very happy now, flushed with a vast and unlooked-for success. He crouched there on his haunches at the dry bottom of the pit. The breeze rumpled his long brown fur. He wasn't very different in appearance from his ancestors, a foot tall perhaps, as he squatted there in that antique stance of his. His tail was short and furred, his undersides creamy. White whiskers spread around his inquisitive, pink-tipped snout. But his cranium bulged up and forward between shrewd, beady eyes, betraying the slow heritage of time, of survival of the fittest, of evolution. He could think and dream and invent, and the civilization of his kind was already far beyond that of the ancient 20th century. Lloyd Chuck and his fellow workers were gathered, tense and gleeful, around the things their digging had exposed to the daylight. There was a gob of junk, scarcely more than an irregular formation of flaky rust, but embedded in it was a huddled form, brown and hard as old wood. The dry mud that had encased it like an airtight coffin had by now been chipped away by the tiny investigators, but soiled clothing still hung to it, after perhaps 1,000,000 years. Metal had gone into decay, yes, but not this body. The answer to this was simple: alkali. A mineral saturation that had held time and change in stasis. A perfect preservative for organic tissue, aided probably during most of these passing eras by desert dryness. The Dakotas had turned arid very swiftly. This body was not a mere fossil. It was a mummy. Kali! Man, that meant. Not the star-conquering demigods, but the ancestral stock that had built the first machines on Earth, and in the early 21st century the first interplanetary rockets. No wonder Lloyd Chuck and his co-workers were happy in their paleontological enthusiasm. A strange accident, happening in a legendary antiquity, had aided them in their quest for knowledge. At last Lloyd Chuck gave a soft chirping signal. The chant of triumph ended, while instruments flicked in his tiny hands. The final instrument he used to test the mummy looked like a miniature stereoscope with complicated details. He held it over his eyes. On the tiny screen within, through the agency of focused X-rays, he saw magnified images of the internal organs of this ancient human corpse. What his probing gaze revealed to him made his pleasure even greater than before. In twittering, chattering sounds he communicated his further knowledge to his henchmen. Though devoid of moisture, the mummy was perfectly preserved, even to its brain cells. Medical and biological sciences were far advanced among Lloyd Chuck's kind. Perhaps by the application of principles long known to them, this long-dead body could be made to live again. It might move, speak, remember its past. What a marvelous subject for study it would make back there in the museums of Kar-Ra. But Lloyd silenced this fresh, eager chattering with a command. Work was always more substantial than cheering. With infinite care, small, sharp hand tools were used. Now the mummy of Ned Vince was disengaged from the worthless rust of his primitive automobile. With infinite care it was crated in a metal case and hauled into the flying machine. Flashing flame, the latter arose, bearing the entire 100 members of the expedition. The craft shot eastward at bullet-like speed. The spreading continental plateau of North America seemed to crawl backward beneath. A tremendous sand desert marked with low, washed-down mountains and the vague, angular, geometric mounds of human cities that were gone forever. Beyond the eastern rim of the continent, the plain dipped downward steeply. The white of dried salt was on the hills, but there was a little green growth here, too. The dead sea bottom of the vanished Atlantic was not as dead as the highlands. Far out in a deep valley, Kar-Ra, the city of the rodents, came into view. A crystalline maze of low bubble-like structures glinting in the red sunshine. But this was only its surface aspect. Loy Chuck's people had built their homes mostly underground since the beginning of their foggy evolution. Besides, in this latter day, the nights were very cold. The shelter of subterranean passages and rooms was welcome. The mummy was taken to Loy Chuck's laboratory, a short distance below the surface. Here at once the scientist began his work. The body of the ancient man was put in a large vat. Fluids submerged it, slowly soaking from that hardened flesh the alkali that had preserved it for so long. The fluid was changed often, until woody muscles and other tissues became pliable once more. Then the more delicate process began. Still submerged in liquid, the corpse was submitted to a flow of restorative energy passing between complicated electrodes. The cells of antique flesh and brain gradually took on a chemical composition nearer to that of the life that they had once known. At last the final liquid was drained away, and the mummy lay there, a mummy no more, but a pale, silent figure in its tatters of clothing. Loy Chuck put an odd metal fabric helmet on its head, and a second, much smaller helmet on his own. Connected with this arrangement was a black box of many uses. For hours he worked with his apparatus, studying and guiding the recording instruments. The time passed swiftly. At last, eager and ready for whatever might happen now, Loy Chuck pushed another switch. With a cold, rosy flare, energy blazed around that moveless form. For Ned Vince, timeless eternity ended like a gradual fading mist. When he could see clearly again, he experienced that inevitable shock of vast change around him. Though it had been dehydrated, his brain had been kept perfectly intact through the ages, and now it was restored. So his memories were as vivid as yesterday. Yet through that crystalline vat in which he lay, he could see a broad, low room in which he could barely have stood erect. He saw instruments and equipment whose weird shapes suggested alienness and knowledge beyond the era he had known. The walls were lavender and phosphorescent. Fossil bone fragments were mounted in shallow cases. Dinosaur bones, some of them seemed, from their size. But there was a complete skeleton of a dog, too, and the skeleton of a man, and a second man skeleton that was not quite human. Its neck vertebrae were very thick and solid, its shoulders were wide, and its skull was gigantic. All this weirdness had a violent effect on Ned Vince, a sudden nostalgic panic. Something was fearfully wrong. The nervous terror of the unknown was on him. Feeble and dizzy after his weird resurrection, which he could not understand, remembering as he did that moment of sinking to certain death in the pool at Pit Bend, he caught the edge of the transparent vat and pulled himself to a sitting posture. There was a muffled murmur around him, as of some vast unearthly metropolis. "Take it easy, Ned Vince." The words themselves and the way they were assembled were old, familiar friends, but the tone was wrong. It was high, shrill, parrot-like, and mechanical. Ned's gaze searched for the source of the voice, located the black box just outside of his crystal vat. From that box the voice seemed to have originated. Before it crouched a small brownish animal with a bulging head. The animal's tiny fingered paws, hands they were really, were touching rows of keys. To Ned Vince it was all utterly insane and incomprehensible. A rodent looking like a prairie dog, a little, but plainly possessing a high order of intelligence, and a voice whose soothingly familiar words were more repugnant somehow, simply because they could never belong in a place as eerie as this. Ned Vince did not know how Loy Chuck had probed his brain with the aid of a pair of helmets and the black box apparatus. He did not know that in the latter his language, taken from his own revitalized mind, was recorded, and that Loy Chuck had only to press certain buttons to make the instrument express his thoughts in common, long-dead English. Loy, whose vocal organs were not human, would have had great difficulty speaking English words anyway. Ned's dark hair was wildly awry. His gaunt young face held befuddled terror. He gasped in the thin atmosphere. "I've gone nuts," he pronounced with a curious calm. "Stark, starin' nuts." Loy's box, with its recorded English words and its sonic detectors, could translate for its master too. As the man spoke, Loy read the illuminated symbols in his own language, flashed on a frosted crystal plate before him. Thus he knew what Ned Vince was saying. Loy Chuck pressed more keys, and the box reproduced his answer. "No, Ned, not nuts, not a bit of it. There are just a lot of things that you've got to get used to, that's all. You drowned about 1,000,000 years ago. I discovered your body. I brought you back to life. We have science that can do that. I'm Loy Chuck." It took only a moment for the box to tell the full story in clear, bold, friendly terms. Thus Loy sought with calm human logic to make his charge feel at home. Probably, though, he was a fool to suppose that he could succeed thus. Vince started to mutter, struggling desperately to reason it out. "A prairie dog," he said, "speaking to me 1,000,000 years. Evolution. The scientists say that people grew up from fishes in the sea. Prairie dogs are smart, so maybe super prairie dogs could come from them. A lot easier than men from fish." It was all sound logic. Even Ned Vince knew that. Still, his mind, tuned to ordinary simple things, couldn't quite realize all the vast things that had happened to himself and to the world. The scope of it all was too staggeringly big. 1,000,000 years? God! Ned Vince made a last effort to control himself. His knuckles tightened on the edge of the vat. "I don't know what you've been talking about," he grated wildly, "but I want to get out of here. I want to go back where I came from. Do you understand, whoever or whatever you are?" Loy Chuck pressed more keys. "But you can't go back to the 20th century," said the box. "Nor is there any better place for you to be now than Kara. You are the only man left on Earth. Those men that exist in other star systems are not really your kind anymore. Though their forefathers originated on this planet, they have gone far beyond you in evolution. To them you would be only a senseless curiosity. You are much better off with my people. Our minds are much more like yours. We will take care of you and make you comfortable." But Ned Vince wasn't listening now. "You are the only man left on Earth." That had been enough for him to hear. He didn't more than half believe it. His mind was too confused for conviction about anything. Everything he saw and felt and heard might be some kind of nightmare. But then it might all be real instead, and that was abysmal horror. Ned was no coward. Death and danger of any ordinary earthly kind he could have faced bravely, but the loneliness here and the utter strangeness were hideous, like being stranded alone on another world. His heart was pounding heavily and his eyes were wide. He looked across this eerie room. There was a ramp there at the other side, leading upward instead of a stairway. Fierce impulse to escape this nameless lair, to try to learn the facts for himself, possessed him. He bounded out of the vat, and with head down, dashed for the ramp. He had to go most of the way on his hands and knees, for the upslanting passage was low. Excited animal chucklings around him, and the occasional touch of a furry body, hurried his feverish scrambling. But he emerged at last at the surface. He stood there panting in that frigid, rarefied air. It was night. The moon was a gigantic, pockmarked bulk. The constellations were unrecognizable. The rodent city was a glowing expanse of shallow, crystalline domes set among odd scrub trees and bushes. The crags loomed on all sides, all their jaggedness lost after 1,000,000 years of erosion under an ocean that was gone. In that ghastly moonlight, the ground glistened with dry salt. "Well, I guess it's all true. Huh," Ned Vince muttered in a flat tone. Behind him he heard an excited, squeaky chattering. Rodents in pursuit. Looking back, he saw the pinpoint gleams of countless little eyes. Yes, he might as well be in exile on another planet, so changed had the Earth become. A wave of intolerable homesickness came over him as he sensed the distances of time that had passed. Those inconceivable eons, separating himself from his friends, from Betty, from almost everything that was familiar. He started to run away from those glittering rodent eyes. He sensed death in that cold sea bottom. But what of it? What reason did he have left to live? He'd be only a museum piece here, a thing to be caged and studied. Prison or a madhouse would be far better. He tried to get a hold of his courage, but what was there to inspire it? Nothing. He laughed harshly as he ran, welcoming that bitter, killing cold. Nostalgia had him in its clutch, and there was no answer in this hell world, lost beyond the barrier of the years. Lloyd Chuck and his followers presently came upon Ned Vince's unconscious form a mile from the city of Kar-Ra. In a flying machine they took him back and applied stimulants. He came to in the same laboratory room as before, but he was firmly strapped to a low platform this time, so that he could not escape again. There he lay, helpless, until presently an idea occurred to him. It gave him a few crumbs of hope. "Hey, somebody!" he called. "You'd better get some rest, Ned Vince," came the answer from the black box. It was Lloyd Chuck speaking again. "But listen," Ned protested. "You know a lot more than we did in the 20th century, and, well, there's that thing called time travel that I used to read about. Maybe you know how to make it work. Maybe you could send me back to my own time after all." Little Lloyd Chuck was in a black, discouraged mood himself. He could understand the utter sick dejection of this giant from the past, lost from his own kind, probably insanity looming. In far less extreme circumstances than this, death from homesickness had come. Lloyd Chuck was a scientist, in common with all real scientists, regardless of the species from which they spring. He loved the subjects of his researches. He wanted this ancient man to live and to be happy, or this creature would be of scant value for study. So Lloyd considered carefully what Ned Vince had suggested. Time travel, almost a legend. An assault upon an intangible wall that had baffled far keener wits than Lloyd's. But he was bent now on the well-being of this anachronism. He had so miraculously resurrected this human, this Kali. Lloyd jabbed buttons on the black box. "Yes, Ned Vince," said the sonic apparatus. "Time travel. Perhaps that is the only thing to do, to send you back to your own period of history. For I see that you will never be yourself here. It will be hard to accomplish, but we'll try. Now I shall put you under an anesthetic." Ned felt better immediately, for there was real hope now, where there had been none before. Maybe he'd be back in his hometown of Harwich again. Maybe he'd see the old machine shop there, and the trees greening out in spring. Maybe he'd be seeing Betty Moore in Hurley soon. Ned relaxed as a tiny hypo needle bit into his arm. As soon as Ned Vince passed into unconsciousness, Lloyd Chuck went to work once more, using that pair of brain helmets again, exploring carefully the man's mind. After hours of research, he proceeded to prepare his plans. The government of Kar-Ra was a scientific oligarchy of which Lloyd was a prime member. It would be easy to get the help he needed. A horde of small, gray-furred beings and their machines toiled for many days. Ned Vince's mind swam gradually out of the blur that had enveloped it. He was wandering aimlessly in a familiar room. The girders of the roof above were of red-painted steel. His tool benches were there, greasy and littered with metal filings, just as they had always been. He had a tractor to repair, and a seed drill. Outside of the machine shop, the old familiar yellow sun was shining. Across the street was the small brown house where he lived. With a sudden startlement, he saw Betty Moore in the doorway. She wore a blue dress, and a mischievous smile curved her lips, as though she had succeeded in creeping up on him for a surprise. "Why, Ned," she chuckled, "you look as though you've been dreaming and just woke up." He grimaced ruefully as she approached. With a kind of fierce gratitude, he took her in his arms. Yes, she was just like always. "I guess I was dreaming, Betty," he whispered, feeling that mighty sense of relief. "I must have fallen asleep at the bench here and had a nightmare. I thought I had an accident at Pit Ben and that a lot of worse things happened. But it wasn't true." Ned Vince's mind, over which there was still an elusive fog that he did not try to shake off, accepted apparent facts simply. He did not know anything about the invisible radiations beating down upon him, soothing and dimming his brain, so that it would never question or doubt or observe too closely the incongruous circumstances that must often appear. The lack of traffic in the street without, for instance, and the lack of people besides himself and Betty. He didn't know that this machine shop was built from his own memories of the original. He didn't know that this Betty was of the same origin, a miraculous fabrication of metal and energy units and soft plastic. The trees outside were only lantern slide illusions. It was all built inside a great opaque dome. But there were hidden television systems, too. Thus Lloyd Chuck's kind could study this ancient man, this Kali. Thus their motives were mostly selfish. Loy, though, was not observing now. He had wandered far out into the cold, sad sea bottom to ponder. He squeaked and chattered to himself, contemplating the magnificent, inexorable march of the ages. He remembered the ancient ruins left by the final supermen. The Kali believes himself home, Loy was thinking. He will survive and be happy. But there was no other way. Time is an eternal wall. Our archaeological researches among the cities of the supermen show the truth. Even they who once ruled the earth never escaped from the present by so much as an instant. End of The Eternal Wall by Raymond Z. Gallun. By Harry Harrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Gregg Margarite. The K Factor by Harry Harrison. We're losing a planet, Neil. I'm afraid that I can't understand it. The bald and wrinkled head wobbled a bit on the thin neck, and his eyes were moist. Abravanel was a very old man. Looking at him, Neil realized for the first time just how old and close to death he was. It was a profoundly shocking thought. "Pardon me, sir," Neil broke in, "but is it possible to lose a planet? I mean, if the readings are done correctly and the K-factor equations worked to the 10th decimal place, then it's really a matter of adjustment, making the indicated corrections. After all, societics is an exact science." "Exact? Exact? Of course it's not. Have I taught you so little that you dare to say that to me?" Anger animated the old man, driving the shadow of death back a step or two. Neil hesitated, feeling his hands quiver ever so slightly, groping for the right words. Societics was his faith and his teacher, Abravanel its only prophet. This man before him, carefully preserved by the age-retarding drugs, was unique in the galaxy, a living anachronism, a refugee from history books. Abravanel had single-handedly worked out the equations, spelled out his science of societics. Then he had trained 7 generations of students in its fundamentals. Hearing the articles of his faith defamed by its creator produced a negative feedback loop in Neil so strong his hands vibrated in tune with it. It took a jarring effort to crack out of the cycle. "The laws that control societics, as postulated by you, are as exact as any others in the unified field theory universe." "No, they're not. And if any man I taught believes that nonsense, I'm retiring tomorrow and dropping dead the day after. My science, and it is really not logical to call it a science, is based on observation, experimentation, control groups, and corrected observations. And though we have made observations in the millions, we are dealing in units in the billions. And the interactions of these units are multiples of that. And let us never forget that our units are people who, when they operate as individuals, do so in a completely different manner. So you cannot truthfully call my theories exact. They fit the facts well enough, and produce results in practice. That has been empirically proven. So far. Someday, I am sure we will run across a culture that doesn't fit my rules. At that time, the rules will have to be revised. We may well have that situation now on Himmel. There's trouble cooking there." "They have always had a high activity count, sir," Neil put in hopefully. "High, yes, but always negative, until now. Now it is slightly positive, and nothing we can do seems to change it. That's why I've called you in. I want you to run a new basic survey, ignoring the old ones still in operation, to re-examine the checkpoints of our graphs. The trouble may lie there." Neil thought before he answered, picking his words carefully. "Wouldn't that be a little unethical, sir? After all, Hengly, who is operator there now, is a friend of mine. Going behind his back, you know." "I know nothing of the sort," Abravanel snorted. "We are not playing for poker chips or seeing who can get a paper published first. Have you forgotten what societics is?" Neil answered by rote. "The applied study of the interaction of individuals in a culture, the interaction of the group generated by these individuals, the equations derived therefrom, and the application of these equations to control one or more factors of this same culture." And what is the one factor that we have tried to control in order to make all the other factors possible of existence? War, Neil said in a very small voice. Very good then. There is no doubt what it is we are talking about. You are going to land quietly on Himmel, do a survey as quickly as possible, and transmit the data back here. There is no cause to think of it as sneaking behind Hengly's back, but as doing something to help him set the matter right. Is that understood? Yes, sir, Neil said firmly this time, straightening his back and letting his right hand rest reassuringly on the computer slung from his belt. Excellent. Then it is now time to meet your assistant. Abravanel touched a button on his desk. It was an unexpected development, and Neil waited with interest as the door opened, but he turned away abruptly, his eyes slitted and his face white with anger. Abravanel introduced them. Neil Sidorak, this is Costa. I know him. He was in my class for 6 months. There wasn't the slightest touch of friendliness in Neil's voice now. Abravanel either ignored it or didn't hear it. He went on, as if the two cold, distant young men were the best of friends. Classmates. Very good. Then there is no need to make introductions, though it might be best to make clear your separate areas of control. This is your project, Neil, and Adeo Costa will be your assistant, following your orders and doing whatever he can to help. You know he isn't a graduate societist, but he has done a lot of field work for us and can help you greatly in that. And of course he will be acting as an observer for the UN and making his own reports in this connection. Neil's anger was hot and apparent. So he's a UN observer now. I wonder if he still holds his old job at the same time. I think it's only fair, sir, that you know he works for Interpol. Abravanel's ancient and weary eyes looked at both men, and he sighed. Wait outside, Costa, he said. Neil will be with you in a minute. Costa left without a word, and Abravanel waved Neil back to his chair. Listen to me now, he said, and stop playing tunes on that infernal buzzer. Neil snapped his hand away from the belt computer as if it had suddenly grown hot. A hesitant finger reached out to clear the figures he had nervously been setting up, then thought better of it. Abravanel sucked life into his ancient pipe and squinted at the younger man. Listen, he said, you have led a very sheltered life here at the university, and that is probably my fault. No, don't look angry. I don't mean about girls. In that matter, undergraduates have been the same for centuries. I'm talking about people in groups, individuals, politics, and all the complicated mess that makes up human life. This has been your area of study, and the program is carefully planned so you can study it second hand. The important thing is to develop the abstract viewpoint, since any attempt to prejudge results can only mean disaster, and it has been proven many times that a man with a certain interest will make many unwitting errors to shape an observation or experiment in favor of his interest. No, we could have none of that here. We are following the proper study of mankind, and we must do that by keeping personally on the outside, to preserve our perspective. When you understand that, you understand many small things about the university. Why we give only resident student scholarships at a young age, and why the out-of-the-way location here in the Dolomites. You will also see the reason why the campus bookstore stocks all of the books published, but never has an adequate supply of newspapers. The agreed policy has been to see that you all mature with the long view. Then, hopefully, you will be immune to short-term political interests after you leave. This policy has worked well in turning out men with the correct attitude towards their work. It has also turned out a fair number of self-centered, egocentric horrors. Neil flushed. Do you mean that I... No, I don't mean you. If I did, I wouldn't say so. Your worst fault, if you can call it a fault since it is the very thing we have been trying to bring about, is that you have a very provincial attitude towards the universe. Now is the time to re-examine some of those ideas. Firstly, what do you think the attitude of the UN is towards societics? There was no easy answer. Neil could see traps ready for anything he said. His words were hesitant. I can't say I've really ever thought about it. I imagine the UN would be in favor of it, since we make their job of world government that much easier. No such thing, Abravanel said, tempering the sharpness of his words with a smile. To put it in the simplest language, they hate our guts. They wish I had never formulated societics, and at the same time they are very glad that I did. They are in the position of the man who caught the tiger by the tail. The man enjoys watching the tiger eat all of his enemies, but as each one is consumed, his worry grows greater. What will happen when the last one is gone? Will the tiger then turn and eat him? Well, we are the UN's tiger. Societics came along just at the time it was sorely needed. Earth had settled a number of planets and governed them, first as outposts, then as colonies. The most advanced planets very quickly outgrew the colony stage and flexed their independent muscles. The UN had no particular desire to rule an empire, but at the same time they had to ensure Earth's safety. I imagine they were considering all sorts of schemes, including outright military control, when they came to me. Even in its early crude form, Societics provided a stopgap that would give them some breathing time. They saw to it that my work was well endowed and aided me, unofficially of course, in setting up the first control experiments on different planets. We had results, some very good and the others not so bad that the local police couldn't get things back under control after a while. I was, of course, happy to perfect my theories in practice. After 100 years, I had all the rough spots evened down, and we were in business. The UN has never come up with a workable alternative plan, so they have settled down to the uncomfortable business of holding the tiger's tail. They worry and spend vast sums of money, keeping an eye on our work. But why? Neil broke in. Why? Abravanel gave a quick smile. Thank you for your fine character rating. I imagine it is inconceivable to you that I might want to be Emperor of the universe. I could be, you know. The same forces that holds the lid on the planets could just as easily blow them off. Neil was speechless at the awful enormity of the thought. Abravanel rose from behind his desk with an effort and shambled over to lay a thin and feather-light arm on the younger man's shoulders. Those are the facts of life, my boy, and since we cannot escape them, we must live with them. Costa is just a man doing his duty, so try to put up with him, for my sake, if not for your own. Of course, Neil agreed quickly. The whole thing takes a bit of getting used to, but I think I can manage. We'll do as good a job on Himmel as is possible to do. Don't worry about me, sir. Costa was waiting in the next room, puffing quietly on a long cigarette. They left together, walking down the hall in silence. Neil glanced sideways at the wiry, dark-skinned Brazilian and wondered what he could say to smooth things out. He still had his reservations about Costa, but he'd keep them to himself now. Abravanel had ordered peace between them, and what the old man said was the law. It was Costa who spoke first. Can you brief me on Himmel, what we'll find there and be expected to do? Run the basic survey first, of course, Neil told him. Chances are that will be enough to straighten things out. Since the completion last year of the refining equations of De Beer's postulate, all Sigma 110 and Alpha 142 graph points are suspect. Just stop there, please, and run the flag back down the pole, Costa interrupted. I had a 6-month survey of Societics 7 years ago to give me the general idea of the field. I've worked with survey teams since then, but I have only the vaguest idea of the application of the information we got. Could you cover the ground again, only a bit slower? Neil controlled his anger successfully and started again in his best classroom manner. Well, I'm sure you realize that a good survey is half the problem. It must be impartial and exact. If it is accurately done, application of the K-factor equations is almost mechanical. You've lost me again. Everyone always talks about the K-factor, but no one has ever explained just what it is. Neil was warming to his topic now. It's a term borrowed from nucleonics and best understood in that context. Look, you know how an atomic pile works? Essentially just like an atomic bomb. The difference is just a matter of degree and control. In both of them you have neutrons tearing around, some of them hitting nuclei and starting new neutrons going. These in turn hit and start others. This goes on faster and faster, and bam! A few milliseconds later you have an atomic bomb. This is what happens if you don't attempt to control the reaction. However, if you have something like heavy water or graphite that will slow down neutrons, and an absorber like cadmium, you can alter the speed of the reaction. Too much dampening material will absorb too many neutrons and the reaction will stop. Not enough, and the reaction will build up to an explosion. Neither of these extremes is wanted in an atomic pile. What is needed is a happy balance, where you are soaking up just as many neutrons as are being generated all the time. This will give you a constant temperature inside the reactor. The net neutron reproduction constant is then 1. This balance of neutron generation and absorption is the K factor of the reactor. Ideally, 1.00000000. That's the ideal, though impossible to attain in a dynamic system like a reactor. All you need is a few more neutrons around, giving you a K-factor of 1.00000001, and you are headed for trouble. Each extra neutron produces 2, and your production rate soars geometrically towards bang. On the other hand, a K-factor of 0.999999999 is just as bad. Your reaction is spiraling down in the other direction. To control a pile, you watch your K-factor and make constant adjustments. All this I follow, Costa said, but where's the connection with societics? We'll get to that just as soon as you realize and admit that a minute difference of degree can produce a marked difference of kind. You might say that a single impossibly tiny neutron is the difference between an atom bomb and a slowly cooling pile of inert uranium isotopes. Does that make sense? I'm staggering, but still with you. Good. Then try to go along with the analogy that a human society is like an atomic pile. At one extreme, you will have a dying, decadent culture, the remains of a highly mechanized society, living off its capital, using up resources it can't replace because of the lost technology. When the last machine breaks and the final food synthesizer collapses, the people will die. This is the cooled down atomic pile. At the other extreme is complete and violent anarchy, every man thinking only of himself, killing and destroying anything that gets in his way. The atomic explosion. Midway between the two is a vital, active, producing society. This is a generalization, and you must look at it that way. In reality, society is infinitely complex, and the ramifications and possibilities are endless. It can do a lot more things than fizzle or go boom. Pressure of population, war, or persecution patterns can cause waves of immigration. Plant and animal species can be wiped out by momentary needs or fashions. Remember the fate of the passenger pigeon and the American bison? All the pressures, cross-relationships, hungers, needs, hatreds, desires of people are reflected in their interrelationships. One man standing by himself tells us nothing, but as soon as he says something, passes on information in an altered form, or merely expresses an attitude, he becomes a reference point. He can be marked, measured, and entered on a graph. His actions can be grouped with others, and the action of the group measured. Man and his society then becomes a systems problem that can be fed into a computer. We've cut the Gordian knot of the 3 L's and are on our way towards a solution. Stop, Costa said, raising his hand. I was with you as far as the 3 L's. What are they, a private code? Not a code, abbreviation. Linear logic language. The pitfall of all the old researchers. All of them, historians, sociologists, political analysts, anthropologists, were licked before they started. They had to know all about A and B before they could find C. Facts to them were always hooked up in a series, whereas, in truth, they had to be analyzed as a complex circuit, complete with elements like positive and negative feedback and crossover switching, with the whole thing being stirred up constantly by continual homeostasis correction. It's little wonder they did so badly. You can't really say that, Adeo Costa protested. I'll admit that societics has carried the art tremendously far ahead, but there were many basics that had already been discovered. If you are postulating a linear progression from the old social sciences, forget it, Neil said. There is the same relationship here that alchemy holds to physics. The old boys with their frog guts and awful offal knew a bit about things like distilling and smelting, but there was no real order to their knowledge, and it was all an unconsidered byproduct of their single goal, the whole nonsense of transmutation. They passed a lounge, and Adeo waved Neil in after him. Dropping into a chair, he rummaged through his pockets for a cigarette, organizing his thoughts. I'm still with you, he said, but how do we work this back to the K factor? Simple, Neil told him. Once you've gotten rid of the 3 L's and their false conclusions. Remember, politics in the old days was all, we are angels and they are devils. This was literally believed in. In the history of mankind, there has yet to be a war that wasn't backed by the official clergy on each side, and each declared that God was on their side, which leaves you-know-who as prime supporter of the enemy. This theory is no more valid than the one that a single man can lead a country into war. followed by the inference that a well-timed assassination can save the peace. That doesn't sound too unreasonable, Costa said. Of course not. All of the old ideas sound good. They have a simple-minded simplicity that anyone can understand. That doesn't make them true. Kill a war-minded dictator and nothing changes. The violence-oriented society, the factors that produced it, the military party that represents it, none of these are changed. The K factor remains the same. There's that word again. Do I get a definition yet? Neil smiled. Of course. The K factor is one of the many factors that interrelate a society. Abstractly, it is no more important than the other odd 1,000 we work with, but in practice, it is the only one we try to alter. The K factor is the war factor, Adeo Costa said. All the humor was gone now. That's a good enough name for it, Neil said, grinding out his half-smoked cigarette. If a society has a positive K factor, even a slight one that stays positive, then you're going to have a war. Our planetary operators have two jobs. First, to gather and interpret data. Secondly, to keep the K factor negative. They were both on their feet now, moved by the same emotion. And Himmel has a positive one that stays positive, Costa said. Neil Sidorak nodded agreement. Then let's get into the ship and get going, he said. It was a fast trip and a faster landing. The UN cruiser cut its engines and dropped like a rock in free fall. Night rain washed the ports, and the computer cut in the maximum permissible blast for the minimum time that would reduce their speed to 0 at 0 altitude. Deceleration sat on their chests and squeezed their bones to rubber. Something crunched heavily under their stern at the exact instant the drive cut out. Costa was unbelted and out the door while Neil was still feeling his insides shiver back into shape. The unloading had an organized rhythm that rejected Neil. He finally realized he could help best by standing back out of the way while the crewman Grav lifted the heavy cases out through the cargo port into the blackness of the rain-lashed woods. Adeo Costa supervised this and seemed to know what he was doing. A signal rating wearing earphones stood to one side of the lock, chanting numbers that sounded like detector fixes. There was apparently enough time to unload everything, but none to spare. Things got close towards the end. Neil was suddenly bustled out into the rain, and the last two crates were literally thrown out after him. He plowed through the mud to the edge of the clearing and had just enough time to cover his face before the takeoff blast burst out like a new sun. Sit down and relax, Costa told him. Everything is in the green so far. The ship wasn't spotted on the way down. Now all we have to do is wait for transportation. In theory, at least, Adeo Costa was Neil's assistant. In practice, he took complete charge of moving their equipment and getting it under cover in the capital city of Kitez. Men and trucks appeared to help them, and vanished as soon as their work was done. Within 20 hours, they were installed in a large loft, all of the machines uncrated and plugged in. Neil took a no-sleep and began tuning checks on all the circuits, glad of something to do. Costa locked the heavy door behind their last silent helper, then dropped gratefully into one of the bedding rolls. How did the gadgets hold up, he asked. I'm finding out now. They're built to take punishment, but being dropped 12 feet into mud soup, then getting baked by rockets, isn't in the original specs. They crate things well these days, Costa said unworriedly, sucking on a bottle of the famous Himmelian beer. When do you go to work? We're working right now, Neil told him, pulling a folder of papers out of a file. Before we left, I drew up a list of current magazines and newspapers I would need. You can start on these. I'll have a sampling program planned by the time you get back. Costa groaned hollowly and reached for the papers. Once the survey was in operation, it went ahead of its own momentum. Both men grabbed what food and sleep they could. The computers gulped down Neil's figures and spat out tape reels of answers that demanded even more facts. Costa and his unseen helpers were kept busy supplying the material. Only one thing broke the ordered labors of the week. Neil blinked twice at Costa before his equation-fogged brain assimilated an immediate and personal factor. "You've a bandage on your head," he said. "A blood-stained bandage." Little trouble in the streets, mobs, and that's an incredible feat of observation," Costa marveled. "I had the feeling that if I came in here stark naked, you wouldn't notice it." I get involved," Neil said, dropping the papers on the table and kneading a tired furrow between his eyes. "Get wrapped up in the computation. Sorry, I tend to forget about people." "Don't feel sorry for me," Costa said. "You're right, doing the job. I'm supposed to help you, not pose for the before picture in a home hospital ad. Anyway, how are we doing? Is there going to be a war? Certainly seems like one brewing outside. I've seen 2 people lynched who were only suspected of being Earthies. Looks don't mean a thing, Neil said, opening 2 beers. Remember the analogy of the pile? It boils liquid metal and cooks out energy from the infrared through to hard radiation. Yet it keeps on generating power at a nice steady rate. But your A-bomb at 0-1 second looks as harmless as a fallen log. It's the K factor that counts, not surface appearances. This planet may look like a dictator's dream of glory, but as long as we're reading in the negative, things are fine. And how are things? How's our little K factor? Coming out soon, Neil said, pointing at the humming computer. Can't tell about it yet. You never can until the computation is complete. There's a temptation to try and guess from the first figures, but they're meaningless, like trying to predict the winner of a horse race by looking at the starters lined up at the gate. Lots of people think they can. Let them. There are few enough pleasures in this life without taking away all delusions. Behind them the computer thunked and was suddenly still. This is it, Neil said, and pulled out the tape. He ran it quickly through his fingers, mumbling under his breath. Just once he stopped and set some figures into his hand computer. The result flashed in the window and he stared at it, unmoving. Good? Bad? What is it? Neil raised his head and his eyes were 10 years older. Positive. Bad. Much worse than it was when we left Earth. How much time do we have? Don't know for certain, Neil shrugged. I can set it up and get an approximation, but there is no definite point on the scale where war has to break out. Just a going and going until somewhere along the line. I know. Gone, Costa said, reaching for his gun. He slid it into his side pocket. Now it's time to stop looking and start doing. What do I do? Going to kill War Marshal Lomiord? Neil asked distastefully. I thought we had settled that you can't stop a war by assassinating the top man. We also settled that something can be done to change the K factor. The gun is for my own protection. While you're radioing results back to Earth and they're feeling bad about it, I'm going to be doing something. Now you tell me what that something is. This was a different man from the relaxed and quietly efficient Adeo Costa of the past week. All of his muscles were hard with the restrained energy of an animal crouching to leap. The gun, ready in his pocket, had a suddenly new significance. Neil looked away, reaching around for words. This was all very alien to him, and suddenly a little frightening. It was one thing to work out a K problem in class and discuss the theory of correction. It was something entirely different to direct the operation. Well, Costa's voice knifed through his thoughts. You can, well, it's possible to change one of the peak population curves, isolate individuals in groups, and then affect status and location changes. You mean get a lot of guys to take jobs in other towns through the commercial agents? Neil nodded. Too slow, Costa withered the idea with his voice. Fine in the long run, but of absolutely no value in an emergency. He began to pace back and forth. Too quickly. It was more of a bubbling over than a relaxation. Can't you isolate some recent key events that can be reversed? It's possible, Neil thought about it quickly. It wouldn't be a final answer, just a delaying action. That's good enough. Tell me what to do. Neil flipped through his books of notes, checking off the Beta-13s. These were the reinforcers, the individuals and groups who were K-factor amplifiers. It was a long list, which he cut down quickly by crossing off the low-increment additions of multiple groups. Even while the list was incomplete, Neil began to notice a pattern. It was an unlikely one, but it was there. He isolated the motivator and did a frequency check, then sat back and whistled softly. We have a powerhouse here, he said, flipping the paper across the table. Take this organization out of the equations, and you might even knock us negative. Society for the Protection of the Native Born, Costa read. Doesn't sound like they're very important. Who or what are they? Proof positive of the law of averages. It's possible to be dealt a royal flush in a hand of cards, but it isn't very common. It's just as possible for a bunch of simpletons to set up an organization for one purpose and have it turn out to be a supercharged high-frequency K-factor amplifier. That's what's happened with this infernal SPNB, a seedy little social club dedicated to jingoists with low IQs. With the war scare, they have managed to get a hold of a few credits. They have probably been telling the same inflated stories for years about the discrimination against natives of this fair planet, but no one really cared. Now they have a chance to get their news releases and faked pics out in quality. Just at a time when the public is ripe for their brand of nonsense. Putting this bunch out of business will be a good day's work. Won't there be repercussions? Costa asked. If they are this important and throw so much weight around, won't it look suspicious if they are suddenly shut up, like an obvious move by the enemy? Not at all. That might be true if, for instance, you blew up the headquarters of the war party. It would certainly be taken as an aggressive move. But no one really knows or cares about this society of the half-baked native-born. There might be reaction and interest if attention was drawn to them, but if some accident or act of nature were to put them out of business, that would be the end of it. Costa was snapping his lighter on and off as he listened to Neil staring at the flame. He closed it and held it up. I believe in accidents. I believe that even in our fireproof age, fires still occur, buildings still burn down, and if a burnt building just happens to be occupied by the SPNB, just one tenant of many, and their offices and records were destroyed, that would be of very little interest to anyone except the fire brigade. You're a born criminal, Neil told him. I'm glad we're on the same side. That's your department, and I'll leave it to you. I'll just listen for the news flashes. Meanwhile, I have one little errand to take care of. The words stopped Costa, who was almost out the door. He turned stiffly to look at Neil putting papers into an envelope. Yet Costa spoke naturally, letting none of his feelings through into his voice. Where are you going? To see Hengly, the planetary operator here. Bravanel told me to stay away from him, to run an entirely new basic survey. Well, we've done that now and pinpointed some of the trouble areas as well. I can stop feeling guilty about poaching another man's territory and let him know what's going on. No. Stay away from Hengly, Costa said. That's the last thing in the world we want to do, is to be seen near him. There's a chance that he, well, might be compromised. What do you mean? Neil snapped. Hengly's a friend of mine, a graduate. He might also be surrounded 10 deep by the secret police. Did you stop to think about that? Neil hadn't thought about it, and his anger vanished when he did. Costa drove the point home. Societics has been a well-kept secret for over 2 centuries. It may still be a secret, or bits of it might have leaked out. And even if the Himalayans know nothing about Societics, they have certainly heard of espionage. They know the UN has agents on their world. They might think Hengly is one of them. This is all speculation, of course, but we do have one fact. This society of native boobs we turned up. We had no trouble finding them. If Hengly had reliable field men, he should know about them too. The only reason he hasn't is because he isn't getting the information, which means he's compromised. Reaching back for a chair, Neil fell heavily into it. You're right, of course. I never realized. Good, Costa said. We'll do something to help Hengly tomorrow, but this operation comes first. Sit tight, get some rest, and don't open the door for anyone except me. It had been a long job, and a tiring one, but it was almost over. Neil allowed himself the luxury of a long yawn, then shuffled over to the case of rations they had brought. He stripped the seal from something optimistically labeled chicken dinner — it tasted just like the algae it had been made of — and boiled some coffee while it was heating. All the time he was doing these prosaic tasks, his mind was turning an indigestible fact over and over. It wasn't a conscious process, but it was nevertheless going on. The automatic mechanism of his brain ran it back and forth like a half-heard tune searching for its name. Neil was tired, or he would have reacted sooner. The idea finally penetrated. One fact he had taken for granted was an obvious impossibility. The coffee splashed to the floor as he jumped to his feet. It's wrong. It has to be wrong, he said aloud, grabbing up the papers. Computations and graphs dropped and were trampled into the spilled coffee. When he finally found the one he wanted, his hands were shaking as he flipped through it. The synopsis of Hengly's reports for the past 5 years, the gradual rise and fall of the K-factor from month to month. There were no sharp breaks in the curve or gaps in the supporting equations. Societics isn't an exact science, but it's exact enough to know when it is working with incomplete or false information. If Hengly had been kept in the dark about the SPNB, he would also have been misinformed about other factors. This kind of alteration of survey would have to show in the equations. It didn't. Time was running out and Neil had to act. But what to do? He must warn Adeo Costa, and the records here had to be protected, or better yet, destroyed. There was a power in these machines and charts that couldn't be allowed to fall into nationalist hands. But what could be done about it? In all the welter of equipment and containers, there was one solid, heavy box that he had never opened. It belonged to Costa, and the UN man had never unlocked it in his presence. Neil looked at the heavy clasps on it and felt defeat. But when he pulled at the lid, wondering what to do next, it fell open. It hadn't been sealed. Costa wasn't the kind of man who did things by accident. He had looked forward to the time when Neil might need what was in the box, and had it ready. Inside was just what Neil expected. Grenades, guns, some smoothly polished devices that held an aura of violence. Looking at them, Neil had an overwhelming sensation of defeat. His life was dedicated to peace and the furthering of peace. He hated the violence that seemed inborn in man, and detested all the hypocritical rationalizations, such as the ends justifying the means. All of his training and personal inclinations were against it. And he reached down and removed the blunt black gun. There was another thing he recognized in the compact arsenal: a time bomb. There had been lectures on this mechanism in school, since the fact was clearly recognized that a time might come when equipment had to be destroyed rather than fall into the wrong hands. He had never seen one since, but he had learned the lesson well. Neil pushed the open chest nearer to his instruments and set the bomb dial for 15 minutes. He slipped the gun into his pocket, started the fuse, and carefully locked the door when he left. The bridges were burned. Now he had to find Adeo Costa. This entire operation was outside of his experience and knowledge. He could think of no plan that could possibly make things easier or safer. All he could do was head for the offices of the Society of the Protection of the Native Born and hope he could catch Adeo before he ran into any trouble. 2 blocks away from the address, he heard the sirens. Trying to act as natural as the other pedestrians, he turned to look as the armored cars and trucks hurtled by. Packed with armed police, their sirens and revolving lights cleared a path through the dark streets. Neil kept walking, following the cars now. The street he wanted to go into was cordoned off. Showing more than a normal interest would have been a giveaway. He let himself be hurried past with no more than a glance down the block with the other pedestrians. Cars and men were clustered around a doorway that Neil felt sure was number 265, his destination. Something was very wrong. Had Costa walked into a trap, or tripped an alarm? It didn't really matter which. Either way, the balloon had gone up. Neil walked on slowly, painfully aware of his own inadequacy in dealing with the situation. It was a time for action, but what action? He hadn't the slightest idea where Costa was or how he could be of help to him. Halfway down the block there was a dark mouth of an alleyway, unguarded. Without stopping to think, Neil turned into it. It would bring him closer to the building. Perhaps Costa was still trapped in there. He could get in, help him. The back of 265 was quiet, with no hint of the activity on the other side of the building. Neil had counted carefully and was sure he had the right one. It was completely dark in the unlit alley, but he found a recessed door by touch. The chances were it was locked, but he moved into the alcove and leaned his weight against it, pulling at the handle, just in case. Nothing moved. An inch behind his back, the alley filled with light, washed with it, eye-burning and strong. His eyes snapped shut, but he forced them open again, blinking against the pain. There were searchlights at each end of the alley, sealing it off. He couldn't get out. In the instant before the fear hit him, he saw the blood spots on the ground. There were 3 of them, large and glistening redly wet. They extended in a straight line away from him, pointing towards the gaping entrance of a cellar. When the lights went out, Neil dived headlong towards the cracked and filthy pavement. The darkness meant that the police were moving slowly towards him from both ends of the alley, trapping him in between. There was nothing doubtful about the fate of an armed Earthman caught here. He didn't care. Neil's fear was gone. He just didn't have time to think about it. His long shot had paid off, and there was still a chance he could get Costa out of the trap he had let him walk into. The lights had burned an afterimage into his retina. Before it faded, he reached out and felt his fingers slide across the dusty ground into a patch of wetness. He scrubbed at it with his sleeve, soaking up the blood. With his other hand he pushed together a pile of dust and dirt, spreading it over the stain. As soon as he was sure the stain was covered, he slid forward, groping for the second telltale splash. Time was his enemy, and he had no way to measure it. He could have been lying in the rubble of that alley for an hour, or a second. What was to be done had to be done at once, without a sound. There were silent, deadly men coming towards him through the darkness. After the second smear was covered, there was a drawn-out moment of fear when he couldn't find the third and last. His fingers touched it finally, much farther on than he had expected. Time had certainly run out, yet he forced himself to do as good a job here as he had with the other two. Only when it was dried and covered did he allow himself to slide forward into the cellar entrance. Everything was going too fast. He had time for a single deep breath before the shriek of a whistle paralyzed him again. Footsteps slapped towards him, and one of the searchlights burned with light. The footsteps speeded up, and the man ran by, close enough for Neil to touch if he had reached out a hand. His clothing was shapeless and torn, his head and face thick with hair. That was all Neil had time to see before the guns roared and burned the life from the runner. Some derelict, sleeping in the alley, who had paid with his life for being in the wrong spot at the wrong time. But his death had brought Neil a little more time. He turned and looked into the barrel of a gun. Shock after shock had destroyed his capacity for fear. There was nothing left that could move him, even his own death. He looked quietly, dully, at the muzzle of the gun. With slow determination his mind turned over, and he finally realized that this time there was nothing to fear. "It's me, Adeo," he whispered. "You'll be all right now." "Ah, it is you," the voice came softly out of the darkness. The gun barrel wavered and sank. "Lift me up so I can get at this door. Can't seem to stand too well anymore." Neil reached down, found Costa's shoulders, and slowly dragged him to his feet. His eyes were adjusting to the glare above them now, and he could make out the gleam of reflected light on the metal in Costa's fingers. The UN man's other hand was clutched tightly to his waist. The gun had vanished. The metal device wasn't a key, but Costa used it like one. It turned in the lock, and the door swung open under their weight. Neil half carried, half dragged the other man's dead weight through it, dropping him to the floor inside. Before he closed the door, he reached down and felt a great pool of blood outside. There was no time to do a perfect job. The hard footsteps were coming just a few yards away. His sleeves were sodden with blood as he blotted, then pushed rubble into the stain. He pulled back inside, and the door closed with only the slightest click. "I don't know how you managed it, but I'm glad you found me," Costa said. There was weakness as well as silence in his whisper. "It was only chance I found you," Neil said bitterly, "but criminal stupidity on my part that I let you walk into this trap. Don't worry about it. I knew what I was getting into, but I still had to go, spring the trap, to see if it was a trap." "You suspected then that Hengly was—" Neil couldn't finish the sentence. He knew what he wanted to say, but the idea was too unbearable to put into words. Costa had no such compunction. "Yes, dear Hengly, graduate of the university and practitioner of Societics, a traitor, a warmonger, worse than any of his predecessors because he knew just what to sell and how to sell it. It's never happened before, but there was always the chance. The weight of responsibility was too much. He gave in." Costa's voice had died away almost to a whisper. Then it was suddenly loud again, no louder than normal speaking volume, but sounding like a shout in the secret basement. "Neil!" "It's all right. Take it easy." "Nothing is all right. Don't you realize that? I've been sending my reports back so the UN and your Societics people will know how to straighten this mess out. But Hengly can turn this world upside down, and might even get a shooting war going before they get here. I'm out of it, but I can tell you who to contact. People who will help hold down the K-factor." "That wouldn't do any good," Neil said quietly. "The whole thing is past the patch and polish stage now. Besides, I blew the whole works up. My machines and records. You're a fool." For the first time there was pain in Costa's voice. "No, I was before, but not anymore. As long as I thought it was a normal problem, I was being outguessed at every turn. You must understand the ramifications of Societics. To a good operator, there is no interrelationship that cannot be uncovered. Hengly would be certain to keep his eyes open for another field check. Our kind of operation is very easy to spot if you know where and how to look. The act of getting information implies contact of some kind. That contact can be detected. He's had our location marked and has been sitting tight, buying time. But our time ran out when you showed them we were ready to fight back. That's why I destroyed our setup and cut our trail. But then we're defenseless. What can we possibly do? Neil knew the answer, but he hesitated to put it into words. It would be final then. He suddenly realized he had forgotten about Costa's wound. I'm sorry, I forgot about you being hurt. What can I do? Nothing, Costa snapped. I put a field dressing on. That'll do. Answer my question. What is there left? What can be done now? I'll have to kill Hengly. That will set things right until the team gets here. But what good will that accomplish? Costa asked, trying to see the other man in the darkness of the cellar. You told me yourself that a war couldn't be averted by assassination. No one individual means that much. Only in a normal situation, Neil explained. You must look at the power struggle between planets as a kind of celestial chess game. It has its own rules. When I talked about individuals earlier, I was talking about pieces on this chessboard. What I'm proposing now is a little more dramatic. I'm going to win the chess game in a slightly more unorthodox way. I'm going to shoot the other chess player. There was silence for a long moment, broken only by the soft sigh of their breathing. Then Costa stirred, and there was the sound of metal clinking slightly on the door. It's really my job, Costa said, but I'm no good for it. You're right, you'll have to go. But I can help you. Plan it so you'll be able to get to Hengly. You might even stand a better chance than me, because you're so obviously an amateur. Now, listen carefully, because we haven't much time. Neil didn't argue. He knew what needed doing, but Costa could tell him how best to go about it. The instructions were easy to memorize, and he put the weapons away as he was told. Once you're clear of this building, you'll have to get cleaned up, Costa said. But that's the only thing you should stop for. Get to Hengly while he is still rattled. Catch him off guard as much as possible. Then, after you finish with him, dig yourself in. Stay hidden at least 3 days before you try to make any contacts. Things should have quieted down a bit by then. I don't like leaving you here, Neil said. It's the best way, as well as being the only way. I'll be safe enough. I have a nice little puncture in me, but there's enough medication to see me through. If I'm going to hole up, I'll hole up here. I'll be back to take care of you. Costa didn't answer him. There was nothing more to say. They shook hands in the darkness, and Neil crawled away. There was little difficulty in finding the front door of the building, but Neil hesitated before he opened it. Costa had been sure Neil could get away without being noticed, but he didn't feel so sure of himself. There certainly would be plenty of police in the streets, even here. Only as he eased the door did he understand why Costa had been so positive about this. Gunfire hammered somewhere behind him. Other guns answered. Costa must have had another gun. He had planned it this way, and the best thing Neil could do was not think about it and go ahead with the plan. A car whined by in the roadway. As soon as it had passed, Neil slipped out and crossed the empty street to the nearest monosub entrance. Most of the stations had valet machines. It was less than an hour later when he reached Hengly's apartment, washed, shaved, and with his clothes cleaned. Neil felt a little more sure of himself. No one had stopped him or even noticed him. The lobby had been empty, and the automatic elevator left him off at the right floor when he gave it Hengly's name. Now facing the featureless door, he had a sharp knife of fear. It was too easy. He reached out slowly and tried the handle. The door was unlocked. Taking a deep breath, he opened it and stepped inside. It was a large room, but unlit. An open door at the other end had a dim light shining through it. Neil started that way, and pain burst in his head, spinning him down face forward. He never quite lost consciousness, but details were vague in his memory. When full awareness returned, he realized that the lights were on in the room. He was lying on his back, looking up at them. 2 men stood next to him, staring down at him from above the perspective columns of their legs. One held a short metal bar that he kept slapping into his open palm. The other man was Hengly. "Not very friendly for an old classmate," he said, holding out Neil's gun. "Now get inside, I want to talk to you." Neil rolled over painfully and crawled to his feet. His head throbbed with pain, but he tried to ignore it. As he stood up, his hand brushed his ankle. The tiny gun Costa had given him was still in the top of his shoe. Perhaps Hengly wasn't being as smart as he should. "I can take care of him," Hengly said to the man with the metal rod. "He's the only one left now, so you can get some sleep. See you early in the morning, though." The man nodded agreement and left. Slouched in the chair, Neil looked forward to a certain pleasure in killing Hengly. Costa was dead, and this man was responsible for his death. It wouldn't even be like killing a friend. Hengly was very different from the man he had known. He had put on a lot of weight and affected a thick beard and flowing mustache. There was something jovial and paternal about him, until you looked into his eyes. Neil slumped forward, worn out, letting his fingers fall naturally next to the gun in his shoe. Hengly couldn't see his hand. The desk was in the way. All Neil had to do was draw and fire. "You can pull out the gun," Hengly said with a grim smile, "but don't try to shoot it." He had his own gun now, aimed directly at Neil. Leaning forward, he watched as Neil carefully pulled out the tiny weapon and threw it across the room. "That's better," he said, placing his own gun on the desk where he could reach it easily. "Now we can talk." "There's nothing I have to say to you, Hengly." Neil leaned back in the chair, exhausted. "You're a traitor." Hengly hammered the desk in sudden anger and shouted, "Don't talk to me of treachery, my little man of peace. Creeping up with a gun to kill a friend. Is that peaceful? Where are the ethos of humanism now? You were very fond of them when we were in the university." Neil didn't want to listen to the words. He thought instead of how right Costa had been. He was dead, but this was still his operation. It was going according to plan. "Walk right in there," Costa had said. "He won't kill you, not at first at least. He's the loneliest man in the universe because he's given up one world for another that he hasn't gained yet. There will be no one he can confide in. He'll know you have come to kill him, but he won't be able to resist talking to you first. Particularly if you make it easy for him to defeat you. Not too easy. He must feel he is outthinking you. You'll have a gun for him to take away, but that will be too obvious. This small gun will be hidden as well, and when he finds that too, he should be taken off his guard. Not much, but enough for you to kill him. Don't wait. Do it at the first opportunity." Out of the corner of his eye, Neil could see the radio phone clipped to the front of his jacket. It was slightly tarnished, looking like any one of 10,000 in daily use, almost a duplicate of the one Hengly wore. A universal symbol of the age, like the keys and small change in his pockets. Only Neil's phone was a deadly weapon. Product of a research into sudden death that he had never been aware of before. All he had to do was get it near Hengly. The mechanism had been armed when he put it on. It had a range of 2 feet. As soon as it was that far from any part of Hengly's body, it would be actuated. "Can I ask you a question, Hengly?" His words cut loudly through the run of the other man's speech. Hengly frowned at the interruption, then nodded permission. "Go ahead," he said. "What would you like to know?" "The obvious. Why did you do it? Change sides, I mean. Give up a positive work for this negative corruption." "That's how much you know about it," Hengly was shouting now. "Positive, negative, war, peace. Those are just words, and it took me years to find it out. What could be more positive than making something of my life, and of this planet at the same time? It's in my power to do it, and I've done it." "Power, perhaps that's the key word," Neil said, suddenly very tired. "We have the stars now, but we have carried with us our little personal lusts and emotions. There's nothing wrong with that, I suppose, as long as we keep them personal. It's when we start inflicting them on others the trouble starts. Well, it's over now, at least this time." With a single easy motion he unclipped the radio phone and flipped it across the desk towards Hengly. "Goodbye," he said. The tiny mechanism clattered onto the desk and Hengly leapt back, shouting hoarsely. He pulled the gun up and tried to aim at the radio phone and at Neil at the same time. It was too late to do either. There was a brief humming noise from the phone. Neil jerked in his chair. It felt as if a slight electric shock had passed through him. He had felt only a microscopic percentage of the radiation. Hengly got it all. The actuated field of the device had scanned his nervous system, measured and tested it precisely, then adjusted itself to the exact micro frequency that carried the message in his efferent nerve system. Once the adjustment had been made, the charged condensers had released their full blasts of energy on that frequency. The results were horribly dramatic. Every efferent neuron in his system carried the message full power. Every muscle in his body responded with a contraction of full intensity. Neil closed his eyes, covered them, turned away gasping. It couldn't be watched. An epileptic in a seizure can break the bones in a leg or arm by simultaneous contraction of opposing muscles. When all the opposed muscles of Hengly's body did this, the results were horrible beyond imagining. When Neil recovered a measure of sanity, he was in the street running. He slowed to a walk and looked around. It was just dawn and the streets were empty. Ahead was the glowing entrance of a monotube and he headed for it. The danger was over now, as long as he was careful. Pausing on the top step, he breathed the fresh air of the new morning. There was a sighing below as an early train pulled into the station. The dawn-lit sky was the color of blood. Blood, he said aloud. Then, do we have to keep killing? Is there another way? He started guiltily as his voice echoed in the empty street, but no one had heard him. Quickly, 2 at a time, he ran down the steps. End of The K Factor by Harry Harrison.
Doomsday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. Lease to Doomsday by Lee Archer. The twins were a rare team indeed. They wanted to build a printing plant on a garbage dump. When Muldoon asked them why, their answer was entirely logical. Because we live here. It was the lack of sense in the ad that made him go back to it again. He was having his breakfast coffee in the cafeteria next to the Midtown Hotel where he lived. The classified section of the New York Times was spread before him. Wanted. Live wire real estate broker. No selling. 30 to 40. Room 657, Silver's Building, 9 to 12 Monday morning. The ad made no sense for several reasons. One, you just don't go around advertising for brokers with 4 pages of them in the classified phone book. 2, how can one be a live wire broker without having to sell? Kevin Muldoon shook his head. Just no damn sense. The Silver's Building, not too far off. He looked at his strap watch. 15 minutes of 9. He could walk it in about that time. Don't be a fool, he said to himself. It's obviously a come-on of some kind. He got up, paid the check, and went out. It wasn't till he was on 3rd Avenue that he was conscious he had started to go cross town when his office was in the opposite direction. He smiled wryly. Might as well investigate, he thought. Can't do any harm, and it won't take long. There were 4 others waiting in the small anteroom. The outer door bore no legend other than the room number, and the inner door was blank altogether. Muldoon made a quick appraisal of those waiting. 3 were obviously past middle age, the 4th about Muldoon's age. The inner door opened, and Muldoon looked up. A tall man came out first, a man in his early 60s, perhaps. Immediately behind him came a slightly shorter man, but very heavy, and with a head that was as bald as a billiard ball. The older man marched straight to the door, opened it, and went out without a second look back. The fat man looked around, his face beaming in a wide smile, eyes almost closed behind fleshy lids. "And now, who's next?" he asked. The one who was about Muldoon's age stepped forward. The fat man motioned for the other to precede him. The door closed. Not more than a minute went by, and the door opened again, and the same act as before with the older man was gone through. "And now, who's next?" the fat man asked. Muldoon noted even the inflection was the same. So it went, with the 3 who were left, until it was Muldoon's turn. And now there were 6 others beside himself also waiting to be interviewed. It was a squarish room, simply furnished, with a couple of desks set side by side with a narrow space between them. A chair was set up facing the desk, obviously meant for the one to be interviewed. Seated behind one of the desks was the twin of the man now coming to seat himself at the other desk. Their smiles were identical as they waited for Muldoon to make himself comfortable. For a moment, there was a blank silence. Muldoon studied them, and they, smiling still, studied him. Muldoon broke the silence. You know, Muldoon said, your ad didn't make sense to me. The twins hunched forward slightly at their desks. Their eyes brightened in anticipation. No, said the one who had been waiting for Muldoon. Why? With some 4 pages of brokers in the classified directory, you don't have to advertise for one, and a live wire broker gets that reputation as a salesman. Without selling, the wire is dead. The twins beamed at each other. Evan, said the one to the left, I think we've found our man. Will you go out and tell those waiting? They waited for the twin to return. I am Robert Rieger. My brother Evan, said the first twin. Muldoon introduced himself. There was no handshaking. You are right about the ad, Robert Rieger said. We worded it that way for a reason. We wanted a man of quick intelligence. Mind you, now, we do want a broker, and the one who will do no selling. The live wire part was my brother Evan's thought. He does sometimes have clever ideas. Robert stopped to beam at his twin. Just now, Robert returned to Muldoon, I won't go into full discussion of our plans. Briefly, however, we are buyers. Buyers, we hope, of a particular area. Because of what we have in mind to do, we would rather it was done quietly and without any publicity. Had we engaged the services of a large agency, this would not be possible, for, if I may coin a phrase, the trumpet must blow strongly to announce the coming of genius. He smiled, stroked his chin, looked up at the ceiling, and his lips moved silently, as if he enjoyed repeating the phrase. I like that, Robert, Evan said. Yes, I thought it was good, Robert said. They both looked to Muldoon. Muldoon said nothing. The twins sighed audibly, in unison. Robert's lips came forward in a pout. The look of a pouting cherub, Muldoon thought, one trying to look stern, and only succeeding in looking naughty childish. Muldoon suddenly knew of whom the twins reminded him. Twin Charles Lawtons, without hair. You are free to work for us? Robert asked. With you, Muldoon said. I have the license. He gave them a quick smile, as if to lessen the sharpness of the tone he had used. A broker acts for a client in the purchase or sale of property. He can't be employed by them. Of course, Robert said quickly. I did not mean to imply any other action. Now, suppose you tell us briefly about yourself. Muldoon gave them a thumbnail sketch of his career. He noted their pleased look that he was a one-man agency. At the conclusion, Robert stood up and came around the desk. He thrust a hand at Muldoon. Like shaking hands with a piece of warm dough, Muldoon thought. I do believe, Robert said, as he placed a heavy arm around Muldoon's shoulder and walked him to the door, that we shall have a mutually happy relationship. You will not be unrewarded, money-wise. He opened the door, paused, still with his arm around Muldoon, and looked steadily into Muldoon's eyes. Yes, I think there will be mutual benefits in our relationship. Now, in conclusion, will you pick us up at this office tomorrow morning at 9? Muldoon nodded. Good. Then bye now, Mr. Muldoon, and thanks so much for coming by in answer to our ad. The answer to an irritating thought came to Muldoon while he was waiting for an elevator to take him to the ground floor. He knew where he had seen the same kind of look as was in Robert Rieger's eyes when they had parted. In the eyes of a cat Muldoon had once seen toying with a mouse the cat had caught. Dina Savory was a redhead, a green-eyed redhead with a kind of patrician look about her face that came off very well in the photographs they took of her. Dina was a model, and made 3 times the money Kevin Muldoon made. It had always been a sore point between them, and more than once the reason for their worst quarrels. She was also the worst cook in New York. Monday evenings were spent in Dina's small apartment on East 56th Street, and she usually cooked dinner for Muldoon. Invariably, it was steak. Dina had no imagination when it came to food. Even in restaurants, she ordered one or another kind of steak. They were together on the couch. She stretched full length, her head in Muldoon's lap. He was telling her about the Rieger twins and what had happened that morning. His hands caressed her lightly as she spoke, now across her cheeks, now more intimately. "I don't dig them, honey," he said, as if in recapitulation. "The Robert twin, for instance. You will not be unrewarded, money-wise. Madison Avenue and 19th century English." She gently took his hand from where he seemed to find most comfort, and put it to her cheek. "What's the difference?" she asked. "So long as there's money in it." "Broker's commission," he said. "No more or less." "You've been getting so much of that lately?" "No." "Okay then. Stop fighting it. What do you care what kind of English they use, or whether they use sign language? The buck, kid, the buck." "Dina," Muldoon said gravely, "you have the grubbing soul of a pawnbroker. Or real estate broker," he added. He bent his head and kissed her lips. Her lips opened to his with that familiar warmth, a hunger for him which never failed to thrill. This time she did not remove his hand when it returned. "Kevie, baby, darling, oh my darling," she whispered. Strange, he thought, that at a moment like this I should be thinking of those fat twins. Muldoon hated the pirate prices of midtown parking lots, and so was late. It had taken him 10 minutes to find parking space for the Plymouth. As he started to open the door of room 657, he heard the voice of one of the twins. The words or sounds were in a language completely foreign to him. He thought to knock, but changed his mind. To knock would have made it obvious he had been listening. He barged right in. The twins were in the anteroom. Muldoon got the impression that they knew he had heard them, and an even stronger impression that the fact was of no importance. That bothered him, for some reason. "Ah, there you are," the twin to the left said. "Evan was wondering whether you would show up, but I told him he was putting himself to useless aggravation." That damned mixed up phrasing again, Muldoon thought. "Took a little time to find parking space," he said. "Shall we be off then?" Robert asked. "All right with me," Muldoon replied. There was another odd thing. Evan Rieger seemed to have so very little to say. Their destination was a place halfway down the island. Muldoon's brow had lifted when they gave him the area. So far as he knew, there hadn't been any development in the area. It was just a bit too far off the highways and rail lines for housing developments, and even more badly located for industrial requirements. He wondered what the devil they had in mind out there. Traffic was light, and the drive took little more than an hour and a half on the main highway, and another 15 minutes of blacktop side road before Evan told him to turn left here, onto a rutted path off the blacktop. The path led through some scrub growth that ended on the edge of an acre or so of dump heap. Rusted heaps of broken cars were scattered about. A foul odor came from the left, as though garbage too had been dumped and left to rot. There was a flat, one-storied wooden shack close by, to which Evan directed him to drive up to. Evan produced a key and opened the door to the shack. There was a partition separating the place neatly into two sections. There were a couple of straight-backed wooden chairs and a leather sofa in the near room. The door to the other room was closed. "Sit down, Muldoon," Robert Rieger said. He waited for Muldoon to make himself comfortable on the sofa, then continued, "First time we've ever been out here during the day, but Evan's sense of direction is unfailing." He shook his head, smiled brightly. "Ah, well, we must each have some factor to make for validity of existence, eh?" "I don't follow," Muldoon said. "No matter. Now to the business at hand. I wanted you to see the area involved. Evan, the plot plan, please." To Muldoon's surprise, Evan Rieger went into the next room and returned after a moment with a plot plan of the lower third of the island. He gave it to Muldoon, who spread it at his feet. "That red penciled area I've marked off," Robert Rieger said, "is what we'll be concerned with. As you notice, the dump and this shack are at the approximate center. What I have in mind to do is buy all the land in this marked-off area." "Buy it?" You seem surprised. "Shocked would be the better word. Have you any idea what this could cost? You've marked off an area of approximately a square mile. Even out here, that would run into millions, and once news got around that someone was buying parcels of this size, well, you'd have more publicity than you might want." "About the cost, we won't worry. There will be enough money, but the attendant publicity could mean not being able to get the land we want. Is that correct?" "Could be. Suppose we get options or leases on these pieces." "That was a good phrase," Evan broke in unexpectedly. "Don't you think so, Robert?" "Yes," Robert said sharply. He seemed to have suddenly lost his smile. He gave Evan a hard look from under down-drawn brows. He turned to Muldoon. "We are renting this tumble-down structure. A 2-year lease." "I see your point. Spending millions in a sudden buying move would make unneeded difficulties. No. Options to buy, but lease for the present. Evan, the list of names, please." Evan didn't have to go anywhere for the list. He had it with him. Muldoon looked it over. There were 33 names, including the county and state. "Well," Robert said, "I'll have to know what you want to lease it for, the name or names of corporations, and so forth." "Will my own name do?" "It will. But you can go into county court and register a business name under your own, what they call a DBA, name doing business as name. Register as many as you wish. Doesn't cost a great deal. Or form a corporation, you and your brother." "No, let the leases come under my own name. As for what I intend doing, well, I intend to concrete surface the entire area." "A square mile of concrete?" "Yes. There's a government plan to use this end of the island for a huge missile depot. They will have to come to me." Pretty shrewd, Muldoon thought. That is, if it's true. "All right," Muldoon said. "When do you want me to start?" "Right now. That was one reason for bringing you out here. Evan, would you get the briefcase, please?" Once more, Evan Rieger went into the other room, and closed the door carefully behind him when he came out. He handed the briefcase to Muldoon. "You may open it," Robert said. Muldoon's fingers became suddenly nerveless, and he dropped the briefcase. It was crammed with money, packets of $100 bills. "There are 50 packets of $100 bills, totaling $1 million, Robert said. "What the hell did you want me to do? Carry the case around with me?" Muldoon asked. "No, it will remain here. I merely wanted to show you I will be able to stand behind any price you may have to meet. From now on, report here, no matter what time. And since time has a definite value in this matter, do not stand upon it." "I like that," Evan said suddenly. "That was good, Robert." Muldoon nodded. Evan had a value, too. The same value any yes-man has. But it bothered Muldoon. This just wasn't the way of twins. At least, none he knew. Well, one thing was certain. The Riegers had the ready cash. "This may take some time," Muldoon said. "Weeks. Certainly. Maybe months. The county and state alone." "We don't have that much time," Robert broke in. "Evan must return in 10 days." "Return? Where?" Muldoon asked. It was as if Robert hadn't heard. "The state and county properties are small areas and on the very edge. Suppose we forget about them for the time being. Work on the private parties." "Anything you say, but it may still take weeks." "Then don't quibble. Lease at any price. If a show of cash is necessary, let me know. Now I think you'd better start. Good luck, Muldoon." It was Wednesday night before Muldoon saw Dina Savory again. Nor had he seen the Rieger twins since leaving them Monday morning. Dina and Muldoon seldom saw each other during the middle of the week. They were her busy days, and she needed the nights for complete rest. But he had called her and asked to see her. They were at dinner in a small Italian place close to her apartment. He had briefly brought her up to date on what had happened since she had seen him last, and was at the moment finishing the last of the lasagna he had ordered. "They're phonies, honey. Real phonies," he said. "I'll bet my last buck on that." She was looking at the last piece of steak on her plate. With an almost defiant gesture, she speared it and put it in her mouth. "Atta girl," he said. "Mind your own business," she said. "How do you mean they're phonies?" "I spent all Monday investigating 'em." "A fine way to make $1," she said. "What do you care who they are?" He gave her a knowing smile. "That's my fat-headed girl. Like to visit me in a nice jail, wouldn't you? One with a prestige address, of course. Let me tell you, they rented that shack and the dump heap next to it for a pretty fancy figure. Robert Rieger said they were going to do printing in that shack. They paid in full for the 2 years' rental, in nice, crisp, $100 bills." "I get it. They were phony," she exulted. "How can you be so stupid?" "I know. For you it's easy. Of course the bills were genuine. But the printing business, what were they going to print with? Typewriters? Another thing, there's no business record I could find of them. They're not listed. So how did they get $1 million? And Robert said more. Report here, no matter what the time. I don't get it. I drove them out. There was no garage, no car I could see, and the place is miles from food. How do they live out there?" "Maybe they have friends who picked them up," Dina said. "Maybe. Robert said there was a rumor or something about the government going to use the area for a missile depot. I tried to run it down. Nothing." "Which proves nothing," she said. "True, but I couldn't even smell smoke. No, the whole thing just smells bad. So I think I'm going back there and tell them to forget it." "Oh, don't be an idiot," she said. "This is your big chance to make some real money, get a reputation, and because you're chicken, you're going to throw it up." "I won't get into anything crooked." His voice rose. "The way you're thinking, you couldn't follow a straight line." "They can't draw a straight line." "Well, you do what you want. Only the next time I have to pay for a dinner, don't give me that martyred look." Okay, what do you want for dessert? Spumoni?" "After this, bicarbonate." Very funny. And for the first time in several years, she did not kiss him goodnight when they parted. He turned off the blacktop and started down the rutted path. He switched the headlights off about halfway to the shack and parked it 100 or so yards away from it and walked the rest. The shack was dark. Instead of knocking, Muldoon walked around to the back and peered through the single window at the rear. He could see nothing. Now isn't this just dandy, he thought. Drive all the way out here and nobody's at home. Damn. He went around to the front and started back to the car. His attention was caught by a greenish glow of light from the far end of the dump heap. His curiosity aroused, Muldoon warily made his way through the metal litter until he was close enough to make out the source of the light. It came from the center of a shallow area that had been cleared of rubble. A rusted, misshapen mass of metal lay in the center of the cleared space. The greenish glow was coming from an opening in the mass. Muldoon crept closer until he was able to make out details. Not too many, but enough to give him an idea of the size and general shape of the thing. But what really held him were the figures of Robert and Evan Rieger. He saw them quite distinctly. One of the twins was bent over a machine of some sort. There were levers, gears, and rollers mounted on a webbed platform no larger than a rather oversized typewriter. Muldoon's eyes went wide at the sight of the greenbacks coming in a steady stream from the interior of the machine and falling into a box at the side. He could see very little else that was in the room, other than the brother of the twin at the machine. He was on the far side of it, fiddling with something hidden. Muldoon stared in fascination for another minute, then carefully made his way back to the car. He had parked it within the growth of scrub trees and bushes. He started it, turned the headlights on, and drove slowly out into the open and up to the shack. He honked his horn loudly a couple of times and got out of the car and walked up to the shack and tried the door. It was closed. Presently, the figures of Evan and Robert Rieger came into view from the direction of the dump heap. Muldoon's figure was outlined in the glow of the headlights. Muldoon noticed the briefcase one of them was carrying. Ah, there, Muldoon. Muldoon had recognized Robert's voice. Hello, Mr. Rieger. Thought I'd come by and let you know how I've been doing. Evan, who was carrying the briefcase, unlocked the door and switched on the light. The other two followed him into the room. Robert Rieger motioned for Muldoon to take the sofa. Evan went into the other room. Well, my boy, Robert said heartily, how is it going? Slowly, Muldoon said casually. But the first of this sort of operation has to go that way. Kind of feel things out, if you know what I mean. Of course. How does it look? I think it's going to go all right. I've got plans. Splendid. Do you need money? Yes, about 10,000. Evan, do bring the case out, Robert called loudly. In a couple of seconds, Evan Rieger appeared. He brought the briefcase to his brother, turned, and went back into the other room without saying anything. He walked slowly and stiffly, his feet slapping heavily on the bare floors. What's wrong with him? Muldoon asked. Robert Rieger was pulling money from the briefcase. He looked up with an expressionless face. Nothing. You said 10,000? Yes. Rieger passed 2 of the packets to Muldoon. Sure you won't need more? Muldoon put the money away, got up from the sofa, and started to the door. No, just what I need. I'll see you Friday night. Fine, and don't forget, we must get all this done quickly. I won't forget. Robert Rieger waited till the sound of the Plymouth was no longer heard. Then he went into the other room. Other than for 2 army cots, the room was empty. Evan was stretched full length on one of the cots. You're certain he knows? Evan asked. Yes, I saw him on the Visio. But he could see all the interior. No, just the duplicating machine. We must get rid of it tonight. What do you think he will do? What can he do? He knows nothing. The money is genuine, and with the destruction of the machine, he can't prove anything. Nevertheless, it might be the wisest course to get rid of him. We might have been too clever with that advertisement. Possibly, but we must move quickly then. I must leave this planet in 7 days now, and we must have this area under lease by then. 3 musts. Robert smiled thinly. We will. If not through Muldoon, then through another means. When you return in a year with the space fleet, you will find the landing area we need. And after that... They smiled at each other. We said we would not fail. This planet will fall to our weapons like ripe fruit from a tree. But first I must return to tell them, Evan said. And if I do not return, they will know we have failed and will seek another planet. We won't fail, Robert reiterated. Right now, let's get back to the spaceship and the duplicating machine. Muldoon spent a busy Thursday. A news brief in the Times financial section which told of a public utility wanting island property gave him an idea for one thing. He spent all morning bringing the idea to a head after he had verified the truth of the item. Then, after a late lunch, he went to the Treasury Department's headquarters and spent a couple of hours with the head of the local investigation department. He was quite pleased with himself by nightfall as he headed out to the island. This time he parked the car at a considerable distance from the shack. There were lights on this night. He walked boldly up and knocked at the door. It opened wide, and the thick figure of one of the twins darkened the opening. Well, Mr. Muldoon, I did not think to see you till Friday. I thought I'd come and see you tonight, Muldoon said as he stepped into the room. I didn't hear the car. Oh, parked it back a bit, Muldoon said. He turned toward the other twin as the inner door opened. Hello. Hello. You know, Evan, Robert said, I'm rather glad Muldoon stopped by tonight. We might as well conclude our business with him now. An excellent idea, Robert. Excellent. What do you mean? Muldoon asked. I no longer am acting for you? Not for us, for yourself. I'm afraid your services in any capacity will no longer be needed. Muldoon caught the undercurrent of menace in Robert's voice. It told him they were not only suspicious, but ready to act on it. He started to edge toward the door, but Robert suddenly reached out and took his arm. There was power in the fat man's grip. Evan moved swiftly for his size and took up a position before the door, which he kicked shut. Muldoon twisted sharply and was free of the other's grip. He stepped back a couple of paces. "What the hell's this all about?" "Come now, Muldoon," Robert said softly. "You didn't think your prying went unobserved last night." "So I was nosy, but what's this rough stuff you're trying to pull?" "Merely making sure your curiosity will end tonight." Muldoon took a couple of more retreating paces. "You mean you're going to get rid of me? Well, maybe you will, and maybe you won't. But even if you do—" A smile broke through the grim lips of the twin threatening Muldoon. "You mean the duplicating machine? Just another piece of rusted scrap among the rest of the junk." Muldoon paled. The evidence he was going to need gone. "And of course the money is genuine. We made sure of it. Ink, paper, everything. We made sure of it long ago. It will be a pity you won't be here to see how efficient we can really be. But the rest of the planet will know as soon as Evan returns." Muldoon's mind was working swiftly. "You got rid of the machine, but what about the junk shop it was in? I'll bet there are more important things there." "Indeed there are, but no one will find them. It will be just another rusted piece of large junk to them." It was then that Muldoon made his move. He lashed out with a fist. The blow staggered Robert, and Muldoon was crashing his shoulder against the inner door. It burst inward, but before he could get through, Robert grabbed him. The whole side of Muldoon's face went numb as Robert crashed his fist against his jaw. Muldoon knew he didn't stand a chance in a straight-up fight. Not with these two. Robert's hands were reaching for him now. Muldoon grabbed one of his hands with both of his, twisted outward as he grasped 2 fingers in each hand. Robert's face went putty gray as the bones snapped. Muldoon no longer cared about fair play. His knee came up where it could do the most damage, and Robert sank groveling to the floor. Muldoon whirled, too late. The world exploded in 1,000 flashes of pain-filled lights. He went crashing backward into the wall. Evan hit him again before he stumbled blindly away from the terrible fist. "Let me kill him," Robert groaned. Muldoon pulled himself up from the pain-filled world he had been sent into. There seemed to be 2 Evans facing him. Then there was only one. A twisted grin came to Muldoon's lips. "Come ahead, you rat," he mumbled. Evan came forward, and swift as an adder, Muldoon kicked him just below the kneecap. Evan screamed and collapsed. Muldoon staggered out of the way of the falling body, only to fall into the clutches of Robert's sudden reaching fingers. He fell to the floor. Robert tried to get his good hand up to Muldoon's throat. Muldoon beat at the thick face with both hands, but the other seemed not to feel the pounding fist. Slowly, the fingers managed to reach their goal. Muldoon felt the darkness of death closing over him as his breath became a tortured, dying gasp. His hand found Robert's face, came gently over it until his thumb pressed on one eyeball, and Robert screamed as the thumb became a hooked instrument to blind him. Muldoon rolled away from the other, staggered somehow erect, but he knew his strength was gone. He couldn't make it to the door, and now Evan had him. And the door burst open, and men poured into the room. Muldoon recognized only one, the head of the Treasury's investigation department, before he blacked out. Dina Savory stroked his forehead gently. "Does it hurt much, baby?" The nurse had left them alone when Dina came into the hospital room. "Not now," Muldoon said. "What are they going to do to those men?" she asked. "Oh, 20 years, according to Phillips. Counterfeiting, you know, carries heavy penalties." "But I thought the money was good. After all, they had paid rent with C-notes." "A slip-up on the bank's part. You see, they made one mistake. The machine they had turned out perfect bills. Every one with the same serial number." Dina's eyes widened. "And the junk shop, or whatever it was?" she said. "I thought I'd let well enough alone. You see, I took care of that during the day. The twins, being criminals, had automatically broken their lease. They also made it possible for me to change clients. Well, there's going to be a huge tank covering that dump and shack. a tank holding an awful lot of natural gas. I got together with the owner of the property and the utility people yesterday afternoon and worked out a deal. They're going to dump all that junk into the ocean." "I'm sorry about the other night," she said suddenly. "Is that how you say you're sorry?" he asked. "Uh-huh," she said as he reached for her. "There's a time and place for that." "Promise?" Her lips agreed. This is the end of Lease to Doomsday by Lee Archer. Recording by Tom Weiss. Money back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. Or Your Money Back by Gordon Randall Garrett. There are times when I don't know my own strength, or at least the strength of my advice. And the case of Jason Hawley was certainly an instance of one of those times. When he came to my office with his gadget, I heard him out, trying to appear both interested and cooperative, which is good business. But I am forced to admit that neither Hawley nor his gadget were very impressive. He was a lean, slope-shouldered individual, 5 feet 8 or 9, which was shorter than he looked, with straight brown hair combed straight back, and blue eyes which were shielded with steel-rimmed glasses. The thick, double concave lenses indicated a degree of myopia that must have bordered on total blindness without glasses, and acute tunnel vision even with them. He had a crisp, incisive manner that indicated he was either a man who knew what he was doing, or a man who was trying to impress me with a ready-made story. I listened to him, and looked at his gadget without giving any more indication than necessary of what I really thought. When he was through, I said, "You understand, Mr. Hawley, that I'm not a patent lawyer. I specialize in criminal law. Now, I can recommend—" But he cut me off. "I understand that, Counselor," he said sharply. "Believe me, I have no illusion whatever that this thing is patentable under the present patent system. Even if it were, this gadget is designed to do something that may or may not be illegal, which would make it hazardous to attempt to patent it, I should think. You don't patent new devices for blowing safes or new drugs for doping horses, do you?" "Probably not," I said dryly, "although, as I say, I'm not qualified to give an opinion on patent law. You say that gadget is designed to cause minute but significant changes in the velocities of small moving objects. Just how does that make it illegal?" He frowned a little. "Well, possibly it wouldn't, except here in Nevada. Specifically, it is designed to influence roulette and dice games." I looked at the gadget with a little more interest this time. There was nothing new in the idea of inventing a gadget to cheat the red and black wheels, of course. The local cops turn up a dozen a day here in the city. Most of them either don't work at all, or else they're too obvious, so the users get nabbed before they have a chance to use them. The only ones that really work have to be installed in the tables themselves, which means they're used to milk the suckers, not rob the management. And anyone in the state of Nevada who buys a license to operate and then uses crooked wheels is A, stupid, and B, out of business within a week. Hawley was right. Only in a place where gambling is legalized is it illegal and unprofitable to rig a game. The gadget itself didn't look too complicated from the outside. It was a black plastic box about 1.5 inches square and maybe 3.5 inches long. On one end was a lensed opening, 1/2 inch in diameter, and on two sides there were flat, silver-colored plates. On top of it there was a dial which was, say, 1 inch in diameter, and it was marked off just exactly like a roulette wheel. "How does it work?" I asked. He picked it up in his hand holding it as though it were a flashlight, with the lens pointed away from him. "You aim the lens at the wheel," he explained, "making sure that your thumb is touching the silver plate on one side, and your fingers touching the plate on the other side. Then you set this dial for whatever number you want to come up, and concentrate on it while the ball is spinning. For dice, of course, you only need to use the first 6 or 12 numbers on the dial, depending on the game." I looked at him for a long moment, trying to figure his angle. He looked back steadily, his eyes looking like small beads peering through the bottoms of a couple of shot glasses. "You look skeptical, counselor," he said at last. "I am. A man who hasn't got the ability to be healthily skeptical has no right to practice law, especially criminal law. On the other hand, no lawyer has any right to judge anything one way or the other without evidence. But that's neither here nor there at the moment. What I'm interested in is, what do you want me to do? People rarely come to a criminal lawyer unless they're in a jam. What sort of jam are you in at the moment?" "None," said Holly. "But I will be very soon. I hope. Well, I've heard odder statements than that from my clients." I let it ride for the moment and looked down at the notes I'd taken while he told me his story. "You're a native of New York City?" I asked. "That's right. That's what I said." "And you came out here for what? To use that thing on our Nevada tables?" "That's right, counselor." "Can't you find any games to cheat on back home?" "Oh, certainly, plenty of them. But they aren't legal. I wouldn't care to get mixed up in anything illegal. Besides, it wouldn't suit my purpose." That stopped me for a moment. "You don't consider cheating illegal? It certainly is in Nevada. In New York, if you were caught at it, you'd have the big gambling interests on your neck. Here you'll have both them and the police after you, and the district attorney's office." He smiled. "Yes, I know. That's what I'm expecting. That's why I need a good lawyer to defend me. I understand you're the top man in this city." "Mr. Holly," I said carefully, "as a member of the Bar Association and a practicing attorney in the state of Nevada, I am an officer of the court. If you had been caught cheating and had come to me, I'd be able to help you. But I can't enter into a conspiracy with you to defraud legitimate businessmen, which is exactly what this would be." He blinked at me through those shot-glass spectacles. "Counselor, would you refuse to defend a man if you thought he was guilty?" I shook my head. "No. Legally, a man is not guilty until proven so by a court of law. He has a right to a trial by jury. For me, to refuse to give a man the defense he's legally entitled to, just because I happen to think he was guilty, would be trial by attorney. I'll do the best I can for any client. I'll work for his interests, no matter what my private opinion may be." He looked impressed, so I guessed there must have been a note of conviction in my voice. There should have been, because it was exactly what I've always believed and practiced. "That's good, counselor," said Holly. "If I can convince you that I have no criminal intent, that I have no intention of defrauding anyone or conspiring with you to do anything illegal, will you help me?" I didn't have to think that one over. I simply said, "Yes." After all, it was still up to me to decide whether he convinced me or not. If he didn't, I could still refuse the case on those grounds. "That's fair enough, counselor," he said. Then he started talking. "Instead of telling you what Jason Howley said he was going to do, I'll tell you what he did do. They are substantially the same, anyway, and the old bromide about actions speaking louder than words certainly applied in this case. Mind you, I didn't see or hear any of this, but there were plenty of witnesses to testify as to what went on. Their statements are a matter of court record, and Jason Howley's story is substantiated in every respect. He left my office smiling. He'd convinced me that the case was not only going to be worthwhile, but fun. I took it, plus a fat retainer. Howley went up to his hotel room, changed into his expensive evening clothes, and headed out to do the town. I'd suggested several places, but he wanted the biggest and best, the Golden Casino, a big, plush, expensive place that was just inside the city limits. In his pockets, he was carrying less than $200 in cash. Now, nobody with that kind of chicken feed can expect to last long at the Golden Casino, unless they stick to the two-bit, one-armed bandits. But putting money on a roulette table is in a higher bracket by far than feeding a slot machine, even if you get a steady run of lemons. Howley didn't waste any time. He headed for the roulette table right away. He watched the play for about 3 spins of the wheel. Then he took out his gadget, in plain sight of anyone who cared to watch, and set the dial for 13. Then he held it in his hand with thumb and finger touching the plates, and put his hand in his jacket pocket with the lens aimed at the wheel. He stepped up to the table, bought $100 worth of chips, and put 50 on number 13. "No more bets," said the croupier. He spun the wheel and dropped the ball. 13, black, odd, and low, he chanted after a minute. With a practiced hand, he raked in the losers and pushed out Howley's winnings. There was $1,600 sitting on 13 now. Howley didn't touch it. The wheel went around and the little ball clattered around the rim and finally fell into a slot. 13, black, odd, and low, said the croupier. This time, he didn't look as nonchalant. He peered curiously at Howley as he pushed out the chips to make a grand total of $51,200. The same number doesn't come up twice in succession very often, and it is very rare indeed that the same person is covering it both times with a riding bet. 2,000 limit, sir, the croupier said, when it looked as though Howley was going to let the 51 grand just sit there. Howley nodded apologetically and pulled off everything but $2,000 worth of chips. The third time around, the croupier had his eyes directly on Howley as he repeated the chant. 13, black, odd, and low. Everybody else at the table was watching Howley, too. The odds against Howley, or anyone else for that matter, hitting the same number 3 times in a row are just under 40,000 to 1. Howley didn't want to overdo it. He left 2,000 on 13, raked in the rest, and twisted the dial on his gadget over a notch. Everyone at the table gasped as the little ball dropped. "That was a near miss," whispered a woman standing nearby. The croupier said, 14, red, even, and low, and he raked in Howley's $2,000 with a satisfied smile. He had seen runs of luck before. Howley deliberately lost 2 more spins the same way. Nobody who was actually cheating would call too much attention to himself, and Howley wanted it to look as though he were trying to cover up the fact that he had a sure thing. He took the gadget out of his pocket and deliberately set it to the green square marked 00. Then he put it back in his pocket and put $2,000 on the 00. There was more than suspicion in the croupier's eyes when he raked in all the bets on the table except Howley's. It definitely didn't look good to him. A man who had started out with a $50 bet had managed to run it up to $174,200 in 6 plays. Howley looked as innocent as possible under the circumstances, and carefully dropped the dial on his gadget back a few notches. Then he bet another 2,000 on high, an even money bet. Naturally, he won. He twisted the dial back a few more notches and won again on high. Then he left it where it was and won by betting on red. By this time, of course, things were happening. The croupier had long since pressed the alarm button, and 5 men had carefully surrounded Holly. They looked like customers, but they were harder looking than the average, and they were watching Holly, not the wheel. Farther back from the crowd, 3 of the special deputies from the sheriff's office were trying to look inconspicuous in their gray uniforms and white Stetsons and pearl-handled revolvers in black holsters. You can imagine how inconspicuous they looked. Holly decided to do it up brown. He reset his gadget as surreptitiously as possible under the circumstances and put his money on 13 again. 13, black, odd, and low, said the croupier in a hollow voice. The 5 men in evening dress and the 3 deputies moved in closer. Holly nonchalantly scraped in his winnings, leaving the 2,000 on the 13 spot. There was a combination of hostility and admiration in every eye around the table when the croupier said, 13, black, odd, and low, for the 5th time in a space of minutes, and every one of those eyes was turned on Jason Holly. The croupier smiled his professional smile. "I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to discontinue play for a while. The gentleman has broken the bank at this table." He turned the smile on Holly. "Congratulations, sir." Holly smiled back and began stacking up over $300,000 worth of plastic discs. It made quite a pile. One of the deputies stepped up politely. "I'm an officer, sir," he said. "May I help you carry that to the cashier's office?" Holly looked at the gold star and nodded. "Certainly. Thanks." The other 2 deputies stepped up too, and the 3 of them walked Holly toward the cashier's office. Behind them came the 5 men in dinner jackets. "You'll have to step into the office to cash that much, sir," said one of the deputies as he opened the door. Holly walked in as though he hadn't a care in the world. He put his chips on the desk, and the deputies followed suit, while one of the dinner-jacketed men closed the door. Then one of the deputies said, "I believe this gentleman is carrying a gun." He had his own revolver out and had it pointed at Holly's middle. "Carrying a concealed weapon is illegal in this city," he went on. "I'm afraid we'll have to search you." Holly didn't object. He put his hands up high and stood there while his pockets were frisked. "Well, well," said the deputy coolly. "What on earth is this?" It was Holly's gadget, and the dial still pointed to 13, black, odd, and low. The next morning, I went down to the jail in response to a phone call from Holly. The special deputies had turned him over to the city police, and he was being held under suspicion of fraud. I knew we could beat that down to an attempt to defraud, but the object was to get Holly off scot-free. After Holly told me the whole story, I got busy pushing the case through. As long as he was simply being held on suspicion, I couldn't get him out on bail, so I wanted to force the district attorney or the police to prefer charges. Meanwhile, I made sure that Holly's gadget had been impounded as evidence. I didn't want anyone fiddling with it before the case went to court, except, of course, the DA and his men. There wasn't much I could do to keep it out of their hands. After throwing as much weight around as I could, including filing a petition for a writ of habeas corpus with Judge Grannis, I went over to Holly's hotel with the signed power of attorney that Holly had given me, and I got a small envelope out of the hotel safe. It contained a baggage check. I went over to the bus depot, turned over the check to the baggage department, and went back to my office with a small suitcase. I locked myself in and opened the case. Sure enough, it contained 3 dozen of the little gadgets. There I sat down to wait. By noon, Judge Grannis had issued the writ of habeas corpus, and rather than release Jason Holly, the police had booked him, and District Attorney Thursby was getting the case ready for the grand jury. There was over $250,000 at stake, and the men behind the Golden Casino were bringing pressure to bear. If Holly wasn't convicted, they'd have to give him his money, and that was the last thing they wanted to do. $250,000 isn't small potatoes, even to a gambling syndicate. It wasn't until early on the morning of the third day, after Holly's arrest, that I got a tip-off from one of my part-time spies. I scooped up the phone when it rang and identified myself. "Counselor? Look, this is Benny." I recognized the voice and name. Benny was one of the cabbies that I'd done favors for in the past. "What's the trouble, Benny?" "Ah, no trouble. I just got a little tip you might be interested in." "Fire away." "Well, the DA and some of his boys went into the Golden Casino about 10 minutes ago, and now they're closing up the place. Just for a little while, I understand. Hour, maybe. They're chasing everyone out of the roulette room." "Thanks, Benny," I said. "Thanks a lot." "Well, I knew you was working on that Holly case, and I thought this might be important, so I—" "Sure, Benny. Come by my office this afternoon, and thanks again." I hung up and started moving. Within 10 minutes, I was pulling up and parking across the street from the Golden Casino. I locked the car and dodged traffic to get across the street, as though I'd never heard of laws against jaywalking. There were still plenty of people in the casino. The bar was full, and the dice and card games were going full blast. Slot machines were jingling out their infernal din while fools fed coins into their insatiable innards. But the roulette room was closed, and a couple of Bestetsoned deputies were standing guard over the entrance. I headed straight for them. Both of them stood pat, blocking my way, so I stopped a few feet in front of them. "Hello, Counselor," said one. "Sorry, the roulette room's closed." I knew the man slightly. "Let me in, Jim," I said. "I want to see Thursby." The men exchanged glances. Obviously, the DA had given them orders. "Can't do it, Counselor," said Jim. "We're not to let anyone in." "Tell Thursby I'm out here, and that I want to see him." He shrugged, opened the door, stuck his head inside, and called the District Attorney Thursby to tell him that I was outside. I could hear Thursby's muffled "damn" from within. But when he showed up at the door, his face was all smiles. "What's the trouble?" he asked pleasantly. I smiled back, giving him my best. "No trouble at all, Thursby. I just wanted to watch the experiment." "Experiment?" He looked honestly surprised, which was a fine piece of acting. "We're just checking to see if the table's wired, that's all. If it is, your client may be in the clear. Maybe we can hang it on the croupier." "And get a conspiracy charge on my client, too, eh?" "Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to watch that table check myself. You know how it is." Thursby hesitated. Then he scowled. "Oh, all right. Come on in, but stay out of the way." I grinned. "Sure. All I want to do is protect my client's interests." Thursby just grunted and opened the door wider to let me in. He was a shrewd lawyer, a good DA, and basically honest, even if he did have a tendency to bend under pressure from higher up. They were checking the table all right. They had 3 specialists going over it with everything from fine-tooth combs to Geiger counters. They found nothing. No magnets, no wires, no mechanical gimmicks. Nothing. It took them an hour to take that table apart, check it, and put it back together again. When it was all over, Thursby glanced at me, then said, "Okay, boys, that does it. Let's go." The men looked at him oddly, and I knew why. "Aren't you going to test my client's gadget?" I asked innocently. Thursby looked angrily baffled for a moment. Then he clamped his lips grimly. "As long as we're here, I guess we might as well." I knew perfectly well it was what he had intended to do all along. "One of you guys spin that wheel," he said to the technicians. One of them gave the wheel a spin and dropped the ball. It clattered on its merry way and dropped into a slot. 42. Thursby took the gadget out of his pocket. It was still set at 13. The men who had surrounded Holly on the night of his arrest had been keeping their eyes open, and they had seen how Holly had handled the thing. Well, almost how. Thursby had the lens opening pointed at the wheel, but his thumb and fingers weren't touching the silver plates properly. "Spin it again," he said. Everyone's eyes were on the ball as it whirled, so I had time to get my own copy of Halley's gadget out and set it at 13. I hoped the thing would work for me. I concentrated on 13, making sure my thumb and fingers were placed right. Evidently, they were. The ball fell into 13, black, odd, and low. A huge grin spread over Thursby's face, but he was man enough not to turn and grin at me. "Try it again," he said. 13, black, odd, and low. "I wonder how the thing works," said Thursby, looking at the gadget in a sort of pleased awe. "You'd better be able to prove that it does work, Thursby," I said, trying to put irritation in my voice. This time, he did grin at me. "Oh, I think we can prove that, all right." He turned back to the technician. "Spin it once more, Sam, and show the defense counsel here how it works." The technician did as he was told. 13, black, odd, and low, he chanted, grinning. "Let's try another number," Thursby said. He turned the dial to 1, and this time, when he pointed it, his fingers were touching the plates in the right places. "Just a minute," I said. "Let me spin the thing." "Be my guest, counselor," said Thursby. I spun the wheel and scooted the ball along the rim. It dropped into a slot. 1, red, odd, and low. I looked as disappointed and apprehensive as I could. "Coincidence," I said. "Nothing more. You haven't proved anything." Thursby's grin widened. "Of course I haven't," he said with a soothing, patronizing tone. "But I don't have to prove anything until I get to court." Then he looked at the technicians and jerked his head toward the door. "Let's go, boys. Maybe the counselor wants to look over the table for himself. Maybe he thinks we've got it rigged." There was a chorus of guffaws as they walked out. I just stood there, scowling, trying to keep from laughing even harder than they were. Jason Hawley sat next to me at the defense table, just inside the low partition that divided the court from the public. There weren't many people in the auditorium itself. Listening to some poor dope get himself sentenced for cheating at gambling is considered pretty dull entertainment in the state of Nevada. Thursby had managed to push the indictment through the grand jury in a hurry, but as he sat across the room from me at the prosecution table, I thought I could detect a false note in the assumed look of confidence that he was trying to wear. Hawley tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around, and he whispered, "How much longer?" I tapped my wristwatch. "Couple minutes. Judge Lapworth is one of those precisionists, never a moment late or early. Getting jumpy?" He shook his head gently and smiled. "No, you've handled this even better than I'd have imagined. You've thought of things I didn't even know existed. I'm no lawyer. I can see that." I returned the smile. "And I don't invent gimmicks, either. So what?" His eyes looked at me from behind the distorting negative lenses. "I've been wondering, counselor, why are you so interested in this? I mean, I offered you a pretty good fee and all that, but it seems to me you're taking an unusual interest in the case." I grinned at him. "Mr. Hawley, my profession is law, with a capital L. The study of law isn't like the study of physics or whatever. These are man-made laws, commands, not descriptions. They don't necessarily have anything to do with the facts at all. Take the word insanity, for instance. The word isn't even used by head shrinkers anymore, because it's a legal definition that has nothing whatever to do with the condition of the human mind. Now, any such set of laws as that can't possibly be self-consistent and still have some use on an action level. A lawyer's job is to find the little inconsistencies in the structure, the places where the pieces have been jammed together in an effort to make them look like a structured whole. To find, in other words, the loopholes and use them. And when I find a loophole, I like to wring everything I can out of it. I'm enjoying this." Hawley nodded. "I see. But what if something—" I held up my hand to silence him, because the door to the judge's chambers opened at that moment, and Judge Lapworth came in as the bailiff announced him. We all stood up while the bailiff intoned his, "Oh yay, oh yay." Thursby made a short preliminary speech to the jury, and I requested and was granted permission to hold my own opening statement until the defense was ready to present its case. Thursby was looking worried, although it took a trained eye to see it. I was pretty sure I knew why. He had been pushed too hard and had gone too fast. He'd managed to slide through the grand jury too easily, and I had managed to get the trial date set for a week later. Thursby's case was far from being as tight as he wanted it. I just sat still while the prosecution brought forth its witnesses and evidence. The croupier, the deputies, several employees of the Golden Casino, and a couple of patrons all told their stories. I waived cross-examination in every case, which made Thursby even edgier than he had been. When he called in the head of the technicians who had inspected the table at the casino, I made no objection to his testimony, but I made my first cross-examination. Mr. Thompson, you have stated your qualifications as an expert on the various devices which have been used to illegally influence the operation of gambling devices in this state. Thursby said, "Oh, if the court please, I should like to remind counsel for the defense that he has already accepted the qualifications of the witness." "I am not attempting to impugn the qualifications of the witness," I snapped. Judge Lapworth frowned at Thursby. "Are you making an objection, Mr. District Attorney?" Thursby pursed his lips, said, "No, Your Honor," and sat down. "Proceed with the cross-examination," said the judge. "Mr. Thompson," I said, "you have testified that you examined the table at the Golden Casino for such devices and found none. Is that right?" "That's right," he said positively. "Have you seen the device labeled People's Exhibit A, which was found by the officers on the person of the defendant?" "Well, yes, I have." "Have you examined the device?" Thursby was on his feet. "Objection, Your Honor! This material was not brought out in direct examination." "Sustained," said Judge Lapworth. "Very well, Your Honor," I said. Then I turned back to Thompson. "As an expert in this field, Mr. Thompson, you have examined many different devices for cheating gambling equipment, haven't you?" "Yes, I have." "How many would you say?" "Oh, several hundred." "Several hundred different types?" "No, several hundred individual devices. Most of them are just variations of 2 or 3 basic types." "And you are familiar with the function of these basic types and their variations?" "I am." "You know exactly how all of them work, then?" He saw where I was heading. "Most of them," he hedged. Thursby saw where I was heading, too, and was sweating. I'd managed to get around his objection. "Have you ever examined any which you could not understand?" I don't quite know what you mean." "Have you ever," I said firmly, "come across a device used in cheating which you could not comprehend or explain the operation of?" Thursby stood up. "Same objection as before, Your Honor." "Your Honor," I said, "I am merely trying to find the limitations of the witness' knowledge. I am not trying to refute his acknowledged ability." "Overruled," said Judge Lapworth. "The witness will answer the question." I repeated the question. "Yes," said Thompson in a low voice. "More than once?" "Only once." "Only once. You did find one device which didn't operate in any fashion you can explain. Is that right?" "That's right." "Can you tell me what this device was?" Thompson took a deep breath. "It was People's Exhibit A, the device taken from the defendant at the time of his arrest." There was a buzz in the courtroom. "No more questions," I said, turning away. Then, before Thompson could leave the stand, I turned back to him. Oh, just one moment, Mr. Thompson. Did you examine this device carefully? Did you take it apart? I opened it and looked at it. You just looked at it. You didn't subject it to any tests. Thompson took a deep breath. No. Why not? There wasn't anything inside it to test. This time, there was more than just a buzz around the courtroom. Judge Lapworth rapped for order. When the room was quiet, I said, "The box was empty, then?" "Well, no, not exactly empty. It had some stuff in it." I turned to the judge. "If the court please, I would like to have the so-called device, Exhibit A, open so that members of the jury may see for themselves what it contains." Judge Lapworth said, "The court would like very much to see the internal workings of this device, too. Bailiff, if you will, please." The bailiff handed him the gadget from the exhibit table. "How does it open?" asked the judge. He turned to Thompson. "Will the witness please open the box?" Reluctantly, Thompson thumbed the catch and slid off the top. The judge took it from him, looked inside, and stared for a long moment. I had already seen the insides. It was painted white, and there were ink lines running all over the inside, and various pictures: a ball, a pair of dice, a roulette wheel, and some other symbols that I didn't pretend to understand. Otherwise, the box was empty. After a moment, Judge Lapworth looked up from the box and stared at Thursby. Then he looked at Thompson. "Just what tests did you perform on this thing, Mr. Thompson?" "Well, Your Honor," Thompson said, visibly nervous, "I checked it for all kinds of radiation and magnetism. There isn't anything like that coming from it. But," he added lamely, "there wasn't much else to test. Not without damaging the box." "I see." His Honor glared at Thursby, but didn't say anything to him. He simply ordered the box to be shown to the jury. Thursby was grimly holding his ground, waiting. "Have you any more questions, Counselor?" the judge asked. "No, Your Honor, I have not." "Witness may step down," said His Honor to Thompson. Thursby stood up. "If the court please, I would like to stage a small demonstration for the members of the jury." The court gave permission, and a roulette wheel was hauled in on a small table. I watched with interest and without objection while Thursby demonstrated the use of the gadget, and then asked each of the jurors in turn to try it. It was a long way from being a successful demonstration. Some of the jurors didn't hold the thing right, and some of those that did just didn't have the mental ability required to use it, but that didn't bother Thursby. "Your Honor, and gentlemen of the jury," he said, "you are all aware that a device constructed for the purpose of cheating at any gambling game is not necessarily 100% infallible. It doesn't have to be. All it has to do is turn the odds in favor of the user. You are all familiar with loaded dice, I'm sure, and you know that loading dice for one set of numbers merely increases the probability that those numbers will come up. It does not guarantee that they will come up every time. It is the same with marked cards. Marking the backs of a deck of cards doesn't mean that you will invariably get a better hand than your opponent. It doesn't even mean that you will win every hand. The device taken from the defendant at the Golden Casino does not, as you have seen, work every time. But, as you have also seen, it certainly does shift the odds by a considerable percentage, and that, I submit, is illegal under the laws of this state." He went on, building on that theme for a while. Then he turned the trial over to the defense. "Call Dr. Pettigrew to the stand," I said. I heard Thursby's gasp, but I ignored it. A chunky, balding man with a moon face and an irritated expression came up to be sworn in. He was irritated with me for having subpoenaed him, and he showed it. I hoped he wouldn't turn out to be hostile. "You are Dr. Herbert Pettigrew?" I asked. "That is correct." "State your residence, please." 3109 La Jolla Boulevard, Los Angeles, California. You are called Dr. Pettigrew, I believe. Would you tell the court what right you have to that title? He looked a little miffed, but he said, "It is a scholarly title, a doctorate of philosophy in physics from Massachusetts Institute of Technology." "I see. Would you mind telling the court what other academic degrees you have?" He reeled off a list of them, all impressive. "Thank you, Doctor," I said. "Now, what is your present occupation?" "I am a professor of physics at the University of California in Los Angeles." I went on questioning him to establish his ability in his field, and by the time I was finished, the jury was pretty well impressed with his status in the scientific brotherhood, and not once did Thursby object. Then I said, "Dr. Pettigrew, I believe you came to this city on a professional matter." "Yes, I did." He didn't hesitate to answer, so I figured I hadn't got his goat too much. "And what was the nature of that matter?" "I was asked to come here by Mr. Harold Thursby, the district attorney, to perform some scientific tests on the device known as People's Exhibit A." "Did you perform these tests?" "I did." "At the request of District Attorney Thursby, is that right?" "That is correct." "May I ask why Mr. Thursby did not call you as a witness for the prosecution?" Thursby, as I had expected, was on his feet. "Objection! The question calls for a conclusion of the witness." "Sustained," said Judge Lapworth. "Dr. Pettigrew," I said, "what were your findings in reference to Exhibit A?" He shrugged. "The thing is a plastic box, with a dial set in one side, a plastic lens in one end, and a couple of strips of silver along two other sides. Inside, there are a lot of markings in black ink on white paint." He gestured toward the exhibit table. "Just what you've seen. That's all there is to it." "What sorts of tests did you perform to determine this, Dr. Pettigrew?" I asked. He took a long time answering that one. He had x-rayed the thing thoroughly, tested it with apparatus I'd never heard of, taken scrapings from all over it for microchemical analysis, and even tried it himself on a roulette wheel. He hadn't been able to make it work. "And what is your conclusion from these findings?" I asked. Again he shrugged. "The thing is just a box, that's all. It has no special properties." "Would you say it could be responsible for the phenomena we have just seen? By that I mean the peculiar action of the roulette wheel, demonstrated here by the prosecution?" "Definitely not," he stated flatly. "The box could not possibly have any effect on either the wheel or the ball." "I see. Thank you, Doctor. That's all. Cross-examine?" Thursby walked over to the witness stand with a belligerent scowl on his face. "Dr. Pettigrew, you say that the box couldn't possibly have had any effect on the wheel. And yet, we have demonstrated that there is an effect. Don't you believe the testimony of your own senses?" "Certainly I do," snapped Pettigrew. "Then how do you account for the behavior of the roulette wheel as you have just seen it demonstrated in this court?" I suppressed a grin. Thursby was so mad that he was having trouble expressing himself clearly. "In several ways," Pettigrew said sharply. "In the first place, that wheel could be rigged." Thursby purpled. "Now, just a minute. I started to object, but Judge Lapworth beat me to it." "Are you objecting to the answer, Mr. District Attorney?" "The witness is insinuating that I falsified evidence." "I am not," said Pettigrew, visibly angry. "You asked me how I could account for its behavior, and I told you one way. There are others." "The wheel will be examined," said Judge Lapworth darkly. "Tell us the other ways, Dr. Pettigrew." "Pure chance," said Pettigrew. "Pure chance, Your Honor. I'm sure that everyone in this courtroom has seen runs of luck on a roulette wheel. According to the laws of probability, such runs must inevitably happen. Frankly, I believe that just such a run has occurred here. I do not think for a minute that Mr. Thursby or anyone else rigged that wheel." "I see. Thank you, Dr. Pettigrew, said the judge. Any further questions, Mr. District Attorney? No further questions, Thursby said, trying to hide his anger. Call your next witness, said the judge, looking at me. I call Mr. Jason Howley to the stand. Howley sat down and was sworn in. I went through the preliminaries, then asked, Mr. Howley, you have seen People's Exhibit A? I have. To whom does it belong? It is mine. It was taken from me by... Just answer the question, please, I admonished him. He knew his script, but he was jumping the gun. The device is yours, then? That's right. Under what circumstances did this device come into the hands of the police? He told what had happened on the night of the big take at the Golden Casino. Would you explain to us just what this device is? I asked when he had finished. Certainly, he said. It's a good luck charm. I could hear the muffled reaction in the courtroom. A good luck charm. I see. Then it has no effect on the wheel at all. Oh, I wouldn't say that, Howley said disarmingly. He smiled and looked at the jury. It certainly has some effect. It's the only good luck charm I ever had that worked. The jury was grinning right back at him. They were all gamblers at heart, and I never knew a gambler yet who didn't have some sort of good luck charm or superstition when it came to gambling. We had them all in the palms of our hands. What I mean is, does it have any physical effect on the wheel? Howley looked puzzled. Well, I don't know about that. That's not my field. You'd better ask Dr. Pettigrew. There was a smothered laugh somewhere in the courtroom. Just how do you operate this good luck charm, Mr. Howley? I asked. Why, you just hold it so that your thumb touches one strip of silver and your fingers touch the other. Then you set the dial to whatever number you want to come up and wish. Wish? Just wish, Mr. Howley? Just wish, that's all. What else can you do with a good luck charm? This time the judge had to pound for order to stop the laughing. I turned Howley over to Thursby. The DA hammered at him for a half an hour, trying to get something out of Howley, but he didn't get anywhere useful. Howley admitted that he'd come to Nevada to play the wheels. What was wrong with that? He'd admitted that he'd come just to try out his good luck charm, and what was wrong with that? He even admitted that it worked for him every time. And what was wrong, pray, with that? Thursby knew he was licked. He'd known it for a long time. His summation to the jury showed it. The expressions on the faces of the jury as they listened showed it. They brought in a verdict of not guilty. When I got back to my office, I picked up the phone and called the Golden Casino. I asked for George Brocky, the manager. When I got him on the phone and identified myself, he said, "Oh, it's you." His voice didn't sound friendly. "It's me," I said. "I suppose you're going to slap a suit for false arrest on the casino now, eh, Counselor?" "Not a bit of it, George," I said. "The thought occurred to me, but I think we can come to terms." "Yeah?" "Nothing to it, George. You give us the 300 grand, and we don't do a thing." "Yeah?" He didn't get it. He had to fork over the money anyway, according to the court order, so what was the deal? "If you want to go a little further, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll give you one of our little good luck charms if you'll promise to call your boys off Howley." "Nobody's on Howley," he said. "You ought to know better than that. In this state, if we get whipped in court, we play it square. Did you think we were going to get rough?" "No, but you kind of figured on lifting that gadget as soon as he gets it back from the DA, didn't you? I saw your boys waiting at his hotel. I'm just telling you that you don't have to do that. We'll give you the gadget. There are plenty more where that came from." "I see," Brocky said after a long pause. "Okay, Counselor. It's a deal. Fine. We'll pick up the money later this evening if that's okay." "Sure, Counselor. Any time. Any time at all." He hung up. I grinned at Howley, who was sitting across the desk from me. "Well, that winds it up." I don't get it, Holly said. Why'd you call up Rocky? What was the purpose of that deal? No deal, I told him. I was just warning him that killing you and taking the gadget wouldn't do any good, that we've covered you. He won't bother having anything done to you if he knows that the secret of the gadget is out already. Holly's eyes widened behind those spectacles of his. You mean they'd kill me? I thought Nevada gamblers were honest. Oh, they are. But this is a threat to their whole industry. It's more than that. It may destroy them. Some of them might kill to keep that from happening. But you don't have to worry now. Thanks. Tell me, do you think we've succeeded? In what you set out to do? Certainly. When we mail out those gadgets to people all over the state, the place will be in an uproar. With all the publicity this case is getting, it'll have to work. You now have a court decision on your side. A decision which says that a psionic device can legally be used to influence gambling games. Why, man, they'll have to start investigating. You'll have every politico in the state of Nevada insisting that scientists work on that thing, to say nothing of what the syndicate will do. All I wanted to do, said Holly, was force people to take notice of psionics. I guess I've done that. You certainly have, brother. I wonder what it will come to. I wonder myself sometimes, Holly said. That was 3.5 years ago. Neither Holly nor I are wondering now. According to the front page of today's Times, the first spaceship with a crew of 80 aboard reached Mars this morning. And on page 2, there's a small article headline, Rocket Obsolete, say scientists. It sure is. This is the end of For Your Money Back by Gordon Randall Garrett. Recording by Tom Weiss. Question of Comfort. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. Question of Comfort by Les Collins. The Gravity Gang was a group of geniuses, devoting its brilliance to creating a realistic solar system for Disneyland. That was the story, anyway. No one would have believed all that stuff about cops and robbers from outer space. My job, finished now, had been getting them to Disneyland. The problem was bringing one in particular, one I had to find. The timing was uncomfortably close. I'd taken the last of the yellow pills yesterday, tossing the bottle away with a sort of indifferent frustration. I won or lost on the validity of my logic, and whether I'd built a better mousetrap. The pills had given me 24 hours before the fatal weakness took hold. Nevertheless, I waited as long as I could. That left me less than an hour. Now, strangely, as I walked in the eerie darkness of an early morning, virtually deserted Disneyland, I felt calm. And yet, my life depended on the one I sought being inside the tour building. I was seeking a monster of terrible potential, yet so innocuous looking that he'd not stand out. I couldn't produce him, couldn't say where in the world he was. Nevertheless, he was the basis, the motivation second only to mine. I took the long, hard way, 3 years making him come to me. 2 years were devoted to acclimatization, learning and then swinging this job, just to put the idea across. Assigned to Disneyland Public Relations in the offices at Burbank, I'd begun with the usual low-pay, low-level jobs. I couldn't mind. At least I had a foot in the right door. Within 6 months, I reached the point where I could present the idea. It had enough merit. My boss, 35 years' experience enabled him to recognize a good idea, took it to his boss, who took it to the boss. Tomorrowland is the orphan division of Disneyland, thrown in as SOP to those interested more in the future than the past. My idea was to sex up Tomorrowland, tour the solar system. Not really, but we'd bill it that way. The tour of the solar system building was to be large. Its rooms would reproduce environments of parts of the system as best as we knew them. I'll never forget the first planning session when we realists were underdogs, yet swung the basic direction. By then, the Hollywood mind had appeared. The Hollywood mind is definitely a real thing, a vicious thing, a blank thing, that paternalistically insists it knows what the public wants. There was general agreement on broad outlines. Trouble began over Venus. Of course, said one of the minds, we'll easily create a swampy environment. I burst out with quiet desperation. May I comment? The realists were churning. Right there, sides were being chosen. I let all know my side immediately. Venus is hot, but it's desert heat. Continuous dust storms with fantastic winds. People that never go for that junk, interrupted the mind. Everyone knows Venus is swampy. Everyone whose reading taste matured no further than Edgar Rice Burroughs. The mind, with a "if you know so much, why ain't you rich" look, sneered, "How come you know all about it?" Speechless, I spread my hands. This joker was leading with his chin, forcing the fight. I had to hit him again. If I lost, I lost good. A person, I said slowly and rhythmically, with normal intelligence and a minute interest in the universe, will keep step with the major sciences, at least on an elementary level. I must stress the qualification of normal intelligence. The mind, face contorted, was determined to get me. I was in a very vulnerable spot. More important, so was the idea. Mind began an emotional tirade, and mentally I damned him. It couldn't have mattered to him what environment we used, but he was politicking where he shouldn't. There was a silence when he stopped. This was the crux. The boss would decide. I held my breath. He said, "We'll make it hot and dusty." The realists had won. The rest climbed on the bandwagon, but quick, and the temple was cleansed. It was natural, because at the moment I was fair-haired, for the project to become mine. God knows I worked hard for it. I'd have to watch the mind, though. He would make things as difficult as possible. However, he proved he was the one person I wasn't seeking. One down, and 2,499,999,999 to go. Within a few days, a new opposition coalition formed, headed by the Mind. Fortunately, they helped. I'd hesitated on one last point. Pushed, I gambled the momentum of the initial enthusiasm would carry it. Originally, the plan was a series of rooms, glassed off, that people could stare into. There was something much better. Engineering and I spent 36 hours straight, figuring costs, juggling space and equipment, until the modification didn't look too expensive. Juggling is always possible in technical proposals. For the results, the cost was worth it. I hand-carried the proposal in. Why not take people through the rooms? We could even design a simulated, usable space chute. There'd be airlock doors between the rooms for effectiveness, insulation, economy. No children under 10 allowed, no adults over 50. They'd go through in groups of 10 or 11. Sure, I realized this was the most elaborate, most ambitious concession ever planned. The greatest ever attempted in its line. It would cost, both us and the public. But people will pay for value. They'd go for $1.50 or even $2. The lines of those filing past the windows at 50 cents a crack would also bring in the dough. They bought it. Not all. They nixed my idea of creating exact environmental conditions, and I didn't insist, luck and Hollywood being what they are. From the first, I established a special group to work on one problem. They were dubbed the Gravity Gang, and immediately after, the GG. I hired them for the gravity of the situation, a standard gag that, once uttered, became as trite as the phrase. The tour's realism would be affected by normal weight sensations. The team consisted of a female set designer, who'd turn any male head, from the studio, a garage mechanic with 30 years' experience, an electronics engineer, a science fiction writer, and the prettiest competent secretary available. I found Hazel, discovering with delight that she'd had 3 years of anthropology at UCLA. As soon as they assembled, I explained their job: find a way to give the illusion of lessened gravity. Working conditions would be the best possible. Why, I wanted the women pretty, and their time was their own. I found the GG responded by working 10 hours a day and thinking another 14. They were that sort. I couldn't know the GG was foredoomed to failure by its very collective nature. Nor could I know, by its nature, the GG meant the difference between my success and failure. The opposition put one over. We'd started referring to the job as Tour of the System Project. Next day, it was going the rounds as TS Project. Words. Words. And men will always fight with words. Actually, the initials were worthy of the name. The engineering problems mounted like crazy. Words. Words, and one of them got to the outside world. Or maybe it was the additional construction crew we hired. One logical spot for the building was next to the moon flight. The tour building now would be bigger than first planned, so we extended it southeasterly. This meant changing the roadbed of the Santa Fe and Disneyland Railroad. It put me up to my ears in plane surveying, and gave me a nasty shock. I looked up at someone shout, in time to see a ton of cat rolling down the embankment at me. What we were doing was easy, using a spiral to transition gradually from tangent to circular curve and from circular curve to tangent. Easy? Yeah, sure. If this was my baby, I'd damn well better know its personality traits. I was out with the surveyors. I was out with the construction gang. I was out at the wrong time. As the yellow beast, mindless servant of man, thundered down, I dove for the rocks. Thank God for the rocks. We'd had to import them. The soil in Orange County is fine for oranges, but too soft for train road beds. Choking on the dust, I rolled over. The cat perched, grinning drunkenly, on the rocks. The opposition, or an accident? Surely the mind wasn't that desperate. But I was. I had to keep the idea alive, for myself as well as completion of the original mission. Several million hands pulled me out. Several million more patted away the dust. Motionless, I'd just seen the driver of the cat. Seen him, and was sorry. He stood tall but hunched over, gaunt with pasty skin, vapid eyes, and a kind of yellow, nondescript hair. It wasn't the physical characteristics, very similar to mine, that bothered me. Once, after an incomplete pass, I'd been told by a young lady that I was a thin, sallow lecher. I was swept by waves of impending trouble, more frightened of him than of the opposition in toto. Then, relieved, I realized the man wasn't the one I was expecting. Back in my office, I wasn't allowed the luxury of nervous reaction. Our spacesuit man wanted an okay on design changes. Changes? What changes? Oh, yes, go ahead. A materials man wanted to know about weight. I told him where to go for the information. A written progress report from the GG briefly, sardonically said, "All the talk about increased costs and lowered budget has decided us to ask if any aircraft, missile, or AEC groups have come up with anti-gravity. It'd be a lot simpler that way. Love and kisses." I shrugged, wrote them a memo to take a week off for fishing, wenching, or reading Van S. on the Pleistocene stratigraphy of Java. I didn't care, as long as they returned with a fresh point of view. Things were hectic already, less than 4 months after we'd started, and we hadn't much to show except a shift in the roadbed of the SF&D R&R. The opposition, growing stronger each day, could sit back and rest the case, with nothing more than a smug, needling, "I told you so" look. The day finally came when we broke ground for the building. It was quite an achievement, and I invited the GG to dinner. I'd been drawn to the bunch of screwballs, the only name possible, more and more. Maybe because they were my brainchild, or maybe because lately they were the only human company in which I could relax. The hotel is a half-mile south of Disneyland. I arrived early, hoping to grab a ginger ale. Our set designer, Frank, christened Francis, caught me at the door. "Wanted to buy you a drink. This is the first time we've met socially." That was true. It was equally true something bothered her. Damn it. Trapped I'd have to drink. We ordered, and I mulled it over. Waited, but she said nothing. The drinks came. I shook several little bright yellow pills from the bottle, swallowed them, then drank. Frank cocked her head inquisitively. "If you must know, they're for my ulcer." "Didn't know you had one." "Don't, but I'll probably get one any day." She laughed and I drank again. I should do my drinking alone because I get boiled incredibly fast. It happened now. 1 second, I was sober. The next, drunk. Resting a cheek on a wobbly palm and elbow, I said, "Has anyone ever said you are the most beautiful?" "Yes, but in your present state, it isn't a good idea for you to add to that number." I shifted to the other forearm. "Frank, things might be different if I were a thin, sallow lecher." "What a nice compliment." "Uh-huh. Especially since I work for you, nominally, anyway." "Uh-huh. Nominally." "Bosses should not make passes at gals who work as lower classes." "Uh-huh. Familiar." "But you are, and getting more so daily." "Uh-huh. Or what?" I asked in surprise. "Thin. Tired. The GG has decided you're working too hard." "Because I don't use Vano." I grinned, having waited long to put that one across. "Be serious and listen." "You listen. If I'm working too hard, it's to finish. I must, and soon." "This compulsion," she paced her words, "will kill you if you let it." "It'll kill me if I don't let it." "Here comes Harry." It was time. Blearily, I fumbled with the pills, spilled the bottle. Frank helped me gather them up as Harry arrived. He said, a look of worry on his gaunt gray features, "The rest of us are waiting." Concerned, Frank asked, "Think you're able?" "Any time you say," I answered in a cold, sober monotone. She flushed, knowing I was sober, not knowing certainly if I were serious. When we were seated, I said enthusiastically, "Chateaubriand tonight, gangsters." The GG did not react as expected. Dex, the electronics engineer, said quietly, "If it's steak when the ground is broken, what'll it be when the thing is finished?" "A feast for all the animals in the world, just like Suleiman bin Daoud." This from the GG writer, Mel. Their faces showed the same thing that bothered Frank. Harry said, "We have something to do." "Well, do it." I tried weak joviality. "It can't be anything of earth-shaking gravity." Hazel, long since accepted as a GG member, replied, "It's just that we're resigned." "What?" "We've produced nothing in months of sustained effort. That's why we're resigning," Dex replied disgustedly. Frank touched my arm, said softly, "We've examined every angle. With the money available, it's just impossible to give a sensation of changed weight. And we know they've been pressuring you about us being on the payroll. Wait, desperately. If you pull out, everything will go. The opposition needs only something like this. Besides, the GG is the one bit of insanity I can depend on in a practical world. The prop for my judgment. Harry. Clouded judgment. Mel. Expensive prop. Having grown used to their friendly insults, I sensed their resolution weakening, felt the pendulum swinging back. The waitress interrupted with news of an urgent phone call. It was the worst possible time for me to leave, and the news I got threw me. Feeling the weight of the world, I returned. Can't be in two places at once, I said bitterly. Go ahead without me. I'm leaving. Wait a few minutes, Mel said between bites of steak. We want to resign. Sit down. Damn it, I can't. I spoke to the boss. I've pulled a boo-boo, but big. What happened? Bonestell will do the backgrounds, but he has to know what rocks we're putting in the room. What rocks are we? Anybody have an idea what the surface of Mars looks like? God, how could I have missed that? Sit down, Dex said casually. We want to resign. Hazel added, you can have your rocks in 24 hours. We worked it out weeks ago. I did read Van Ness, and Harry has prospected, and Dex knows minerals, and Mel pushed his way through Tyrell's Principles of Petrology, the science of rocks, Mel interrupted between bites of steak. We got interested one day. Frank's pretty dark eyes danced. We want to resign, Dex repeated casually. So sit down. I sat. They began throwing the ball faster than I can catch. No atmosphere on Mercury. Then no oxidation. I insist there'd be no straight metals. The asteroids? Ferromagnesium blocks of some kind. Any basalts around here? For Venus? Grab a truckload of granodiorite, the spotted stuff, from the Sierra Nevadas, and tint it pink. Lateritic soils for Mars? You crazy? Must have water in a subtropical climate. It hit me. A valid use for the GG. One that already saved money. Make them a brain team, troubleshooters, or problem solvers on questions that could not be solved. I said, fine, go ahead. About your resignations. Mel said something indistinguishable. I'd caught him on a bite of steak. Hazel, belligerent, demanded, are you asking us to resign? Apparently I wasn't. So they stuck, and another crisis was met. Unfortunately, by then, I'd forgotten the shock and warning I got from the cat. Things moved swiftly, more easily. The GG took over, becoming, in effect, my staff. They'd become more. 5 different extensions of me, each capable of acting correctly. As a team, they meshed beautifully. Too beautifully, at one point. Dex and Hazel were seeing eye to eye, even in the dark, and I worried about the effect on the others. I might as well have worried about the effect of a light bulb on the sun. They married, or some such, refused time off, and the GG functioned, if anything, better. It was almost indecent the way the 5 got along together. A new problem arose. Temperature. We weren't reproducing actual temperatures, but the rooms needed a marked change for reality's sake. I'd insisted on that, and having won the point, was stuck with it. It was after 2 a.m. I was alone in the office. The sound of the outer door closing startled me. Footsteps approached. I hurried to clean my desk, sweeping the bottle into the drawer. You're up too late. Go home. Frank had a non-arguable look in her eye. You're supposed to be getting sleep. I am. Far more than before you guys began helping, but with all that extra sleep, you're looking worse. I don't need any more sleep, I said angrily, then tried diversion. Been on a date? Yes, but I thought I'd better check on you. She moved close to the desk, and I remembered the last time we'd been alone, in the bar. Now I was glad I wasn't drunk. What the devil are you up to? She pawed through the desk drawers, finding what you tried to hide. Wait, Frank, I yelled, too late. She looked at the bottle, then me, with a strange expression. A little pity, not patronizing, but mostly feminine understanding. Soda pop? Of course. You don't like alcohol, do you? No, gruffly. Her eyes blinked rapidly as though holding back tears. I know what's the matter with you. I really know. There's nothing the matter with me that beating this mess won't solve. We hadn't heard Mel enter. He leaned casually against the door. Terrific idea for a story. I shrugged. Seems to be homecoming night. Not quite, he glanced at his watch. But wait another few minutes. He was right. Harry, out of breath, was the last of the GG to arrive. Now what? I asked. Surely this meeting isn't an accident. Dex said thoughtfully, no, not really. But it is in the sense you mean. We didn't agree to appear tonight, yet, logically, it's time for the temperature problem. Well, I guess each of us came down to help. What could I do? That was the GG, characteristically. So we talked temperatures. What I was thinking, Harry began slowly, was a sort of super thermostat. Harry, as usual, came to the right starting point. Frank smiled. That's right, especially considering layout. Venus and Mercury are hot, the others cold. What about a control console that'll light when the rooms get outside normal temperature range? Then the operator... Hey, why an operator? Mel questioned. We ought to make this automatic. He grinned. Giant computer. Can you see it now? The brain comes alive, tries to destroy anyone turning it off. I asked, have you been reading the stuff you write? Funny enough for 3 a.m. Dex said calmly, we can work this. In fact, we can tie it in pink ribbons and forget it. An electronics outfit in Pasadena makes an automatic scanning and logging system. Works off paper punch tape. We'll code the right poop, and the system will compare it with the actual raw data. Feedback will be to a master control servo that'll activate the heater or cooler. Now we need the right pickup. I snapped my fingers. Variable resistor bridge. Couple of resistors equal at the right temperature. There'll be a frequency change with changing temperatures. Better than a thermocouple, I think. They looked at me as though I were butting in. You've been reading too, Dex accused. Okay, we'll use a temperature bulb. Trouble is, with this system, we better let it run continuously. That'll drive costs up. Hazel asked, can't we use the heat maybe to drive a compressor? The sudden expansion of air could cool the rest. Harry? Harry hadn't had time to answer. What'll this cost? I snapped. Roughly 15 to 18,000, Dex replied. What? With fine impartiality, they ignored me completely. Harry continued, as though without interruption. Yes, I guess a compressor and coolant system could be arranged. We broke up at 6 a.m. I took one of my pills, frowning at the bottle. Seemed to be emptying fast. Sleepily, I shook the thought off and faced the new day, little knowing the opposition had managed to skizzle us again. The last displays were moons of Jupiter and Saturn. It was impossible to recreate tortured conditions of the planets themselves. Saturn's closest moon, Mimas, was picked. Our grand finale, landing on Mimas with Saturn rising spectacularly out of the east. Mimas is in the plane of the rings, so they couldn't be obvious. We'd show enough, however, to make it damned impressive, and explain it by libration of the satellite. The mechanics of realistically moving Saturn was rougher than a cob, and that's where the opposition fixed us. They claimed there wasn't enough drama in the tour. Let it end with a flash of light, a roar, and a meteor striking nearby. The roar came from us. Mimas had no atmosphere. How could the meteor sound off or burn up? We finally compromised, permitting the meteor to hit. We decided early the customers couldn't walk through. Mel first, Harry, then Dex, together produced an electric-powered, open runabout. The cart ran on treads in contact with skillfully hidden tracks for the current channel, a futuristic touch that, we'd say the cart ran on broadcast power. The power source provided cart headlights and made batteries unnecessary for the guide's walkie-talkie and the customer's helmet receivers. Mima's last section of track was on a vibrating platform. The cart tripped a switch. When the meteor supposedly hit, the platform would drop and rise 3 inches, fast, twisting while it did. Enough, Mel said grimly, to shake the damn kishkas out of them. We cracked that one just in time for another. It began with Venus, as most of my problems had. We planned constant dust storms for Venus. Real quick, there'd be nothing left of the Bonastell's backgrounds but a blank wall from mechanical erosion. And how did we intend glass? Too easily scratched. Lord, another one. How will the $50 customers be able to see inside? Glass in one of those silicon plastics? Better, but Harry beat it. Glass, plastic, and a boundary layer of cold air jetted down from the ceiling, in front of the background painting and back of the look-in window. I was glad, for lately Harry had begun to age. Thin and gray, he showed the strain, as did all of us. We were sitting in an administration office at the park. I now recognized the symptoms. When the GG had no real problems, its collective mind usually turned to my health. I wouldn't admit it, but I felt a little peaked. Hell, bone-tired, dog-weary pooped. Seemed every motion was effort, but soon it would end. The phone rang. With the message, it was ended. "Let's go, Grouseketeers." There was almost a pregnant pause. 6 months. Conception of the idea to delivery of the finished product. 6 months working together, fighting men, nature, and the perversity of inanimate objects. All of this now was done. No one moved. Frank verbalized it. "I'm scared." She sounded scared. "Better than being petrified, which I am," I answered, "but we might as well face it." We dragged over to the TS building, an impressive structure. The guide played it straight, told us exactly how to suit up. Then, in the cart, we edged into the tunnel that was the first lock, and, warned to set our filters, emerged onto the blinding surface of Mercury. We felt the heat momentarily. Mercury and Venus were kept at a constant 140 degrees F, the others at 0 degrees F. But it was a deliberate thrill. Then cool air from the cart suit connections began circulating. Bonastell was magnificent, as always. Yellow landscape, spattered cones, glittering streaks that might be metal in the volcanic rock, created by dusting ground mica on wet glue to catch the reflection of the sun. It was a masterpiece. The sun, black sky holding a giant blazing ball. Too damned yellow, but filtered carbon arcs were the best we could do. Down into the tunnel that was locked too. This next one, Venus, obvious opposition point of attack, where we'd had the most trouble. Venus had to be right. It was. A blast of wind struck us, and dust swirling everywhere. We'd discovered there's no such thing as a sandstorm. It's really dust. So we'd taken pains making things look right. Sand dunes were carefully cemented in place. Dust rippling over gave the proper illusion. Oddly shaped rocks, dimly seen, strengthened the impression of wind-abraded topography. Rocks were reddish, overlain by smears of bright yellow. Lot of trouble placing all that flowers of sulfur, but we postulated a liquid sulfur-sulfur dioxide carbon dioxide cycle. Overhead, a diffused, intense yellow light. The sun. We were on the daylight side. I sighed, relaxed, knowing this one had worked out. We gave the moon little time. For those who had become homesick, Earth was hanging magnificently in the sky. At a crater wall, we stopped, ostensibly to let souvenir hunters pick at small pieces of lunar rock without leaving the cart. We'd argued hours on what type to use, till Mel dragged out his rock book. most automatically had wanted basalt. However, the moon's density being low, heavier rocks are probably scarce. One good reason not to expect radioactive ores there. We finally settled for rhyolite and obsidian. Stopping on the moon had another purpose. We kept the room temperature at 70 degrees F for heating and cooling economy. The transition from Venus to Mars was much simpler if ambient temperature dropped from 140 to 70 and from 70 to 0, rather than straight through the range. Next, a Martian polar cap, and we looked down a long canal that disappeared on the horizon. Water appeared to run uphill for that effect. The whole scene looked like an Arizona highway at dusk, what it should have. To our right, a suggestion of, damn, the opposition's eyes, culture, a large stone What's-it. It was a jarring note. We selected one of those nondescript asteroids with just enough diameter to show extreme curvature. Frank had done magnificently. I found myself hanging onto the cart. Headlights deliberately dimmed. On the rocky surface, the cart bumped wildly. The sky was black, broken only by little hard chunks of light. No horizon. The feeling of being ready to drop was intense, possibly too much so. Europa, then, in a valley of ice. We'd picked Jupiter's third moon because its frozen atmosphere permitted some eerie pseudo-ice sculpturing. As we moved, Jupiter appeared between breaks and peaks in the sheer wall. Worked nicely, seeing the monstrous planet distended overhead, like a gaily colored beach ball moving with us, as the moon from a train window. Unfortunately, the ice forms detracted somewhat. Mimas, pitch black, then aglow. Stark landscape, quickly becoming visible. Steep cliffs, rocky plain, Saturn rising. The rings, their shadow on the globe, the beauty of it made me sit stunned, though I knew what to expect. The guide warned us radar spotted an approaching object, probably a meteor. We ran, the cart at maximum speed. Not much, really. It tore at you, wanting to stare at Saturn, wanting to duck. Hit the special section, dropped and rose our 3 inches, one hell of a distance, and the tour was over. I kept thinking insanely that the meteor was a perfect conflict touch. We unsuited silently. Finally Hazel breathed, "Hallelujah." It was the summation of success. There now remained but one thing. Wait for the quarry to show. I estimated the necessary time at 4 days and nights after opening. It was hard to wait. Hard not to fidget under the watchful, the only word, eyes of the GG. They were up to something, undoubtedly. But there was something far more important. I'd narrowed the 2,499,999,999 down to 5. The one I sought was a member of the GG. Opening night brought Harry and Frank to my office. They tried to be casual, engaged me in desultory nothings. Frank looked reproachful. I was there too late. The following night, Mel ambled in at midnight. He grinned, discussed the plot, suggested we go out for a beer, changed his mind, left. The third night, I waited in the dark. Nor was I disappointed. Dex and Hazel showed. "What do you want? It's 2 a.m. There was a long, regrouping pause. Then Hazel said, "Dex has a fine idea." "Well?" "I've been thinking about gravity." "About time," I said sarcastically, disliking myself, but hoping it would get rid of them. "We opened 3 days ago." He ignored my petulance and grinned. "No, I meant anti-gravity. I think it's possible. If you had a superconductor in an inductance field, why, tell me." "Thought you'd have some ideas." I shook my head. "That's what I hired you for. My only idea right now is going to sleep." Bewildered, they left. And on the fourth night, No one came. So I headed for the tour. Now, having risked everything on my logic, I was a dead pigeon if wrong. There were only minutes left. I eased through the back door, heard our automation equipment humming. Despite darkness, I shortcut it, nearly reaching the door to the service hallway in back of the planetary rooms. There was a distinct click, and a flashlight blinded me. I waited, stifling a cry, knowing if it were he, death was next. Death never spoke in such quiet, sweet tones. Frank asked, "What are you doing here?" Frank, not you. Surprise shocked me. The light, her voice, the sudden suspicion. Still, diversion and counterattack. "Perhaps you've the explaining to do," I said nastily. "Why are you here?" Her wide-eyed ingenuousness making me more suspicious, she answered, "Waiting to see if you'd appear." Then she stopped being truthful. "You forget. We had a date." "We didn't have any damn date," I said flatly, hurting deep within. "All right. I want to know why you're still driving yourself. It isn't work. That's finished." The way she talked made me hopeful. Maybe she wasn't the one. And then came fear. "Frank, if he's here, you're in danger. The monster respects nothing we hold dear. Law, property, dignity, life. There was one way to find out. Make her leave." I wrenched the flashlight from her, smashed it on the concrete floor. "I mean this. Get the hell out of here and stay out." She said distastefully, "I've seen it happen, but never this fast. You've gone Hollywood. You're a genius. You're tremendous. Forgetting other people who helped. Go ahead with your mysterious deal, and I hope we never meet again." I struggled with ambivalence. This might be a trick. If not, Frank now hated me irreparably. No time to worry about human emotions. Not anymore. Nausea reminded me of the primary purpose. I continued down the dark hallway, listening for Frank's return, hoping she needn't die. Light was unnecessary. I knew the right door. Because it started here, it would end here. Quickly, silently, I slipped inside the Venus room. With peculiar relief, I realized Frank wasn't it. My nose led me right to the monster. In an ecstatic, semi-stuporous state, smelling strongly of sulfur dioxide, he couldn't have been aware of me. Couldn't? "It took you long enough." He didn't bother to turn from the rock he was huddled against. I had to be sure. I felt anything but the calm carried in my voice. No wonder the GG got the right answers, with you making initial starts. "Say, were you responsible for the cat that rolled at me?" "An accident. Obviously, I wanted this room built as much as you." Harry, now undisguised, languorously turned. "Your little trap didn't quite come off. A danger in fighting a superior intellect." "No trap. I had a job to do. It's done." "Job? Job?" Infuriated, leaping to his feet, he shouted, "Speak the native tongue, filth!" "What's the use? Because of you, I'll never again have the chance. And you no longer have a native tongue." "Who were those judges," he asked bitterly, "to declare me an outcast?" "Representatives of an outraged society." I almost lost my temper, thinking of this deviant's crimes. "You were lucky to get banishment instead of death." He grinned. "So were you." "True. I tried to find the proper place where you'd have some chance." He laughed openly. "I fixed the ship nicely." "You don't understand at all. I counted on your being a hero, trying to save us, so I escaped. For 3 years only? What do you mean? One of us won't leave here." Harry frowned, then tried cunning. "Aren't you being silly? We are hopelessly marooned. Surely there are overriding considerations to your childish devotion to duty. I shook my head. This is too small a room for us. Even if I trusted you, I couldn't allow you at this naive young world. Voices suddenly approached. The GG? Harry questioned. Didn't know they were coming. Desperately, I looked about. Found an eroded mass. Hide there. I'll get rid of them. You'd better. We have business. Possibly. It was the only time I've agreed with him. Mel and Dex came in. I called. Over here. Dex snapped his fingers. Knew it was Venus. Mel wrinkled his nose. Sulfur dioxide, too, like we figured. Soda pop? When I broke into that tender scene between you and Frank, that gave you necessary carbon dioxide. Right, am I not? Yes, why don't you guys leave me alone? Beginning to falter in the heat, they dripped perspiration. You could die in this chilly climate. Dex said, Listen for a second. We don't have to break up. Let's form a service organization, Problems Inc., or some equally stupid title. Very soon, we could afford a private bedroom, like this, for you to stay in all the time. Need only 2 or 3 nights in 10. Harry was moving restlessly. He couldn't wait much longer. Combination of oxygen, carbon dioxide, and sulfur under relatively high temperature is how I eat. Pills can substitute, but not for protracted periods. That's why I had to build this room. Couple of weeks and I'll be in the pink. As pink as you, anyway. Abruptly, I lay down, ignoring them. I had to make my friends go. Harry could literally have shredded them. Footsteps. The door closed. Relief and loneliness joined me, but only for a moment. His voice sliced the darkness. I'm a man of honor. I must warn you. If we fight, you'll lose. I escaped with far more pills than you. You're weaker. I said sardonically, with you stealing parts of my supply, that's probably the only truthful thing you've said. I've been in here 3 nights, adjusting my metabolism. He came at me then, not breaking his flow of speech. At home, I'd have been surprised at the dishonor. Instead, I was expecting it. He ran into my balled fist. If we'd been home, if, at full strength, I could have broken his neck with a blow. Now we simply rolled back and fell. Laughing, he attacked again. We were weak as babes and fought like it. Clumsily, slowly, we went through the motions. He'd been right. He was a little stronger, and the relative difference began to tell. Soon I was falling from his blows. Hands on my neck, he kneed me hard in the stomach. Violently ill, I felt the sulfur dioxide rush from my lungs. I remembered one trick they taught at school, and I used it. Unable to break his hold, I managed to get my hands around his throat. We locked, each silent. Silently, until I felt my last reserves going, until the crooning of the Song of Eternity began. This couldn't happen, not to this planet. With all my strength, I gave one last squeeze, but it failed. From somewhere, light years away, I heard Frank. Realized I'd played the fool. She'd been working for the monster. A blinding flash inside my head, and the last darkness descended. The light hadn't been inside my head. It flooded the room. Dimly, I was aware of the injection and immediately felt better. Harry was gone. The GG -1 was gathered around. Mel said it was a dilute solution of cerium nitrate. We figured the percentage on the basis of the pill Frank swiped. Hope you aren't poisoned. No. My voice was weak. Need it. Oxidizing agent for the sulfur. Harry's dead, Hazel frowned. When we came in, you'd broken his neck for crooning to yourself. So I had been crooning the Song of Eternity. I felt silly. A cop on a mission. I waited until whichever of you it was settled down here. That one had to be the criminal, to be done away with. Dex and I got rid of the body, Mel said. No need to worry unless you've read my stories. Perhaps you are the criminal. I'll be watching. No proof, of course. Do you believe I'm the criminal? Mel smiled. No, but I'll watch anyway. More closely than tonight, I hope, Hazel said acidly. If it hadn't been for her. I saw Frank and was ashamed of my suspicions. She was silent, looking concerned. They all did, and I was warmed, because, despite discomfort, they worried about me. An alien, a stranger. Better leave. Heat's getting you. Dex asked, when are you going back? I shrugged. Never. The ship is in the Gulf of California. Harry did that. What about our company? We can research anti-gravity. You might reach home yet. I shook my head. Said I was a policeman. I don't know very much. Perfectly normal, Mel said before Hazel shooshed him. Dex was insistent. Any cop knows at least something about his motorcycle. Was I right about the superconductor? Yes. Now get out of here, idiots, before there's no one left to form the company. Hazel, perspiring freely, red hair shimmering, kissed me. We figured you out real early. We aren't ever wrong, and I'm glad we stayed with you, Mr. Venus, she laughed joyously. First time I've ever kissed a Venusian. Frank, head close to mine, said softly, I'm terribly sorry I said those things, but you had to believe I was angry, so I could call the others. And I did everything possible to get you out. We were silent. Then I said what I'd been fighting not to for so long. Frank? Francis? She understood and stared horrified at me. I'd lost. Bowed my head, feeling like the damn fool I was. She looked around the room. It's so strange. And with ingrained racial conditioning, you couldn't respond to a thin, sallow alien. I don't know, she said hesitantly. I do, Mel said. The oldest story in science fiction. It's true. I can't write it. Why not? No editor in right or wrong mind would buy the beautiful Earth damsel after whom lusts the monster from Venus. Frank snapped. He isn't a monster, and his manners are better than many writers I could name. Her voice trailed off with awareness of Mel's tiny smile, a smile that widened. He pulled her toward the door. What a story. We'll hold the wedding in a Turkish bath. Alone, I sighed, comfortable again after 3 years. I was grateful to the GG, and would do anything, within limits, for them. Yet my newly adopted planet needed protection. Babes in the woods, they'd be torn to pieces outside. Fortunately, the GG didn't know my meaning of policeman, my home's highest order of intellect. I'd assure the group finally getting anti-gravity and use of planetary lines of force, but not the hyperspace drive. Not for a good long while. I certainly couldn't destroy the GG's confidence. I couldn't hurt them. They were so sure about me. So sure they were never wrong. How could I explain I'd been looking for a decent, habitable planet like Venus to discharge my captive, that I was from another galaxy? End of Question of Comfort by Les Collins. Recording by Tom Weiss.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Carter Abel. Solander's Radio Tomb by Ellis Parker Butler. I had first met Mr. Remington Solander shortly after I installed my first radio set. I was going into New York on the 8:15 a.m. train and was sitting with my friend Moursund. As a matter of course, we were talking radio. I had just told Moursund that he was a lunkheaded noodle, and that for 2 cents I would poke him in the jaw, and that even a pin-headed idiot ought to know that a tube set was better than a crystal set. To this Moursund replied that that had settled it. He had always known that I was a moron, and now he was sure of it. "If you had enough brains to fill a hazelnut shell," he said, "you wouldn't talk that way. Anybody but a half-baked lunatic would know what a man wants in radio is clear, sharp reception, and that's what a crystal gives you. You're one of these half-wits who think they're classy if they can hear some 2-cent station 500 miles away utter a few faint squeaks. Shut up. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to listen to you. Go and sit somewhere else." Of course, this was what was to be expected of Moursund, and if I did let out a few lapses of anger, I feel I was entirely justified. Radio fans are always disputing the relative merits of crystal and tube sets, but I knew I was right. I was just trying to decide whether to choke Moursund with my bare hand and throw his lifeless body out the car window, or tell him a few things I'd been wanting to say ever since he'd been knocking my tube set, when this Remington Solander, who was sitting behind us, leaned forward and tapped me on the shoulder. I turned quickly and saw his long, sheep-like face close to mine. He was chewing cardamom seed and breathing the odor into my face. "My friend," he said, "come back and sit with me. I want to ask you a few questions about radio." Well, I couldn't resist that, could I? No radio fan could. I did not care much for the looks of this Remington Solander man, but for a few weeks my friends had seemed to be steering away from me when I drew near, and although I'm sure I never said anything to bore them, all I ever talked about was my radio set and some new hookups I was trying. But I had noticed that men who had formerly seemed fond of my company now gave startled looks when I neared them. Some even climbed over the nearest fence and ran madly across vacant lots, looking over their shoulders with frightened glances as they ran. For a week I had not been able to get a man of my acquaintance to listen to one word from me, except Moursund, and he's an utter idiot, as I think I have made clear. So I left Moursund and sat with Remington Solander. In one way I was proud to be invited to sit with Remington Solander, because he was far and away the richest man in our town. When he died, his estate proved to amount to $3 million. I'd seen him often, and knew who he was, but he was a standoffish old fellow, and did not mix, so I'd never met him. He was a tall man, and thin, somewhat flabby, and he was pale in an unhealthy sort of way. But after all, he was a millionaire, and a member of one of the old families of Westcote. So I took the seat alongside of him with considerable satisfaction. "I gather," he said, as soon as I was seated, "that you are interested in radio." I told him I was. "And I'm just building a new radio set, using a new hookup that I've heard of a week ago," I said. "I think it's going to be a wonder. Now, here's the idea. Instead of using a grid—" "Yes, yes," the old aristocrat said hastily, "but never you mind that now. I know very little of such things. I have an electrician employed by the year to care for my radio set, and I leave such things to him. You're not a lawyer, are you not?" I told him that I was. "And you are chairman of the trustees of the Westcote Cemetery, are you not?" he asked. I told him I was that also, and I might say that the Westcote Cemetery Association is one of the rightest and tightest little corporations in existence. It has been in existence since 1808, and has been exceedingly profitable to those fortunate enough to hold its stock. I inherited the small block from my grandfather. Recently, we trustees had bought 60 additional acres adjoining the old cemetery, and had added them to it, and we were ready to put new lots on the market. At $300 apiece, they promised to be tremendous profit in the thing, for our cemetery was a fashionable place to be buried, and the demand for lots in the new addition promised to be enormous. "You have not known it," said Remington Solander, in his slow drawl, which had the effect of letting his words slide out of his mouth and drip down his long chin like cold molasses. "But I have been making inquiries about you, and I have been meaning to speak to you. I am drawing up a new last will and testament, and want you to draw up one of its clauses for me, without delay." "Why, certainly, Mr. Solander," I said with increased pride. "I'll be glad to be of service to you." "I am choosing you for the work," Remington Solander said, "because you know and love radio as I do, and because you are a trustee of the Cemetery Association. Are you a religious man?" "Well," I said a little uneasily, Some but not much." "No matter," said Mr. Solander, placing a hand on my arm. "I am, and have always been. From my very earliest youth my mind has been on serious things. As a matter of fact, sir, I have compiled a manuscript collection of religious quotations, hymns, sermons, and uplifting thoughts, which now fill 14 volumes, all in my own handwriting. Fortunately, I inherited some money, and this collection is my gift to the world." "And a noble one, I'm sure," I said. "Most noble," said Mr. Solander. "But, sir, I haven't confined my activities to the study chair. I have kept my eyes on the progress of the world, and it seems to me that radio, this new and wonderful invention, is the greatest discovery of all ages, and imperishable. But, sir, it is being twisted to cheap uses. Jazz, cheap songs, worldly words and music. That I mean to remedy." "Well," I said, "it might be done. Of course, people like what they like." "Some nobler souls like better things," said Remington Solander solemnly. "Some more worthy men and women will welcome nobler radio broadcasting. In my will I am putting aside $1 million to establish and maintain a broadcasting station that will broadcast only my 14 volumes of hymns and uplifting material. Every day this matter will go forth, sermons, lectures on prohibition, noble thoughts, and religious poems." I assured him that some people might be glad to get that, and that a lot of people might, in fact, and that I could write that into his will without any trouble at all. "Ah," said Remington Solander, "but that is already in my will. What I want you to write for my will is another clause. I mean to build in your cemetery a high-class and imperishable granite tomb for myself, and I mean to place it on that knoll, that high knoll, the highest spot on your cemetery. What I want you to write into my will is a clause providing for the perpetual care and maintenance of my tomb. I want to set aside $500,000 for that purpose." "Well," I said to the sheep-faced millionaire, "I can do that too." "Yes," he agreed, "and I want to give to my family and relations the remaining $1.5 million, provided," he said, accenting the provided, "they carry out faithfully the provisions of the clause providing for the perpetual care and maintenance of my tomb. If they don't care and maintain," he said, giving me a hard look, "that $1.5 million is to go to the Home for Flea-Bitten Dogs." "They'll care and maintain all right," I laughed. "I think so," Remington Solander said gravely. "I do think so indeed. And now, sir, we come to the important part. You, as I know, are the trustee of the cemetery." "Yes," I said, "I am." "For drawing this clause of my will, if you can draw it," said Remington Solander, looking me full in the eye with both of his own, which were like the eyes of a salt mackerel, "I shall pay you $5,000. Well, I almost gasped. It was a big lot of money for drawing one clause of a will, and I began to smell a rat right there. But, I may say, the proposition Remington Solander made to me was one I was able to, after quite a talk with my fellow trustees of the cemetery, I was able to carry out. What Remington Solander wanted was to be permitted to put a radio loudspeaking outfit in his granite tomb, a radio loudspeaking outfit permanently set at 327 meters wavelength, which was to be the wavelength of his endowed broadcasting station. I don't know how Remington Solander got his first remarkable idea. But just about that time, an undertaker in New York had rigged up a hearse with a phonograph so that the hearse would loudspeak suitable hymns on the way to the cemetery, and that may have suggested the loudspeaking tomb to Remington Solander. But it's not important where he got the idea. He had it, and he was set on having it carried out. Think, he said, of the uplifting effect of it. On the highest spot in the cemetery will stand my noble tomb, loudspeaking in all directions the solemn and holy words and music I have collected in my 14 volumes. All who enter the cemetery will hear, all will be ennobled and uplifted. That was so too. I saw that at once. I said so. So Remington Solander went on to explain that the income from the $500,000 would be set aside to keep A batteries and B batteries supplied, to keep the outfit in repair, and so on. So I tackled the job rather enthusiastically. I don't say that the $5,000 fee didn't interest me, but I did think Remington Solander had a grand idea. It would make our cemetery stand out. People would come from everywhere to see and listen. The lots in the new edition would sell like hotcakes. But I did have a little trouble with the other trustees. They balked when I explained that Remington Solander wanted the sole radio loudspeaking rights of our cemetery, but someone finally suggested that if Remington Solander put up a new and artistic iron fence around the whole cemetery, it might be all right. They made him submit his 14 volumes so that they could see what sort of matter he meant to broadcast from his high-class station, and they agreed that it was solemn enough. It was all solemn and sad and gloomy, just the stuff for a cemetery. So when Remington Solander agreed to build the new iron fence, they made a formal contract with him, and I drew up the clause for the will, and he bought 6 lots on the top of the high knoll and began erecting his marble mausoleum. For 8 months or so, Remington Solander was busier than he had ever been in his life. He superintended the building of the tomb, and he had on hand the job of getting his endowed radio station going. It was given the letters WZZZ, and hiring artists to sing and play and speechify his 14 volumes of gloom and uplift at 327 meters, and it was too much for the old codger. The very night of the test of the WZZZ outfit was made, he passed away and was no more on Earth. His funeral was one of the biggest we've ever had on Westcote. I should judge that 5,000 people attended his remains to the cemetery, for it had become widely known that the first WZZZ program would be received and loud spoken from Remington Solander's tomb that afternoon. The first selection of the program, his favorite hymn, beginning as the funeral cortege left the church, and the program continuing until dark. I'll say it was one of the most affecting occasions I'd ever witnessed. As the body was being carried into the tomb, the loudspeaker gave us a sermon by Reverend Peter L. Ruggis, full of sob stuff. Every one of the 5,000 present wept. And when the funeral was really finished, over 2,000 remained to hear the rest of the program, which consisted of hymns, missionary reports, static and recitations of religious poems. We increased the price of the lots in the new edition $100 per lot immediately, and we sold 4 lots that afternoon and 2 the next morning. The big metropolitan newspapers all gave the Westcote Cemetery full-page illustrated articles the next Sunday, and we received, during the next week, over 300 letters, mostly from ministers praising what we had done. But that was not the best of it. Requests for lots had come in by mail. Not only people in Westcote wrote for prices, but people over in New Jersey and up in Westchester County, and even as far as Poughkeepsie in Delaware. We had twice as many requests for lots as there were lots to sell, and we decided that we would have an auction and let them go to the highest bidders. You see, Remington Solander's talking tomb was becoming nationally famous. We began to negotiate with the owners of 6 farms adjacent to our cemetery. We figured on buying them and making more new additions to the cemetery, and then we found out we couldn't use 3 of the farms. The reason was that the loudspeaker in Remington Solander's tomb would not carry that far. It was not strong enough. So we went to the executors of his estate and ran up against another snag. Nothing in the radio outfit in the tomb could be altered in any way whatever. That was in the will. The same loudspeaker had to be maintained, and the same wavelength had to be kept, and the same makes of batteries had to be used, the same style of tubes had to be used. Remington Solander had thought of it all. So we decided to let well enough alone. It was all we could do anyway. We bought the farms that were reached by the loudspeaker and had them surveyed and laid out in lots. And then the thing happened. Yes, sir, I'll sell my cemetery stock for 2 cents on the dollar if anybody'll bid that much for it. For what do you think happened? Along came the government of the United States, regulating this radio thing and assigning new wavelengths to all the broadcasting stations. It gave Remington Solander's endowed broadcasting station WZZZ an 855-meter wavelength, and it gave that station at Dodwood, station PKX, the 327-meter wavelength, and the next day, poor old Remington Solander's tomb poured forth, "Yes, we ain't got no bananas," and the hot dog jazz, and if you can't see Mama every night, you can't see Mama at all. And Hink Tubbs and all his funny stories like, "Well, one day an Irishman and a Swede were walking down Broadway, and they see a flapper coming towards them, and she had on one of them short skirts they was wearing, see? So Mike, he says, 'Gee jabbers, Ole, I see a peach.' So the Swede, he says, looking at the silk stockings, 'Maybe you ban't see a peach, Mike, but I see one mighty nice pair.' Well, the other day I went to see my mother-in-law. You know the sort of program. I don't say that the people who like them are not entitled to them, but I do say that they are not the sort of programs to speak from a loudspeaker from the tomb of a cemetery. I expect old Remington Solander turned clear over in his tomb when those programs began to come through. I know our board of trustees went right up in the air, but there was not a thing we could do about it. The newspapers gave us double pages the next Sunday. Remington Solander's Jazz Tomb and Westcote's Two-Step Cemetery, and within a week the inmates of our cemetery began to move out. Friends of people who had been buried over 100 years came and moved them to other cemeteries and took the headstones and monuments with them. And in a month our cemetery looked like one of those Great War battlefields, like a lot of shell holes. Not a man, woman, or child was left in the place, except Remington Solander and his granite tomb on top of the high knoll. What we've got on our hands is a deserted cemetery. They all blame me, but I can't do anything about it. All I can do is groan. Every morning I grab the paper and look for the PKX program, and then I groan. Remington Solander is the lucky man. He's dead. End of Solander's Radio Tomb by Ellis Parker Butler. Read by Carter Abel.
Our Mother. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jan Moursund. Star Mother by Robert F. Young. A touching story of the most enduring love in all eternity. That night, her son was the first star. She stood motionless in the garden, one hand pressed against her heart, watching him rise above the fields where he had played as a boy, where he had worked as a young man, and she wondered whether he was thinking of those fields now, whether he was thinking of her standing alone in the April night with her memories, whether he was thinking of the verandaed house behind her, with its empty rooms and silent halls that once upon a time had been his birthplace. Higher still and higher he rose in the southern sky, and then when he had reached his zenith, he dropped swiftly down past the dark edge of the earth and disappeared from sight. A boy grown up too soon, riding round and round the world on a celestial carousel, encased in an airtight metal capsule, in an airtight metal chariot. Why don't they leave the stars alone, she thought. Why don't they leave the stars to God? The general's second telegram came early the next morning. Explorer 12 doing splendidly. Expect to bring your son down sometime tomorrow. She went about her work as usual, collecting the eggs and allocating them in their cardboard boxes, then setting off in the station wagon on her Tuesday morning run. She had expected a deluge of questions from her customers. She was not disappointed. "Is Terry really way up there all alone, Martha? Aren't you scared, Martha?" "I do hope they can get him back down all right, Martha." She supposed it must have given them quite a turn to have their egg woman change into a star mother overnight. She hadn't expected the TV interview, though, and she would have avoided it if it had been politely possible. But what could she do when the line of cars and trucks pulled into the drive, and the technicians got out and started setting up their equipment in the backyard? What could she say when the suave young man came up to her and said, "We want you to know that we're all very proud of your boy up there, ma'am, and we hope you'll do us the honor of answering a few questions"? Most of the questions concerned Terry, as was fitting. From the way the suave young man asked them, though, she got the impression that he was trying to prove that her son was just like any other average American boy, and such just didn't happen to be the case. But whenever she opened her mouth to mention, say, how he had used to study till all hours of the night, or how difficult it had been for him to make friends because of his shyness, or the fact that he had never gone out for football, whenever she started to mention any of these things, the suave young man was in great haste to interrupt her and to twist her words by re-questioning into a different meaning altogether, till Terry's behavior pattern seemed to coincide with the behavior pattern which the suave young man apparently considered the norm, but which, if followed, Martha was sure, would produce not young men bent on exploring space, but young men bent on exploring trivia. A few of the questions concerned herself. Was Terry her only child? Yes. What had happened to her husband? He was killed in the Korean War. What did she think of the new law granting star mothers top priority on any and all information relating to their sons? "I think it's a fine law. It's too bad they couldn't have shown similar humanity toward the war mothers of World War II." It was late in the afternoon by the time the TV crew got everything repacked into their cars and trucks and made their departure. Martha fixed herself a light supper, then donned an old suede jacket of Terry's and went out into the garden to wait for the sun to go down. According to the timetable the general had outlined in his first telegram, Terry's first Tuesday night passage wasn't due to occur until 9:05. But it seemed only right that she should be outside when the stars started to come out. Presently they did, and she watched them wink on, one by one, in the deepening darkness of the sky. She'd never been much of a one for the stars. Most of her life she'd been much too busy on Earth to bother with things celestial. She could remember, when she was much younger and Bill was courting her, looking up at the moon sometimes, and once in a while when a star fell, making a wish. But this was different. It was different because now she had a personal interest in the sky, a new affinity with its myriad inhabitants. And how bright they became when you kept looking at them. They seemed to come alive, almost, pulsing brilliantly down out of the blackness of the night. And they were different colors, too, she noticed with a start. Some of them were blue and some were red. Others were yellow, green, orange. It grew cold in the April garden, and she could see her breath. There was a strange crispness, a strange clarity about the night that she had never known before. She glanced at her watch, was astonished to see that the hands indicated 2 minutes after 9. Where had the time gone? Tremulously she faced the southern horizon and saw her Terry appear in his shining chariot, riding up the star-pebbled path of his orbit, a star in his own right, dropping swiftly now, down, down and out of sight beyond the dark wheeling mass of the earth. She took a deep, proud breath, realized that she was wildly waving her hand, and let it fall slowly to her side. Make a wish, she thought, like a little girl, and she wished him pleasant dreams and a safe return, and wrapped the wish in all her love and cast it starward. Sometime tomorrow, the general's telegram had said. That meant sometime today. She rose with the sun and fed the chickens, fixed and ate her breakfast, collected the eggs and put them in their cardboard boxes, then started out on her Wednesday morning run. My land, Martha, I don't see how you stand it with him way up there. Doesn't it get on your nerves? Yes, it does. Martha, when are they bringing him back down? Today. It must be wonderful being a star mother, Martha. Yes, it is, in a way. Wonderful and terrible. If only he can last it out for a few more hours, she thought. If only they can bring him down safe and sound. Then the vigil will be over, and some other mother can take over the awesome responsibility of having a son become a star. If only... The general's third telegram arrived that afternoon. Regret to inform you that meteorite impact on satellite hull severely damaged capsule detachment mechanism, making ejection impossible. We'll make every effort to find another means of accomplishing your son's return. Terry. See the little boy playing beneath the maple tree, moving his tiny cars up and down the tiny streets of his make-believe village. The little boy, his fuzz of hair gold in the sunlight, his cherub cheeks pink in the summer wind. Terry. Up the lane the blue-denimed young man walks, swinging his thin, tanned arms, his long legs making near grown-up strides over the sun-seared grass, the sky blue and bright behind him, the song of cicada rising and falling in the hazy September air. Terry. Probably won't get a chance to write you again before takeoff, but don't worry, Ma. The Explorer 12 is the greatest bird they ever built. Nothing short of a direct meteorite hit can hurt it, and the odds are 1,000,000 to 1. Why don't they leave the stars alone? Why don't they leave the stars to God? The afternoon shadows lengthened on the lawn, and the sun grew red and swollen over the western hills. Martha fixed supper, tried to eat and couldn't. After a while, when the light began to fade, she slipped into Terry's jacket and went outside. Slowly, the sky darkened, and the stars began to appear. At length, her star appeared, but its swift passage blurred before her eyes. Tires crunched on the gravel then, and headlights washed the darkness from the drive. A car door slammed. Martha did not move. Please, God, she thought, let it be Terry, even though she knew that it couldn't possibly be Terry. Footsteps sounded behind her, paused. Someone coughed softly. She turned, then, "Good evening, ma'am." She saw the circlet of stars on the gray epaulette. She saw the stern, handsome face. She saw the dark, tired eyes, and she knew. Even before he spoke again, she knew. "The same meteorite that damaged the ejection mechanism, ma'am. It penetrated the capsule, too. We didn't find out till just a while ago, but there was nothing we could have done anyway. Are you all right, ma'am?" "Yes, I'm all right." "I wanted to express my regrets personally. I know how you must feel." "It's all right. We will, of course, make every effort to bring back his remains so that he can have a fitting burial on Earth." "No," she said. "I beg your pardon, ma'am?" She raised her eyes to the patch of sky where her son had passed in his shining metal sarcophagus. Sirius blossomed there, blue-white and beautiful. She raised her eyes still higher and beheld the vast parterre of Orion, with its central motif of vivid forget-me-nots, its far-flung blooms of Betelgeuse and Rigel, of Bellatrix and Saiph, and higher yet, and there flamed the exquisite flower beds of Taurus and Gemini. There burgeoned the riotous wealth of the crab. There lay the pulsing petals of the Pleiades. And down the elliptic garden path, wafted by a stellar breeze, drifted the ochre rose of Mars. No, she said again. The general had raised his eyes too. Now, slowly, he lowered them. I think I understand, ma'am. And I'm glad that's the way you want it. The stars are beautiful tonight, aren't they? More beautiful than they've ever been, she said. After the general had gone, she looked up once more at the vast and variegated garden of the sky, where her son lay buried. Then she turned and walked slowly back to the memoried house. The end of Star Mother by Robert F. Young.
The Late Mr. Elvesham by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Christopher. The Story of the Late Mr. Elvesham by H.G. Wells. I set this story down, not expecting it will be believed, but, if possible, to prepare a way of escape for the next victim. He, perhaps, may profit by my misfortune. My own case, I know, is hopeless, and I am now, in some measure, prepared to meet my fate. My name is Edward George Eden. I was born in Trentham, in Staffordshire, my father being employed in the gardens there. I lost my mother when I was 3 years old, and my father when I was 5. My uncle, George Eden, then adopting me as his own son. He was a single man, self-educated, and well known in Birmingham as an enterprising journalist. He educated me generously, fired my ambition to succeed in the world, and at his death, which happened 4 years ago, left me his entire fortune, a matter of about £500 after all outgoing charges were paid. I was then 18. He advised me in his will to expend the money in completing my education. I had already chosen the profession of medicine, and through his posthumous generosity and my good fortune in a scholarship competition, I became a medical student at University College, London. At the time of the beginning of my story, I lodged at 11A University Street in a little upper room, very shabbily furnished and draughty, overlooking the back of Schulbe's premises. I used this little room both to live in and sleep in, because I was anxious to eke out my means to the very last shilling's worth. I was taking a pair of shoes to be mended at a shop in the Tottenham Court Road, when I first encountered the little old man with the yellow face, with whom my life has now become so inextricably entangled. He was standing on the curb, and staring at the number on the door in a doubtful way as I opened it. His eyes, they were dull grey eyes, and reddish under the rims, fell to my face, and his countenance immediately assumed an expression of corrugated amiability. "You come," he said, "apt to the moment. I had forgotten the number of your house. How do you do, Mr. Eden?" I was a little astonished at his familiar address, for I had never set eyes on the man before. I was a little annoyed, too, at his catching me with my boots under my arm. He noticed my lack of cordiality. "Wonder who the deuce I am, eh? A friend, let me assure you. I have seen you before, though you haven't seen me. Is there anywhere where I can talk to you?" I hesitated. The shabbiness of my room upstairs was not a matter for every stranger. "Perhaps," said I, "we might walk down the street." I am unfortunately prevented. My gesture explained the sentence before I had spoken it. "The very thing," he said, and faced this way, and then that. "The street? Which way shall we go?" I slipped my boots down in the passage. "Look here," he said abruptly. "This business of mine is rigmarole. Come and lunch with me, Mr. Eden. I am an old man, a very old man, and not good at explanations. And what with my piping voice and the clatter of the traffic." He laid a persuasive skinny hand that trembled a little upon my arm. I was not so old that an old man might not treat me to lunch. Yet at the same time I was not altogether pleased by this abrupt invasion. "I had rather," I began. "But I had rather," he said, catching me up, "and a certain civility is surely due to my grey hairs." And so I consented, and went with him. He took me to Blavatsky's. I had to walk slowly to accommodate myself to his paces, and over such a lunch as I had never tasted before, and fended off my leading question, and I took a better note of his appearance. His clean-shaven face was lean and wrinkled. His shriveled lips fell over a set of false teeth, and his white hair was thin and rather long. He seemed small to me, though indeed, most people seem small to me, and his shoulders were rounded and bent. And watching him, I could not help but observe that he too was taking note of me, running his eyes with a curious touch of greed in them over me, from my broad shoulders to my sun-tanned hands, and up to my freckled face again. And now, said he, as we lit our cigarettes, I must tell you of the business in hand. I must tell you, then, that I am an old man, a very old man. He paused momentarily. And it happens that I have money that I must presently be leaving, and never a child have I to leave it to. I thought of the confidence trick, and resolved I would be on the alert for the vestiges of my £500. He proceeded to enlarge on his loneliness, and the trouble he had to find the proper disposition of his money. I have weighed this plan and that plan, charities, institutions, and scholarships, and libraries, and I have come to this conclusion at last. He fixed his eyes on my face. That I will find some young fellow, ambitious, pure-minded, and poor, healthy in body and healthy in mind, and, in short, make him my heir. Give him all that I have. He repeated, give him all that I have. So that he will suddenly be lifted out of all the trouble and struggle in which his sympathies have been educated, to freedom and influence. I tried to seem disinterested. With a transparent hypocrisy I said, and you want my help, my professional services maybe, to find that person? He smiled, and looked at me over his cigarette, and I laughed at his quiet exposure of my modest pretense. What a career such a man might have, he said. It fills me with envy to think how I have accumulated that another man may spend. But there are conditions, of course, burdens to be imposed. He must, for instance, take my name. You cannot expect everything without some return, and I must go into all the circumstances of his life before I can accept him. He must be sound. I must know his heredity, how his parents and grandparents died, have the strictest inquiries made into his private morals. This modified my secret congratulations a little. And do I understand, said I, that I— Yes, he said almost fiercely, you. I answered never a word. My imagination was dancing wildly. My innate skepticism was useless to modify its transports. There was not a particle of gratitude in my mind. I did not know what to say, nor how to say it. But why me in particular? I said at last. He had chanced to hear of me from Professor Hassler, he said, as a typically sound and sane young man, and he wished, as far as possible, to leave his money where health and integrity were assured. That was my first meeting with the little old man. He was mysterious about himself. He would not give his name yet, he said, and after I answered some questions of his, he left me at the Blavatsky portal. I noticed that he drew a handful of gold coins from his pocket when it came to paying for the lunch. His insistence upon bodily health was curious. In accordance with an arrangement we had made, I applied that day for a life policy in the Loyal Insurance Company for a large sum, and I was exhaustively overhauled by the medical advisors of that company in the subsequent week. Even that did not satisfy him, and he insisted I must be re-examined by the great Dr. Henderson. It was Friday in Whitsun week before he came to a decision. He called me down quite late in the evening, nearly 9 it was, from cramming chemical equations for my preliminary scientific examination. He was standing in the passage under the feeble gas lamp, and his face was a grotesque interplay of shadows. He seemed more bowed than when I had first seen him, and his cheeks had sunk a little. His voice shook with emotion. Everything is satisfactory, Mr. Eden, he said. Everything is quite satisfactory. And this night of all nights, you must dine with me and celebrate your ascension. He was interrupted by a cough. You won't have to wait long either, he said, wiping his handkerchief across his lips, and gripping my hand with his long, bony claw that was disengaged. Certainly not very long to wait. We went into the street and called a cab. I remember every incident of that drive vividly, the swift, easy motion, the vivid contrast of gas and oil and electric light, the crowds of people in the streets, the place in Regent Street to which we went, and the sumptuous dinner we were served with there. I was disconcerted at first by the well-dressed waiter's glances at my rough clothes, bothered by the stones of the olives, but as the champagne warmed my blood, my confidence revived. At first the old man talked of himself. He had already told me his name in the cab. He was Egbert Elvesham, the great philosopher, whose name I had known since I was a lad at school. It seemed incredible to me that this man, whose intelligence had so early dominated mine, this great abstraction, should suddenly realize itself as this decrepit, familiar figure. I dare say every young fellow who has suddenly fallen among celebrities has felt something of my disappointment. He told me now of the future that the feeble streams of his life would presently leave dry for me, houses, copyrights, investments. I had never suspected that philosophers were so rich. He watched me drink and eat with a touch of envy. "What a capacity for living you have," he said, and then with a sigh of relief I could have thought it, "It will not be long." "Aye," said I, my head swimming now with the champagne, "I have a future perhaps, of a passing agreeable sort thanks to you. I shall now have the honour of your name. But you have a past, such a past as worth all my future." He shook his head and smiled, as I thought, with a half-sad appreciation of my flattering admiration. "That future," he said, "would you in truth change it?" The waiter came with liqueurs. "You will not perhaps mind taking my name, taking my position, but would you indeed, willingly, take my years?" "With your achievements," said I gallantly. He smiled again. "Kummel, both," he said to the waiter, and turned his attention to a little paper packet he had taken from his pocket. "This hour," said he, "this after-dinner hour, is the hour of small things. Here is a scrap of my unpublished wisdom." He opened the packet with his shaking yellow fingers, and showed a little pinkish powder on the paper. "This," said he, "well, you must guess what it is. But Kummel, put but a dash of this powder in it, is Himmel." His large greyish eyes watched mine with an inscrutable expression. It was a bit of a shock to me to find this great teacher gave his mind to the flavour of liqueurs. However, I feigned an interest in his weakness, for I was drunk enough for such small sycophancy. He parted the powder between the little glasses, and, rising suddenly, with a strange unexpected dignity, held out his hand towards me. I imitated his action, and the glasses rang. "To a quick succession," said he, and raised his glass towards his lips. "Not that," I said hastily, "not that." He paused with the liqueur at the level of his chin, and his eyes blazing into mine. "To a long life," said I. He hesitated. "To a long life," said he, with a sudden bark of laughter, and with eyes fixed on one another we tilted the little glasses. His eyes looked straight into mine, and as I drained the stuff off I felt a curious intense sensation. The first touch of it set my brain in a furious tumult. I seemed to feel an actual physical stirring in my skull, and a seething humming filled my ears. I did not notice the flavour in my mouth, the aroma that filled my throat. I saw only the grey intensity of his gaze that burnt into mine. The draught, the mental confusion, the noise and stirring in my head seemed to last an interminable time. Curious vague impressions of half-forgotten things danced and vanished on the edge of my consciousness. At last he broke the spell. With a sudden explosive sigh he put down his glass. "Well?" he said. "It's glorious," said I, though I had not tasted the stuff. My head was spinning. I sat down. My brain was in chaos. Then my perception grew clear and minute, as though I saw things in a concave mirror. His manner seemed to have changed into something nervous and hasty. He pulled out his watch and grimaced at it. 11:07, and tonight I must 7:25, Waterloo. I must go at once. He called for the bill, and struggled with his coat. Officious waiters came to our assistance. In another moment I was wishing him good-bye over the apron of a cab, and still with an absurd feeling of minute distinctness, as though, how can I express it, I not only saw, but felt, through an inverted opera-glass. "That stuff," he said, putting his hand to his forehead. "I ought not to have given it to you. It will make your head split tomorrow. Wait a minute. Here." He handed me out a little flat thing like a Sedet's powder. "Take that in water as you are going to bed. The other thing was a drug. Not till you're ready to go to bed, mind. It will clear your head. That's all. One more shake. Futurus." I gripped his shriveled claw. "Good-bye," he said, and by the droop of his eyelids I judged he too was a little under the influence of that brain-twisting cordial. He recollected something else with a start, felt in his breast pocket, and produced another packet, this time a cylinder the size and shape of a shaving stick. "Here," said he, "I'd almost forgotten." Don't open this until I come tomorrow, but take it now. It was so heavy that I well nigh dropped it. All right, said I, and he grinned at me through the cab window as the cabman flicked his horse into wakefulness. It was a white packet he had given me, with red seals at either end and along its edge. If this isn't money, said I, it's platinum or lead. I stuck it with elaborate care into my pocket, and with a whirling brain walked home through the Regent Street loiterers and the dark back streets beyond Portland Road. I remember the sensations of that walk very vividly, strange as they were. I was still so far myself that I could notice my strange mental state, and wonder whether the stuff I had had was opium, a drug beyond my experience. It is hard now to describe the peculiarity of my mental strangeness. Mental doubling vaguely expresses it. As I was walking up Regent Street, I found in my mind a queer persuasion that it was Waterloo Station, and I had an odd impulse to get into the Polytechnic as a man might get into a train. I put a knuckle in my eye, and it was Regent Street. How can I express it? You see a skilful actor looking quietly at you, he pulls a grimace, and lo, another person. Is it too extravagant if I tell you that it seemed to me as if Regent Street had for the moment done that? Then, being persuaded it was Regent Street again, I was oddly muddled about some fantastic reminiscences that cropped up. 30 years ago, thought I, it was here that I quarrelled with my brother. Then I burst out laughing, to the astonishment and encouragement of a group of night prowlers. 30 years ago I did not exist, and never in my life have I boasted a brother. The stuff was surely liquid folly, for the poignant regret for that lost brother still clung to me. Along Portland Road the madness took another turn. I began to recall vanished shops, and to compare the street to what it used to be. Confused, troubled thinking is comprehensible enough after the drink I had taken, but what puzzled me were these curiously vivid phantasm memories that had crept into my mind, and not only the memories that had crept in, but also the memories that had slipped out. I stopped opposite Stevens, the natural history dealer's, and cudgelled my brains to think what he had to do with me. A bus went by, and sounded exactly like the rumbling of a train. I seemed to be dipping into some dark, remote pit for recollection. Of course, said I at last, he has promised me 3 frogs tomorrow. Odd, I should have forgotten. Do they still show children dissolving views? In those I remember one view would begin like a faint ghost, and grow and oust another. In just that way it seemed to me that a ghostly set of new sensations was struggling with those of my ordinary self. I went on through Euston Road to Tottenham Court Road, puzzled and a little frightened, and scarcely noticed the unusual way I was taking, for commonly I used to cut through the intervening network of back streets. I turned into University Street, to discover that I had forgotten my number. Only by a strong effort did I recall 11A, and even then it seemed to me that it was a thing some forgotten person had told me. I tried to steady my mind by recalling the incidents of the dinner, and for the life of me I could conjure up no picture of my host's face. I saw him only as a shadowy outline, as one might see oneself reflected in a window through which one was looking. In his place, however, I had a curious exterior vision of myself, sitting at a table, flushed, bright-eyed, and talkative. I must take this other powder, said I. This is getting impossible. I tried the wrong side of the hall for my candle and the matches, and had a doubt of which landing my room might be on. I'm drunk, I said, that's certain, and blundered needlessly on the staircase to sustain the proposition. At the first glance my room seemed unfamiliar. What rot, I said, and stared about me. I seemed to bring myself back by the effort, and the odd phantasmal quality passed into the concrete familiar. There was the old glass still, with my notes on the albumen stuck in the corner of the frame, my old everyday suit of clothes pitched about the floor. And yet it was not so real after all. I felt an idiotic persuasion trying to creep into my mind, as it were, that I was in a railway carriage in a train just stopping, that I was peering out of the window at some unknown station. I gripped the bed rail firmly to reassure myself. It's clairvoyance, perhaps, I said. I must write to the Psychical Research Society. I put the rouleau on my dressing table, sat on my bed, and began to take off my boots. It was as if a picture of my present sensation was painted over some other picture that was trying to show through. Curse it, said I. My wits are going, or am I in 2 places at once? Half undressed, I tossed the powder into a glass and drank it off. It effervesced and became a fluorescent amber color. Before I was in bed, my mind was already tranquilized. I felt the pillow at my cheek, and thereupon I must have fallen asleep. I awoke abruptly out of a dream of strange beasts, and found myself lying on my back. Probably everyone knows that a dismal, emotional dream from which one escapes, awake indeed, but strangely cowed. There was a curious taste in my mouth, a tired feeling in my limbs, a sense of cutaneous discomfort. I lay with my head motionless on my pillow, expecting that my feelings of strangeness and terror would pass away, and that I should then doze off to sleep again. But instead of that, my uncanny sensations increased. At first I could perceive nothing wrong about me. There was a faint light in the room, so faint that it was the very next thing to darkness, and the furniture stood out in it as vague blots of absolute darkness. I stared with my eyes just over the bedclothes. It came to my mind that someone had entered the room to rob me of my rouleau of money, but after lying for some moments, breathing regularly to simulate sleep, I realized this was mere fancy. Nevertheless, the uneasy assurance of something wrong kept fast hold of me. With an effort, I raised my head from the pillow and peered about me at the dark. What it was I could not conceive. I looked at the dim shapes around me, the greater and lesser darkness that indicated curtains, table, fireplace, bookshelves, and so forth. Then I began to perceive something unfamiliar in the forms of the darkness. Had the bed turned round? Yonder should be the bookshelves, and something shrouded and pallid rose there, something that would not answer to the bookshelves, however I looked at it. It was far too big to be my shirt thrown on a chair. Overcoming a childish terror, I threw back the bedclothes and thrust my leg out of bed. Instead of coming out of my truckle bed upon the floor, I found my foot scarcely reached the edge of the mattress. I made another step, as it were, and sat up on the edge of the bed. By the side of my bed should be a candle, and matches upon the broken chair. I put out my hand and touched. Nothing. I waved my hand in the darkness, and it came against some heavy hanging, soft and thick in texture, which gave a rustling noise at my touch. I grasped this and pulled it. It appeared to be a curtain suspended over the head of my bed. I was now thoroughly awake, and beginning to realize that I was in a strange room. I was puzzled. I tried to recall the overnight circumstances, and found them now, curiously enough, vivid in my memory. The supper, my reception of the little packages, my wonder whether I was intoxicated, my slow undressing, the coolness to my flushed face of my pillow. I felt a sudden distrust. Was that last night, or the night before? At any rate, this room was strange to me, and I could not imagine how I had got into it. The dim pallid outline was growing paler, and I perceived it was a window, with the dark shape of an oval toilet glass against the weak intimation of the dawn that filtered through the blind. I stood up, and was surprised by a curious feeling of weakness and unsteadiness. With trembling hands outstretched, I walked slowly towards the window, getting, nevertheless, a bruise on the knee from a chair by the way. I fumbled round the glass, which was large, with handsome brass sconces, to find the blind cord. I could not find any. By chance I took hold of the tassel, and with the click of a spring the blind ran up. I found myself looking out upon a scene that was altogether strange to me. The night was overcast, and through the flocculent grey of the heaped clouds there filtered a faint half-light of dawn. Just at the edge of the sky, the cloud canopy had a blood-red rim. Below everything was dark and indistinct. Dim hills in the distance, a vague mass of buildings running up into pinnacles, trees like spilt ink, and below the window, a tracery of black bushes and pale grey paths. It was so unfamiliar that for the moment I thought myself still dreaming. I felt the toilet table. It appeared to be made of some polished wood, and was rather elaborately furnished. There were little cut-glass bottles and a brush upon it. There was also a queer little object, horseshoe-shaped it felt, with smooth, hard projections, lying in a saucer. I could find no matches, nor candlestick. I turned my eyes to the room again. Now the blind was up, faint spectres of its furnishings came out of the darkness. There was a huge curtained bed, and the fireplace at its foot had a large white mantle, with something of the shimmer of marble. I leant against the toilet table, shut my eyes and opened them again, and tried to think. The whole thing was far too real for dreaming. I was inclined to imagine there was still some hiatus in my memory, as a consequence of my draught of that strange liquor, that I had come into my inheritance perhaps, and suddenly lost my recollection of everything since my good fortune had been announced. Perhaps if I waited a little, things would become clearer to me again. Yet my dinner with old Elvesham was now singularly vivid and recent. The champagne, the observant waiters, the powder, and the liqueurs. I could have staked my soul it all happened a few hours ago. Then it occurred, a thing so trivial and yet so terrible to me that I shiver now to think of that moment. I spoke aloud. I said, "How the devil did I get here?" And the voice was not my own. It was not my own. It was thin. The articulation was slurred. The resonance of my facial bones was different. Then, to reassure myself, I ran one hand over the other, and felt loose folds of skin, the bony laxity of age. "Surely," I said, in that horrible voice that had somehow established itself in my throat, "surely this thing is a dream." Almost as quickly as if I did it involuntarily, I thrust my fingers into my mouth. My teeth had gone. My fingertips ran on the flaccid surface of an even row of shriveled gums. I was sick with dismay and disgust. I felt then a passionate desire to see myself, to realize at once in its full horror the ghastly change that had come upon me. I tottered to the mantel and felt along it for matches. As I did so, a barking cough sprang up in my throat, and I clutched the thick flannel nightdress I found about me. There were no matches there, and I suddenly realized that my extremities were cold. Sniffing and coughing, whimpering a little perhaps, I fumbled back to bed. "It is surely a dream," I whispered to myself as I clambered back. "Surely a dream." It was a senile repetition. I pulled the bedclothes over my shoulders, over my ears. I thrust my withered hand under the pillow, and determined to compose myself to sleep. Of course it was a dream. In the morning the dream would be over, and I should wake up strong and vigorous again in my youth and studies. I shut my eyes, breathed regularly, and finding myself wakeful, began to count slowly through the powers of 3. But the thing I desired would not come. I could not get to sleep, and the persuasion of the inexorable reality of the change that had happened to me grew steadily. Presently I found myself with my eyes wide open, the powers of 3 forgotten, and my skinny fingers upon my shriveled gums. I was, indeed, suddenly and abruptly, an old man. I had, in some unaccountable manner, fallen through my life and come to old age. In some way I had been cheated of all the best of my life, of love, of struggle, of strength and hope. I grovelled into the pillow, and tried to persuade myself that such hallucination was possible. Imperceptibly, steadily, the dawn grew clearer. At last, despairing of further sleep, I sat up in bed and looked about me. A chill twilight rendered the whole chamber visible. It was spacious and well furnished, better furnished than any room I had ever slept in before. A candle and matches became dimly visible upon a little pedestal in a recess. I threw back the bedclothes, and shivering with the rawness of the early morning, albeit it was summer-time, I got out and lit the candle. Then, trembling horribly, so that the extinguisher rattled on its spike, I tottered to the glass and saw Elvesham's face. It was none the less horrible because I had already dimly feared as much. He had already seemed physically weak and pitiful to me, but seen now, dressed only in a coarse flannel nightdress that fell apart and showed the stringy neck, seen now as my own body, I cannot describe its desolate decrepitude. The hollow cheeks, the straggling tail of dirty grey hair, the rheumy, bleared eyes, the quivering, shriveled lips, the lower displaying a gleam of the pink interior lining, and those horrible dark gums showing. You who are in mind and body together, at your natural years, cannot imagine what this fiendish imprisonment meant to me. To be young and full of desire and energy of youth, and to be caught, and presently to be crushed in this tottering ruin of a body. But I wander from the course of my story. For some time I must have been stunned at this change that had come upon me. It was daylight when I did so far gather myself together as to think. In some inexplicable way I had been changed, though how, short of magic, the thing had been done I could not say. And as I thought, the diabolical ingenuity of Elvesham came home to me. It seemed plain to me that as I found myself in his, so he must be in possession of my body, of my strength, that is, and my future. But how to prove it? Then, as I thought, the thing became so incredible even to me that my mind reeled, and I had to pinch myself, to feel my toothless gums, to see myself in the glass, and touch the things about me, before I could steady myself to face the facts again. Was all life hallucination? Was I indeed Elvesham and he me? Had I been dreaming of Eden overnight? Was there any Eden? But if I was Elvesham, I should remember where I was on the previous morning, the name of the town in which I lived, what happened before the dream began. I struggled with my thoughts. I recalled the queer doubleness of my memories overnight, but now my mind was clear. Not the ghost of any memories but those of proper Eden could I raise. "This way lies insanity," I cried in my piping voice. I staggered to my feet, dragged my feeble, heavy limbs to the wash-hand stand, and plunged my grey head into a basin of cold water. Then, toweling myself, I tried again. It was no good. I felt beyond all question that I was indeed Eden, not Elvesham, but Eden in Elvesham's body. Had I been a man of any other age, I might have given myself up to my fate as one enchanted. But in these skeptical days, miracles do not pass current. Here was some trick of psychology. What a drug and a steady stare could do, a drug and a steady stare, or some similar treatment, could surely undo. Men have lost their memories before, but to exchange memories as one does umbrellas. I laughed. Alas, not a hearty laugh, but a wheezing, senile titter. I could have fancied old Elvesham laughing at my plight, and a gust of petulant anger, unusual to me, swept across my feelings. I began dressing eagerly in the clothes I found lying about on the floor, and only realized when I was dressed that it was an evening suit I had assumed. I opened the wardrobe and found some more ordinary clothes, a pair of plaid trousers, and an old-fashioned dressing gown. I put a venerable smoking cap on my venerable head, and coughing a little from my exertions, tottered out upon the landing. It was then perhaps 6:15, and the blinds were closely drawn and the house quite silent. The landing was a spacious one. A broad, richly carpeted staircase went down into the darkness of the hall below, and before me a door ajar showed me a writing desk, a revolving bookcase, the back of a study chair, and a fine array of bound books, shelf upon shelf. "My study," I mumbled, and walked across the landing. Then at the sound of my voice a thought struck me, and I went back to the bedroom and put in the set of false teeth. They slipped in with the ease of old habit. "That's better," said I, gnashing them, and so returned to the study. The drawers of the writing desk were locked. Its revolving top was also locked. I could see no indications of the keys, and there were none in the pockets of my trousers. I shuffled back at once to the bedroom, and went through the dress suit, and afterwards the pockets of all the garments I could find. I was very eager, and one might have imagined that burglars had been at work to see my room when I had done. Not only were there no keys to be found, but not a coin nor a scrap of paper, save only the receipted bill of the overnight dinner. A curious weariness asserted itself. I sat down and stared at the garments flung here and there, their pockets turned inside out. My first frenzy had already flickered out. Every moment I was beginning to realize the immense intelligence of the plans of my enemy, to see more and more clearly the hopelessness of my position. With an effort I rose and hurried hobbling into the study again. On the staircase was a housemaid pulling up the blinds. She stared, I think at the expression of my face. I shut the door of the study behind me, and seizing a poker, began an attack upon the desk. That is how they found me. The cover of the desk was split, the lock smashed, the letters torn out of the pigeonholes, and tossed about the room. In my senile rage I had flung about the pens and other such light stationery, and overturned the ink. Moreover, a large vase upon the mantel had got broken, I do not know how. I could find no checkbook, no money, no indications of the slightest use for the recovery of my body. I was battering madly at the drawers, when the butler, backed by 2 women servants, intruded upon me. That simply is the story of my change. No one will believe my frantic assertions. I am treated as one demented, and even at this moment I am under restraint. But I am sane, absolutely sane, and to prove it I have sat down to write the story minutely as the things happened to me. I appeal to the reader, whether there is any trace of insanity in the style or method of the story he has been reading. I am a young man locked away in an old man's body, but the clear fact is incredible to everyone. Naturally I appear demented to those who will not believe this. Naturally I do not know the names of my secretaries, of the doctors who come to see me, of my servants and neighbors, of this town, wherever it is, where I find myself. Naturally I lose myself in my own house, and suffer inconveniences of every sort. Naturally I ask the oddest questions. Naturally I weep and cry out, and have paroxysms of despair. I have no money, and no checkbook. The bank will not recognize my signature, for I suppose that, allowing for the feeble muscles I now have, my handwriting is still Eden's. These people about me will not let me go to the bank personally. It seems, indeed, that there is no bank in this town, and that I have an account in some part of London. It seems that Elvesham kept the name of his solicitor secret from all his household. I can ascertain nothing. Elvesham was, of course, a profound student of mental science, and all my declarations of the facts of the case merely confirm the theory that my insanity is the outcome of overmuch brooding upon psychology. Dreams of the personal identity, indeed. 2 days ago, I was a healthy youngster, with all my life before me. Now I am a furious old man, unkempt and desperate and miserable, prowling about a great, luxurious, strange house, watched, feared, and avoided as a lunatic by everyone about me. And in London is Elvesham, beginning life again in a vigorous body, with all the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of 70. He has stolen my life. What has happened I do not clearly know. In the study are volumes of manuscript notes referring chiefly to the psychology of memory, and parts of what may be either calculations or ciphers and symbols absolutely strange to me. In some passages there are indications that he was also occupied with the philosophy of mathematics. I take it he has transferred the whole of his memories, the accumulations that makes up his personality, from this old withered brain of his to mine, and similarly, that he has transferred mine to his discarded tenement. Practically, that is, he has changed bodies. But how such a change may be possible is without the range of my philosophy. I have been a materialist for all my thinking life, but here, suddenly, is a clear case of man's detachability from matter. One desperate experiment I am about to try. I sit writing here before putting the matter to issue. This morning, with the help of a table knife that I had secreted at breakfast, I succeeded in breaking open a fairly obvious secret drawer in this wrecked writing desk. I discovered nothing save a little green glass phial containing a white powder. Round the neck of the phial was a label, and thereon was written this one word: Release. This may be, is most probably poison. I can understand Elvesham placing poison in my way, and I should be sure that it was his intention to so get rid of the only living witness against him, were it not for his careful concealment. The man has practically solved the problem of immortality. Save for the spite of chance, he will live in my body until it is aged, and then again, throwing that aside, he will assume some other victim's youth and strength. When one remembers his heartlessness, it is terrible to think of the ever-growing experience that, how long has he been leaping from body to body? But I tire of writing. The powder appears to be soluble in water. The taste is not unpleasant. There the narrative found upon Mr. Elvesham's desk ends. His dead body lay between the desk and the chair. The latter had been pushed back, probably by his last convulsions. The story was written in pencil and in a crazy hand, quite unlike his minute characters. There remain only 2 curious facts to record. Indisputably, there was some connection between Eden and Elvesham, since the whole of Elvesham's property was bequeathed to the young man. But he never inherited. When Elvesham committed suicide, Eden was, strangely enough, already dead. 24 hours before, he had been knocked down by a cab and killed instantly, at the crowded crossing at the intersection of Gower Street and Euston Road. So that the only human being who could have thrown light upon this fantastic narrative is beyond the reach of questions. Without further comment, I leave this extraordinary matter to the reader's individual judgment. End of The Story of the Late Mr. Elvesham by H.G. Wells. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com. January 2009.